landlines, electronics that end up being found in today's phone. The watch continuing to gobble up those functions to place on our wrists. If they could only do it with a 72-hour battery. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you find... Yeah, let's do that part again. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you get rid of your old phone. Wait, what? Old phone? I don't... Welcome to a new series on Geekazine called The Focus. This is where we'll be looking at technology in a deeper dive. For this series, I'm keeping the focus on mobile devices for now. Apple Watch Series 6 was introduced at a virtual Apple event. I watched in a Zoom watch party, like many of you probably did, which made the experience a little bit better. We picked apart whether we should be getting upgraded to the new Apple products or not, and whether we're going to get an iPad, whether we're going to get a watch, whether we're going to get it, whatever. By the way, Apple did talk about a couple new iPads, and I'll be talking about those in a later video. But let's deep dive on this watch thing because it's coming out on the 18th, which is only tomorrow for if you're watching today, and of course, if you're watching after tomorrow, it's in the past. And Apple Watch is in two versions, the Series 6 and the SE. SE is technically the Series 5 with a few extra features. And Series 6 will start at $399, while the SE will start at $299. Processor on the 6 is the S6, while the SE is the S5. Did you get that? Okay, perfect. And then that was the previous chip on the Apple Watch. Both chips are dual-core processors, with the S6 running about 20% faster from some people's findings. Both watches, along with the Series 5, the Series 4, and the Series 3, will run watchOS 7. Now, all of these watches are water resistant up to 50 meters, have LTE models available for a little bit more, built-in mic, speaker, Wi-Fi, GPS, and a battery of up to 18 hours. The Series 6, the Series 5, and the SE will have Bluetooth 5.0, wireless through the W3 chip, along with the compass, always-on OLED, and the Retina option, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and the 44 and 40 millimeter sizes. The things that set the Series 6 apart from all the others include the following. To start, the new watch will be basically usher in a cableless connection. You'll need a magnetic wireless charging cable for power, but you'll either need the iPhone, you'll need an iPad, you'll need a Mac, or use the cellular service, if your watch has it, to get any software updates, photos, notifications, or anything like that. Another new feature is the U1 ultra-wideband support, which adds spatial awareness. Now think of this as a ping and receive type service between two devices running ultra-wideband. You can find out how far you are from your phone or iPad, and AirDrop will actually be using the service to send and receive files, as it apparently does a better job than Bluetooth will. So music, messages, and more will transfer faster to your watch. The U1 chip is not in every Apple device, though. iPhone 11 seems to be the only other device that has this chip, even though the upcoming iPad Air is still without the U1, which is a little bit odd. Now, the Series 6 will add a lot of health features. Even Tim Cook stated during the event a lot of case examples of people's lives being saved simply because they wore their watches and the watches warned them. It'll be interesting to see comparison of Apple Health versus Google Health, which already has some of these features. Actually, even my bathroom scale has a few of these features. Do you have any other devices that also keep track of your health? Let me know by commenting below. Now, the watch will have a noise sensor. It'll have a heart rate monitor with irregular notifications like previous models, and the SOS feature, but it'll also add blood oxygen and electrocardiogram, otherwise known as ECG monitoring, all in an app. To put this into perspective, I actually used to test ECG devices many years ago. Now, whenever you see a video with someone in bed and a whole bunch of wires connected to them for a sleep study, that's usually the full ECG experience. Now we can do that all within a watch. Well, kind. Gen 6 will have the second generation optical heart sensor inside to monitor all these new functions, and with the upcoming iOS 14, we'll be able to give you a full readout of on your phone or iPad. Another new addition, which I'm guessing that your 5, your 4, and your 3 watch might be able to utilize, is the new types of bands. Included are bands that have no latches or hinges. Now, as a drummer, I would guess that I would need that latch, but you never know. If the band is easy to slip on and holds stiff to any size wrist, then it could be a great new addition and easy to take on and take off. Keep in mind that the sensor needs to be as close to that skin as possible at all times for a fully accurate readout. Fitness apps have also been updated. You can stay motivated even if you cannot go to the gym. The new fitness subscription model will let you have a personal trainer right on your wrist. But will you use it? Comment below and let me know. The SC Cellular has another function, a watch for your kids to keep in touch with, all controlled by just one phone. So you don't need to get your 8-year-old the brand new iPhone, whether it's going to be the 11 SE, the 11 Super Max, the 12, some city in California next to a coast, nice wind breeze, and anyway, you'll be able to parent your child through the watch. No cameras, but there will be audio ability. Control of what's on the watch will be done by the person with the iPhone. Now, I could see some other really cool uses for it, like employees, not have their phone nearby, and then it's connected to a main phone, a communication hub that goes throughout maybe a warehouse or maybe, just on the road. If you've got drivers, if you've got whatnot, you can find out what they're doing and where they are at all times. Many different styles, many different colors, many different bands that are going to be available, and they're all going to be different prices, very expensive to super cheap. You'll probably find some stuff on Amazon as well. I like leather bands myself with the latch. It just feels like a watch to me. But what do you like for your watch face and watch bands to be? So here's what I like and what I don't like about the Series 6 watch. First, and this is personal preference, I am not a big fan of that square face. It just does not look good to me. It does not look like a watch. They want you to wear the device while sleeping, yet there's only an 18-hour battery. Keep in mind that 18-hour battery also depends on what you have on your watch. If you're loading it with apps, if you're getting tons of messages, if you're getting photos, if you're listening to tons of music, your watch battery will go to 14 hours or maybe even less. It'll also mean that it needs to fully charge in the time it takes you to shower and get ready for work. Well, that is, unless you work at home, then maybe that's not the case. Otherwise, you're going to actually be forgetting your watch more than not if you have to walk out a physical door. I am all for getting rid of those cables and having the wireless experience. Added bonus is it helps the environment because you don't have to buy another cable. You don't have to recycle another cable. I also alluded to the possibility of getting rid of your phone. Now, could that be an option? Well, absolutely it can. If the watch is cellular and connects to your AirPods and your iPad can handle the apps and your CarPlay is going to connect and charge, a phone is just a bigger item that sits in your pocket that you don't need. The only thing the watch cannot do is take videos or photos. That would be the job of Apple glasses. Wait a minute. Sources say that the Series 6 chip is the same as the iPhone 11. It'll run 20% faster than the Series 5 chip. We won't be able to test all that until the watch comes out, though, and we will try to do so. With a plethora of color, new health features, a new fitness service, and a $399 price tag, will you be looking at that Series 6 watch? With these tumultuous times, that might not even be something that can be on your financial radar. For me, the watch is usually a no. But what feature are you waiting for before you decide to pull the trigger? Are you on Series 5? Will you go to Series 6? Are you on Series 4, 3, 2, or 1 and want to go to Series 6? Let me know by commenting below. And that's it for this first episode of The Focus on Geekazine. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment if you liked this video. If there's some technology that you want me to focus on, let me know. We will be doing the next video. We will be talking about the new iPad Air. And remember, you have the iPad that's still on the Lightning cable and then the new iPad Air, which comes out in a month. We'll talk about that as we go. And until next time, you guys geek out and take care. The other day, Apple made some major changes, and I'm not just talking about a new watch or a new iPad. One of the things that Apple reinforced was how we're starting to bring our watches into play just like our phones. You know, just like that iconic photo of the person surrounded by VCRs, cameras, landlines, electronics that end up being found in today's phone. The watch continuing to gobble up those functions to place on our wrists. If they could only do it with a 72-hour battery. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you find... Yeah, let's do that apart again. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you get rid of your old phone. Wait, what? Old phone? I don't... Welcome to a new series on Geekazine called The Focus. This is where we'll be looking at technology in a deeper dive.
Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We're going to be talking with Amy Corbett, who is the Brick Master and of course the LEGO Senior Design Manager at LEGO. We're going to talk about the show LEGO Masters. We're going to be talking about LEGO brick building, and I'm going to show her some of my creations. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. All right, we got a special guest on right now. We've got Amy Corbett. She is the Brick Master, and she's a LEGO Senior Design Manager at LEGO. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great.
In my new home office.
I like your home office. It's got a lot of LEGO to it.
It does have a little bit of LEGO. I've got my Brickhead collection, where is it on display up here, and my minifigures. There's little sprinklings of LEGO all over my house.
So give us the full rundown of who you are, what you do at LEGO.
Yeah, so of course, most of you know me as a judge on LEGO Masters, but my day job is actually a senior design manager at the LEGO Group, where I run a team of designers to create new toys and product experiences, most often for kids, using the LEGO brick as our creative medium, of course.
It's also for adults as well. As I've gotten into my LEGO thing, as you can see on my table here, I got a few little Legos. I've been doing
wonderful.
Been doing these LEGO builds. Thank you. I've been doing these LEGO builds, and I've been doing them in real time, which means that when I publish it on YouTube, it's published brick by brick by brick. I don't do any editing unless there's like a big pause where I had to go to the bathroom or something like that. But everything, so they can actually follow along with me. And so these are the two that I've done so far: the Starfighter X-wing and the dinosaur one. And of course, my latest one is going to be this. Got the right. There we go. And that is the Harry Potter's.
Love it. Some great set choices there.
So, well, first of all, let's talk a little bit about the show, and then we'll talk a little bit about building Legos a little more. The show, it's all done, it's all ready. So we'll see a finale, and no issues on any type of post-production or anything like that, correct?
No, we're all good to go. You will get a semi-final this week and a grand finale next week, so no worries there.
And of course, we've been watching the show religiously, and can't wait for the last two shows. So, what can you tell us so far? Well, I know you can't tell us what happened at the end.
Don't give up that fight. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and still trying to figure out where everything's gonna go, how everything's gonna go. Just needing to make some final changes. As you see me here, you see me here, you see me here, you see me here, and you see me here. How you doing? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. We got 13 minutes before we're gonna unbox this little puppy right here. It is the OWC Mercury Elite Pro Dual USB-C, and in order to do that, I'm gonna move that out of the way a little bit so we can put this kind of in the center right there. I'm going to set this up and bring this forward like this. So we'll see this. We got about 13 minutes before we get online. So let's make sure, let's see what's going on over on the dash. And we're going to throw that on here and on here. We're going to open that up. And we're going to get on, we're going to wait I'm gonna wait on those. Got two that are gonna get set up. We get on the ands. Get that ready. Looks like we're good to go. We got everything here. And hey, check this out. We've got the new Raglan t-shirts decked out. Decked out. This is the if for any Stream Deck fan out there, you're gonna love it. It's an awesome t-shirt that I made. And as you can see, it's got buttons. It's got tons of buttons. Maybe you can see it on the PTZ here. We'll turn around. I'll comb down a little bit. There it is. It looks like, press some buttons and you can get that. We've got that over on the AMS. You could definitely check that out there. All right, I got a couple minutes left. So before I forget, where is it? It's not in there. Is it around here? Oh, there's a card in there. There's nothing on it. All right, perfect. All right. So let's get that going. And we're going to go. What am I thinking? Oh, yeah. There we go. So welcome. And as you can see, I've also started standing for some of this stuff because this is the way that you should be presenting. Being able to move around a little bit, have a little bit of fun, move your hands, keep hands free as much as possible. I think that's going to be a very big key to doing all going in the future when it comes to creating content, because nowadays we're on Zoom rooms, we're sitting, we're creating content, we're sitting, we're doing podcasts, we're sitting, and we need to stand a little bit more. So that's why I've moved my desk forward so I have room to walk. I got a lot of room to walk now. Look at this. I'll bring down the chroma key. And I'll be able to walk around there and just have some fun with it. So I'm hoping that will happen. Let me hit the record button so I don't have to even worry about that part right now. So I could actually literally come in like this. I can't push buttons though. And that's what I've been doing. The new show is called The Focus over on the Ubes. And yeah, you can check that out. It's also going to be on Geekazine. You can check that out there and go from there. So we've got about 9:36. We're going to give it another 4 minutes, and then we're going to go to the next part here. So while I'm doing that, I'm going to check out. I want to see how my chroma key looks if I decide to pull down my green screen. So this is where it's going to go. So I would have to cut off here to zoom in, but as you can see, here's my chroma key. It's not set up properly yet, so if I'm talking right here, then I'd have to be within this area and I'd have to cut off these sides, but that's okay. But yeah, I can have a lot of fun. I can talk about a lot of things. I'll even get my clicker out so I can advance slides if I want to. Now, okay, so that looks good. Let's bring this back. And then I'll put that on the chain hook so you don't see the chain. I did that because that used to be a pull down, but then I was in the middle of something and all of a sudden it just went up and I was like, oh, no, can't have that happen. So 824, what do we got left? Okay, so we got 824. Let's do this. All of these can go sloop like that. There we go. Nice one tab. I love one tab. If you don't have one tab on your system, it's great for closing all your tabs and then having them at the ready so you can bring them back in and go from there. So it's just amazing little app. All right. So 750. Where was I going? Oh yeah. Let's pull up everything here. So there we are. Getting ready. Getting ready. And I need that. Let's need that. That's what I'm looking for right there. And that. I'm going to put you back here. Okay, I'm going to put you up here. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, got a couple more minutes before I'm going to start the LinkedIn. We're going to be on LinkedIn. We're going to be on AMS. So lots of different places, definitely. So with that said, we're going to bring this back up and we're going to move you over here. We're going to get under 5 minutes and then we're going to start the stream on the other two. So I'm going to do this. Let's see. Try and get as center as possible. There we go. Move that out of the way. And get these out of the way. We don't need remotes right now. And we got 38 seconds. Can go under the 5-minute mark. Yeah. All right, there we go. A little something to drink. Set you there. Oops. No, I don't know what it was. It's okay. All right. Let's activate LinkedIn. Friends over at LinkedIn are now on. Welcome, friends over at LinkedIn. We're going to start this in about 5 minutes. We're going to unbox the Mercury Elite Pro Dual. So exciting stuff here. And where'd that go? There you are. Ask questions here. There's that. Get a bunch of questions and I'll do that. And then we're going to hit this in about a minute. We're going to go to Amazon in a minute. In 1 minute. In 1 minute. We're going to go to Amazon. And hopefully everything will stay up and running. That's the idea, that everything will stay up and running. So, all right. Just go stop that. So anyway, so welcome to the newer, updated version of Geekazine and my show here. Lots of things that I've been doing, lots of changes that I've been doing, and I hope you enjoy it. And it's been a while since we've talked, so a few updates. You know, of course, I had some family issues with my dad passing, and then yeah, just lots of work. You know, we got a couple conferences that are coming up, and I had to make sure that everything was set up for those conferences. So it says I'm going to start in 3 minutes, but that doesn't. Wow, that clock. I don't know. Is that clock fast or something? That was kind of weird. Maybe I got. Yeah, they're all okay. Well, let's go live here on the AMS. And hey, everybody on Amazon. Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and you got me. We're going to start in about 2 minutes and 47 seconds. We are going to, well, actually, it depends on which timer you look at. It's seeing 2:33 at this point. We are going to talk about this. This is the Mercury Elite Pro Dual. It is USB-C. It is a dock. It is a dual hard drive and more. So get your questions ready. Get your answers ready. Get your thoughts ready. I'm making sure that I've got sound, which I do. Awesome. And let me just pull up one more thing here. It's been a while since I've been on streams, so I thank you guys very much for following me and being a part of the Geekscony network here. So, all right, we got that up there. We got 1:51 before we go. So feel free to ask any questions in the meantime about me, about what I do, about how I do it, about why I do it, about where I do it, about why I'm standing and I'm bouncing, you know, like a boxer. Here we go. We're gonna get going. We're gonna talk about this right here, Mercury Elite. So, 1:30. Yeah. The waiting is just the toughest part of the game. It always is. It really does. It really is. So, and hopefully I had some internet issues in the last few days, so hopefully those will not affect us in this, because I don't want to have to restart everything. I don't. I really don't. I want it to be ready and good to go. Let's make sure that they can see me over here. We got about 57 seconds here. I'm just checking my networks and make sure that everything is up and running. Check my notifications here. Yes, it is live. Woohoo! It's looking good. Got 37 seconds. Awesome. All right. So we're just going to leave that to its devices. We're going to leave this to its devices. We're going to hit the pause on that right there, so we don't kill our bandwidth as we're doing all this. And then, of course, hey, this is what we're talking about right here. It's the Mercury Elite Pro Dual USB-C. A USB-C dock. It's a dock, and it's a dual hard drive. So awesome. And we'll talk about that. So looks like we're here at the moments that I get rid of this thing right here, and it goes like that, and we're going to close this out. I'm going to say okay, and here we are. You are here, I am here, we are here together. So welcome to the show, and it is called Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers, and we're going to get that started right now. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we are taking a look at this. This is the Mercury Elite Pro Dual USB-C. It is a great way for you to store your files, to also have a dock to do other things like bring in mice or keyboards or anything like that. We're going to unbox this right now, and we're going to take a look at it. I'll flip it over here like this. We're going to unbox it, we're going to take a look at it, and we're going to do that next, all on Geek Tech Talk Live. This is Geek Tech Talk Live. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. You got me, and we've got right here, it is the OWC, a Mercury Elite, and we're going to wait. Check out all the socials, by the way. I'm going to hold off a second. All right, here we go. So here we have the Mercury Elite Pro Dual USB-C. It's from OWC. OWC has been around for a very long time. I've actually been to OWC's campus. I've talked with Larry O'Connor many times and over the years, and they got some great products. In fact, if you remember, years ago, we took an old 2011 MacBook Pro, and I took out the optical drive and put in another hard drive. Actually, that machine is sitting right over there. It is what powers my keyboards. Yeah, because the Mac's, it's still an i7 Mac. It's still really decent machine. So it's got a purpose, and of course the hard drives are working in there. I got the I got the 6G in there at the time. I think it was a 500 gigabyte hard drive at the time, and it's still churning away. It's still running great. But this is what we've got right now from OWC. This is, let's get to that on the screen there. We got the Mercury Elite Pro Dual USB-C. You can get it in many different ways, up to 32 terabytes worth of storage, and you can set that up as 32 terabytes in a RAID. You can set that up 32 terabytes as a span disk, as all as one disk. You can set that up in many different configurations, and we'll talk about how all that goes. But the base unit there, and then of course you start adding in different drive configurations. They're always dual drives, so there's always going to be 2 drives in there. If you need anything more than 2 drives, they have a quad, which if you're on the Amazon page, you will see I have, there it is right there. That's the Mercury Quad. They have different docks for what you need, but with this one's also a dock, and it is USB-C. Now, first of all, I have to say OWC did get me this product to unbox and review, but all opinions are of my own. They have no say in what I say and what I do. So as of course we're doing this live, so there's not much you can do and say about that. So I do have a review section if you ever want to check it out and find out anything about how I run Geekazine at all. So anyway, let's take a look at this right now. Like I said, I'm just a little jacked up here because this is the first stream for a little while, and we're definitely got some really cool live streams coming up very, very soon. So what this is the dock. You got the 2 drives in here. On the back, you will have the ability to connect to other things. You'll be able to charge up your oops, wrong button. You'll be able to charge up. You see, I'm already messing things up. You'll be able to charge your phones or other devices. There's nothing. I don't know if you can do the pass-through charging to your MacBook through the Pro Dual. I would not see why not, but I'm not 100% sure. That's why I haven't opened yet. With the seal is still sealed, as you might see right there. It's still not open. So. This will run on a Windows box. This will run on a Mac box, and I believe also Linux. But you'll have to check to make sure on that. And yeah. So with that said, with that done, let's go ahead and get this unboxed. And there's one thing I put it away because it was in the way, and that was a way to open this. Do I have a knife or something nearby? I do not. All right. Let me, Fooey Balooey. Let me go grab that again. La da 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 da. All right, we'll get a box card. I can't believe I did that. Putting it all together. So, all right, here we go. Let's go ahead and let's give this an unbox. Feel free to ask questions as we go. Watching all the chats on there. So let's go ahead and open this up. Like that. And as you can see, we've got a little bit of packaged card. That looks like some sort of recyclable material right there. Kind of nice. And then it's great for covering over the mouth. It's a mask. We now got a mask. It's kind of got a smile to it. It's kind of a computer smile. Look like a space invader. Anyway, let's get back here. We'll set that down. Yeah, there we go. What we got here? First of all, Mercury Elite Pro Dual System Requirements, operating system Mac OS 10.13 or later, PC Windows 10 or later, hardware Mac PC with USB interface. Now, keep in mind, this is not a Thunderbolt device. This is a USB-C device. What that means is it runs through a throughput of 10 gigabits per second. So, and if you use the dock, this is very important. If you use the dock, especially for things like doing video pass-through or audio, high definition audio and video and other devices that need to take up 10 gigabits per second or more, then you don't want to do that. You want to pass through a regular USB port. But if you just, like if you have a mouse, if you have a keyboard, let's see, anything simple that you need to connect up onto your computer. There's no monitor pass through as far as I know, but that may change as we unbox this thing. So, but anyway, this is there. It's got all the technical support, and of course, if you have any problems, you got support numbers on here. So, what we got here looks like the power plug, which will take out the bubble wrap, and it's a regular wart type situation with the 3-prong power plug right there, which we will be plugging in. So let's just plug that right there for now. We'll set that to the side. We've got a couple cables here. First of all, looks like a USB-C to USB-A. And this is 3.1 transfer. So as you can see on the inside, it's the little blue notch in there that usually tells us that we're on a USB 3 cable. And then, of course, we have a USB-C to USB-C cable. Now, you might ask, well, it's USB-C, so yeah, naturally it's going to be 3. Actually, no, some USB cables, you can actually use the USB-C specification and still have USB-A speeds, 2.0 type speeds. So that's something to keep in mind if you're getting any type of dock, what kind of USB-C that they're running through. If they're USB-C 2.0 as opposed to 3.0, and then you have like a whole bunch of stuff. Now, the other thing is that Apple suggests that when you use a dock, that there only should be 6 devices attached to that dock. So if you go over 6 devices, then you're going past specs, so things might not work. Now, keep in mind, if you're using something like a MacBook Pro, which is what I'm going to be using, you got 2 Thunderbolt 3 ports. One's on the left side and one's on the right side. With that, you have 2 USB-C plugs. So right there, if you plug in a device in the 2 sides of the one, or 2 ports of the one side, you are using 2 devices already. Now, right here on my left side, I actually have a extension dock which has an Ethernet cable in it. So that's using 1 device already. So we have 5 more devices that we can hook up to there, in theory. So let's get back here so you can see this. This is the unit itself. So geez, the weight, I would say it doesn't weigh too much. I'd say a couple pounds, somewhere between 2 to 3 pounds. There's probably a spec somewhere that tells us how much it weighs. And that's pretty much it for the box. So let's go ahead and close this box up right now. We'll set this over here. We'll come back and we'll take a look at this. Let's bring this back. It's in a nice little cellophane, which looks like it's got tape. So we're going to do this and take the tape off. Now, this drive actually has 2 terabytes of two 1 terabyte hard drives in there already. But you can get a case without any hard drives in it. You can put your own hard drives in it. You can put in SATA drives. You can put in 7200 or 5400 drives. Of course, that's going to affect the performance here. So we'll take that bag, go from here. What do we got here? OWC drive guide formatting utility. This drive needs to be formatted before it can be used. To assist you, the OWC drive guide formatting utility has been installed. So in here, we have the software for that. Let's take a closer look at this thing right now. Oh, hey, that's not working right. That's right, because I moved everything around, forgot to readjust it. So let's just make that adjustment really quick. And we'll zoom in on this. There we are. So here it is, the OWC Mercury Elite. It's a little bit smaller than what I was expecting. You know, of course, looking at the box, I thought it'd be a little bit bigger. So it's not too bad. And like I said, it's only 2 or 3 pounds. I probably wouldn't have it in my bag. So if I went on travel or anything like that, I probably wouldn't take this with me. But I could definitely set this to the side. And that's what I'm going to be doing with it, is taking it and putting it. I have a dock right over here, which I use to transfer files from my video assist to my computer, and that's what I'm going to be replacing it with this one. So if everything works out well. So with that said, with that done, let's take a look at this right now. We'll go full screen here. So this is the front. This is where the drives will be sitting. Of course, the case is aluminum, otherwise known as aluminum, and pretty nice little case here. On the back here, this is not only the ports and the plug, but also how you access it. Because yes, you can open this up. In fact, you want to open it up eventually, so you can get the drives out if you need to. So, I gotta check something here really quick. Should be on this one, right? Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure that I'm on the right camera here. All right. With that said and done, okay, there we go. Let's get back over here. In here. So on the back here, as you can see, we have 4 screws. These screws, you can remove this, you pull this out, and of course the hard drives are there. I might just grab a tool and get that open, and so we can take a look at that. Nice little fan. So I don't know how loud this fan's going to be just yet. Up on top here, we have a button system. Let me zoom in on this a little bit so you can see this. So up on top, as you can see, this button, it says RAID. It says RAID 1, RAID 0. It also says, oh, what's the word? I can't see it. SPAN and JBOD. So basically what this is how you want to set up your device with your computer. What you can do is you can set it up into a RAID system. So what that means is that it will take both drives and they'll act as one, but data will be on both of the drives. So if you, let's say this is a file right here. Part of this file will be on this drive and part of this file will be on this drive. That way, if anything happens with this drive, you should be able to recover it. Now, a successful type of RAID situation, you'll want to have more than 2 drives in there. Anything with 4 drives, and then all of a sudden, if one drive completely dies, the other 3 drives will actually recreate the 4th drive's data, which is really nice. I got a couple, they're called NASs, and I've got RAID NASs sitting in the other room there. Just great to have to keep your data safe here. But this one, what I would probably do is I'd set this up to do temporary storage, which would then go to my NAS for long-term file saving. But this is great to have, get it off the computer and get it into another area for a little bit of modular use. And I always like to add different devices into my computer so my computer is not working super hard. It's called modularizing. So anyway, let's get back here. Let's show you this. So what we have, you can change it to RAID. You can change it to Stripe. So you have RAID, which like I told you, you have the ability to Stripe. So another type of RAID, which what it'll do is it'll take the file and instead of splitting in half between 2 drives, it'll actually copy the exact same file to the other drive. So it's an instant backup. But when you do that, you only have half of the drive. So if you have 2 terabytes that are in here, if I decide to set it that way, it's only 1 terabyte. You can also span this, so it will go. It'll just basically say hard drive 1, hard drive 2 acts as one hard drive. There is no not backup, but there is no redundancy to it. So if one of the drives does die, you might lose out on some of your data, but not all of your data. So so you have those different switches right there. Okay, let's move on. On the top here, this is the top USB. That is where you plug in your computer. And as you can see, these also have the USB locks. So if you get a cable with a screw lock in there, you can tighten that in, and that way it won't pop out. The bottom one is for any type of secondary connection. We got two USB-A, they look like 3.1 connections, 3.2 USB-A connections, and then underneath that is the power connection. Kensington lock over here. As you notice, it doesn't have an Ethernet jack. It's not meant to do that. It doesn't have an HDMI out, so it's not going to be a full dock. This is just maybe you want to attach another storage drive onto this, or maybe you want to charge your phone or anything like that. One thing that it is missing that I would really have liked to have seen is a card reader and the ability to actually plug in the card, like an SD card or something like that, to copy over to this drive would have been a very useful thing. And that's the one thing that I think is kind of missing from this unit altogether. But in all, it looks like a pretty decent unit and gives you some extra ports, so you can plug in some extra things. Now, when it comes to charging, yeah, I was telling you about the six device limit. When it comes to charging, that's a little bit different because the power is coming from here. So if your phone is not sending data or receiving data from the Mac, just charging, then you should be fine because the power is coming from here and not from whatever device you are, whatever laptop you are using. So, all right, let's go here. No, let's go, where am I going? Let's go here. There we go. With that said, with that done, let's go ahead and pull all this out. We're going to set that to the side. We've got the power. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the power. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them on the chats. All right, there we go. There's also no power switch. This looks like a straight up connection to the the plug. So if you need to turn this on and off, you'll have to get something, that will be able, with a power switch on it, strip-wise. So let's plug that in. Get that out of the way. And now it's turned on. As you can see, let's flip this over. I'll show you here really quick. The OWC logo is now lit up. A little bit blurry. Sorry about that. Let's clear that up. There we go. So the OWC logo is lit, so we know that it's working. I can kind of see through it. So there's a nice vent here, and of course the fan. I showed you the fan in back, which is not running just yet. So sorry about that. With that, you'll be able to, as long as you have nothing here nothing here blocking this drive, you'll be good for keeping things nice and cool. All right, let's take this USB-C cable. Chad is on. How's it going, Chad? I appreciated the British translation of aluminium. Very helpful. You are so welcome, Chad. Sorry I missed that at the beginning. So let's take a look at this. So this is the USB-C cable. As you can see, it's probably, gosh, not even a foot and a half maybe. So if you need something longer than that, you'll have to definitely get your own. And of course, if you want the locking USB cables, you will have to you'll have to get them. You can probably find them anywhere and purchase them. There's two types of cables. There's an actual cable that has the screw on it, so that you just plug it in and screw it in. And then there's these little caps that I've seen that wrap around the USB-C cable. But it really depends on how the USB-C cable is. If they're thicker or thinner, then you have to deal with all of that. So we're going to plug that into here, into which I'll show you. We just plugged it into the top right here. And then, of course, the other end we're going to plug into my MacBook Pro. And because of the length, let's set that out of the way. We'll put this over here. Keep this with the box. We'll take the MacBook Pro and bring it in. Now on the left side, remember we're plugging in our second device. So first of all, I need to plug in and make sure that that's running. That is running. So you can see what's going on. And I forgot to add the desktop. So let me do that really quick. There we go. So now there's my MacBook Pro. We're going to plug this in. And over here, we notice it's connected because this is now blue. So let's get back over to, I forgot to set that. There we go. Let's get it back over to the MacBook Pro. Let's see how this works. So my understanding is if I go into Finder, I might see it. There it is. OWC setup right there. So I'm going to click on that, and it's going to say OWC drive guide for Mac, Windows, and README. So we're just going to go Mac. It says OWC drive guide Mac would like to access the files on removable volumes. We'll say OK. And then the drive guide comes up. I accept the terms of agreement. So we'll say next, and we'll say configure for Mac OS, configure for Mac OS and Windows, and configure drive manually. I want to configure for Mac OS and Windows. So what that'll do is that'll set an exFAT drive up. Now, the cool thing about this is I might also be able to use this in other situations. And because of that, the exFAT is what I want. But keep in mind, there's a lot of things that doesn't use exFAT. They'll either want you to be NTFS, or they'll want you to be FAT32, but not exFAT. For instance, I have a couple routers that I'm reviewing right now that don't accept exFAT. So I wouldn't be able to plug this into one of those routers. Not that I might not be able to anyway, but that's one thing to consider when you're setting this up. So I live in a Windows and a Mac world, so I will set this up as exFAT, and we'll say next. And it says install Mercury Elite Pro documentation, which, yeah, we'll do that. We'll hit next. And then, okay, it says you're ready to continue. We'll say next. And it's unmounting. And now it's going to ask for my password. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let's see. You're going to take a look at this screen while I put in my password. There we go. And now it's going, and yeah, fairly quick. This is a 2017 MacBook Pro, by the way. So I would guess if you got an older MacBook or MacBook Pro, it will probably be a little bit slower. But okay, it says we're all done. So now we'll go into Finder, and we see Pro Dual. And there's absolutely nothing on it, and that's fine. Now, what they are saying with this device is it has 1 gigabyte of will transfer up to 10 gigabits per second, so about a gig for a file. So let's see if we can find a pretty hefty video file that I did. This is it says VIP Asia. Let's see what it says for the size here. Looks about to 36.3 gigabytes. It is a video I did while I was probably in Korea, although I thought that was one of the redwoods in San Francisco. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So we're just going to take this file and we're going to copy it over. We're going to put it right there. And wow, that was pretty quick. Oh, that's 36 megs, not 36 gigs. That's too bad. Let's see if I have anything that's super high volume here. I got a videos folder. Inside my videos folder, oh, that's a project I was working on, so that didn't work. Screenshots. Let's see what we got. We got the fin folder. Now these are all, this will probably total something like a gigabyte worth of transfer. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll do the Pro Dual. I'll take that fin folder. Now these are all my completed videos that are up online right now. So we'll just do that and we'll move that over. And we'll see about 3, 4. It says 15 gigabytes, and as you can see, it's gone through pretty darn quick. Yeah, I'd say about getting close to a gigabyte per second. And there we go. We moved over a file just as easily as that. Now, I do have, once again, I just set this up as it was supposed to be set up, just straight up. In order for me to switch it over, let's see if I can turn this around without unplugging it. Actually, let's go ahead and eject this. And then we'll unplug this for now. If I want to switch it over to, right now it's at RAID 0. If I want to switch it to RAID 1, let's put it in the frame here. If I want to switch it over to RAID 1 or SPAN, then I'll have to do that by switching this. Now, in order to do that, the best thing to do is turn off the system. So make sure it's completely unplugged. And then we need like a small screwdriver. And with that small screwdriver, we could turn that and switch that over. So let's see, where are my small screwdrivers? I guess they would be over here. I'm also going to get one other thing while I'm coming over here, because we're going to open this up in a minute. So prepared. So prepared. There it is. We're going to set this here, we're going to set this here, and then we're going to get my tiny screwdrivers. And now with the tiny screwdrivers, everything still looks good, so no questions. We're going to switch this over to SPAN. I'm going to plug this back in. I'm going to plug the USB back in. Go back to the MacBook, and when it's ready, you'll see the Pro Dual. And there we still have our data in this way, but let's see how this is set up. Actually, I think with this new OWC dock software that I just installed, maybe it's not in the applications. Doesn't look like it. Must not be in the applications. There might have been an extra program in there. So anyway, we can also go into the utilities and draw disk utility. And we'll go to Pro Dual. Now it says that it's 1.92 terabytes. That the mount is it's mounted with that capacity, and that's pretty much set as that. Used right now is only 15 gigabytes, of course, and that's pretty much it. So with that said and done, let's go ahead and eject this. Let's go ahead and come back here. We're going to unplug this. We're going to turn it off again, and this time we're going to switch to RAID 1. Plug this back in. Slide this back, plug this back in here. I'm going to the MacBook. There's a Pro Dual. And as you can see, it still shows the files that I copied over. We go back into utilities. We go to disk utility. Now we're seeing something a little bit different. Let's see if I can full screen that. Okay. So what we're seeing now is we're seeing 1 terabyte drive, because now what it is doing is it's setting up as a RAID system. It's got a capacity of 1 terabyte. Whereas there's 2 terabytes in there, it's setting it up so it'll copy from one drive to the other, and then with available of 255 gigabytes. Now that might sound pretty small, but if the only reason that you have this is to make sure that your files are backing themselves up in case of catastrophe, this is how you set it up. So, and that would be RAID 1. All right, let's eject this. We'll unplug, and we'll unplug again. And this time we're going to go to the last one, which is JBOD. We'll flip that over. And you can see that I have it flipped over JBOD. There's a little arrow inside that circle. You can't see it, sorry. There's a little arrow inside that circle. And so it'll point to where it's going. So now we'll plug it back in. Always put the power in first. I always say put the power in first and then put the USB-C in next. We'll go over to the Mac. We see the Pro Dual. We still see our files. We'll go to Go. We'll go to Utilities. And we'll go to Disk Utility. And once again, we see 1 terabyte drive because it's shared by 5 volumes, it says. So I think what it's doing is it's actually creating partitions on, whoops, oh, I'm sorry, we'll go to the Pro Dual. Let's do that. Now we're seeing, did I do that wrong? I did that wrong. I think I did that wrong. All right, let's do that again. I'm gonna minimize that for now. I'm gonna eject that. Let's try that again. Unplug, plug. Now we're going to flip it back to RAID 1. So, whoops. Now it is at RAID 1, so the arrow is pointed downward, like that. Go ahead and plug it back in. Plug this back in. Go back to the MacBook. Go to Disk Utility. Bring that back up. There we go. Pro Dual. 1.92 terabytes. Yeah, that makes more sense because you were looking at my hard drive, which of course is 1 terabyte, and yeah, there's 255 gigs. That makes more sense now. So that's what it looks like in that. So let's go ahead and eject this. You can eject it from here. We'll unplug. We'll unplug. We'll flip that back to RAID 0. Plug the power back in. Plug the computer back in. And every time you switch it over from one to the other, you definitely want to reformat the drive so it works properly. So there's the Pro Dual. Still says exFAT. So that is what you will see there. Let's go to the Pro Dual here, and of course my files are still good. And if you need to redo this, you can always use the Disk Utility on Mac and of course Windows as well to just format from there. But you can also use the OWC interface like I used at the beginning there to set up the drive at the beginning. So, all right, we now have this set up for a Mac. Now we should just be able to transfer it over as a PC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to eject this over on the Mac. To get ejected. There we go. All right. I'm just going to bring it over and my USB-C plug right there. Plug that in. Bring that up. Go to my PC. Oh, I see what's going on. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to do it this way. Unplug it. Hopefully I don't mess anything up. Let me eject. There's a card in there. So we'll just eject the whole card reader. Unplug it from there. And then we'll plug it in here. Like so. And I'll show you what I'm seeing right now. Turn on, it's plugged in. I should have done this on my laptop rather than the active machine. Probably, I still can, because it's not showing. So let me do this really quick. I'll go into disk management. Sometimes you have to go into disk management on Windows if it thinks it's a new hard drive adding in, which it is not thinking that. Let's go to device manager, see if we can force it that way. Searching for plug and plays. And it's not seeing that. Let me unplug this again. And now I'll plug it back in. And we're not seeing anything. Okay, let's do this. That doesn't mean anything on the drive, by the way. Sometimes my machine, my computer actually is a little bit finicky. And of course, I'm daisy chaining a cable, and that's not always the best thing to do. So we'll just unplug it from here. I don't think I have NDI tools on here, so we might have to see it through the PTZ camera. I'll plug this in from here. There we go. Let's see. There we go. So as you can see, it's seeing it as the D drive. So it's working, and we got that going, and that's not blue. So maybe, oh, no, that's not. Hold on a second. Might have to do some extra work here, because I set it up on the Mac, probably. Let's go to the OWC drive. Maybe there's some software. No internet. Oh yeah, I suppose it would help if I turned on the internets. Ha! All right, there we go. Is that connected? Connecting up. Now we're connected. Actually, let's do this. Let's try this C to A cable. Maybe we'll have better luck that way. It should just be able to, you plug it in and it should just see it. That's the theory. There we go. Got a blue connection. There we go. All right. I love it when things start to work. All right, there we go. So here we are. Not sure why it's not working C to C on there. It might just be some extra configuration. But here's all the folders that I had on my Mac right there. Called it up just perfect. So we'll go to this PC again. And then we have the Pro Dual. And if I go to my disk, partitions. We should see that in the partitions here. There we are. So it sees it as exFAT with a 200 megabyte EFI system partition. That's to be expected. So 1,788 gigabytes of exFAT. So I could actually use this to start transferring over files and bring that back and forth for what I need to do. So in all reality, I could then transfer if I don't use a network connection. And sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's easier just to physically have a drive, fill that drive up, unplug it, take it to the other machine, plug it in, and transfer it over. And if you're doing anything like video production or something like that, this would be nice to, you can actually set this all up. So like Premiere Pro, you could put your video files on here and then switch from Mac to PC if you live in a dual environment. Most of you either live in one or the other environments. I am the unicorn, I suppose you could say. So, but of course, that's what I do is make sure that everything works in both environments. And yeah, so let's do one more thing before we go. We'll just unplug this from here and we'll unplug this. Let's go ahead and open her up because I'm kind of excited to see how this works. So we're going to go back here. I'm going to zoom back here down a little bit. There we go. We'll move the power cord. And then we'll need a star head. How big is that? This might be too big. Yeah, it's too big. Let's try this one. My fingers aren't that small. There we go. So what we'll do is we got this totally unplugged, and you should properly ground yourself always. Don't follow my direction on that. I think it's just these 4 drives. And once again, if you're adding memory to it, this is what you do. This is how they, you can buy one of these cases without any drives in it. So we're not doing anything that would void a warranty or anything like that. If I'm taking the right screws out. I think I might not be taking the right screws out. I think I actually have to take out these 2 screws. I'm thinking about it. And those are regular star Phillips head screws. Because the way I read how to take this apart, that wasn't making much sense by taking those hex screws out. There we go. Now, what you want to do, yeah, I'm feeling it loose. What you want to do is you hold the front here, bring it on its side, and lift up. There we go. So yeah, I was taking the wrong screws out. We'll set this on the floor for now. So this is what we've got. Let's go back here. Let's zoom out a little bit so you can see it. So these are the Pro 6G 1 terabyte. There's a screw right there to take out, and then I could pop this out and use it for other things. I could actually put in a regular hard drive. As you can see, you can do 2.5 or 2.5 or 3.5 hard drive. It's got to be a SATA hard drive, so if you have IDE hard drives, it's not going to work. And then, of course, on the other side is the other hard drive, so you can replace that if you want to add more storage. We got some electronics in there that will run the USB power. Nothing too fancy, it looks like, but it definitely will run the power for the power plug. And then, of course, the USB ports on the side here. We have a button here. I didn't see that button before. I'm wondering if this is chassis connection. So there's a little button right here. Let's see if I can zoom in on it. There's a little button right here. This might even be the reset. Let's see what it's actually. There was a hole in there. It says set RAID. Oh, okay. So there's a button you'll need once that case is on. I thought it was a chassis intrusion at first, but once you set your RAID, then you want to hit this button. I'll check the instructions to make sure of everything there. But you definitely, when you're setting up for yourself, you definitely want to read the instructions on how to set things up. But this is what it looks like on the inside. If you do need to change out the drives, or you get one without any drives, that's how you take it out and put it together. So, and then they say when you're done, when you're all set and good to go, you will take this and put this back in here. And then put the two Phillips screws in the middle. There we go. That's what's going to hold it in. And then I'll put those other screws back in later. There's one. Don't lose them. It's always good to have a magnetic screwdriver in this case. Oh, nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. Ugh. I'm getting old. Can't see anything. There we go. Put that back in. And there we go. You can go from there, add new drives, change out drives if drives become broken or whatnot, and you're good to go. So I think that's pretty much it. I don't see any other questions in the chat, so we will leave it at that. So that is the, let's pull this back up here. That is the Mercury Elite Pro Dual USB-C. Let's pull this there we go. You can get the enclosure on its own, or you can get it with hard drives installed. What do you think on that? Let me know, and we'll go from there. Let's go back here. You can always find me at Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in the geek, you got me. And yeah, go from there. So thanks a lot for watching. Social's right here if you have any questions. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this live one. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Wow, it's been a while since I've done this, so sorry about that. So if you got any questions, feel free to contact me, and definitely ask questions on the pages. And if you do get one, let me know, and let me know what you're using it for, how you're using it, and we'll go from there. So thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. We'll see you next time on Geek Tech Talk Live. All right, we are back. So we're gonna go back to the pre-recorded stuff here and make sure that everything was good there. I think it was. I saw it on Amazon there. So hope you enjoyed it. We're gonna go back to the stream will turn off and then turn back on because of well, actually no, I'm gonna go back to the old way. So we're just gonna run back into the show here. So we'll do that in a minute, and you guys geek out, and we'll see you next time. The other day, Apple made some major changes, and I'm not just talking about a new watch or a new iPad. One of the things that Apple reinforced was how we're starting to bring our watches into play just like our phones. You know, just like that iconic photo of the person surrounded by VCRs, cameras, landlines, electronics that end up being found in today's phone. The watch continuing to gobble up those functions to place on our wrists. If they could only do it with a 72-hour battery. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you find... Yeah, let's do that part again. The new Series 6 watch looks great, monitors your health, and could even help you get rid of your old phone. Wait, what? Old phone? I don't... Welcome to a new series on Geekazine called The Focus. This is where we'll be looking at technology in a deeper dive. For this series, I'm keeping the focus on mobile devices for now. Apple Watch Series 6 was introduced at a virtual Apple event. I watched in a Zoom watch party, like many of you probably did, which made the experience a little bit better. We picked apart whether we should be getting upgraded to the new Apple products or not, and whether we're going to get an iPad, whether we're going to get a watch, whether we're going to get it, whatever. By the way, Apple did talk about a couple new iPads, and I'll be talking about those in a later video. But let's deep dive on this watch thing because it's coming out on the 18th, which is only tomorrow for if you're watching today, and of course, if you're watching after tomorrow, it's in the past. And Apple Watch is in two versions, the Series 6 and the SE. SE is technically the Series 5 with a few extra features. And Series 6 will start at $399, while the SE will start at $299. Processor on the 6 is the S6, while the SE is the S5. Did you get that? Okay, perfect. And then that was the previous chip on the Apple Watch. Both chips are dual-core processors, with the S6 running about 20% faster from some people's findings. Both watches, along with the Series 5, the Series 4, and the Series 3, will run watchOS 7. Now, all of these watches are water resistant up to 50 meters, have LTE models available for a little bit more, built-in mic, speaker, Wi-Fi, GPS, and a battery of up to 18 hours. The Series 6, the Series 5, and the SE will have Bluetooth 5.0, wireless through the W3 chip, along with the compass, always-on OLED, and the Retina option, 32 gigabytes of RAM, and the 44 and 40 millimeter sizes. The things that set the Series 6 apart from all the others include the following. To start, the new watch will be basically usher in a cableless connection. You'll need a magnetic wireless charging cable for power, but you'll either need the iPhone, you'll need an iPad, you'll need a Mac, or use the cellular service, if your watch has it, to get any software updates, photos, notifications, or anything like that. Another new feature is the U1 ultra-wideband support, which adds spatial awareness. Now think of this as a ping and receive type service between two devices running ultra-wideband. You can find out how far you are from your phone or iPad, and AirDrop will actually be using the service to send and receive files, as it apparently does a better job than Bluetooth will. So music, messages, and more will transfer faster to your watch. The U1 chip is not in every Apple device, though. iPhone 11 seems to be the only other device that has this chip, even though the upcoming iPad Air is still without the U1, which is a little bit odd. Now, the Series 6 will add a lot of health features. Even Tim Cook stated during the event a lot of case examples of people's lives being saved simply because they wore their watches and the watches warned them. It'll be interesting to see comparison of Apple Health versus Google Health, which already has some of these features. Actually, even my bathroom scale has a few of these features. Do you have any other devices that also keep track of your health? Let me know by commenting below. Now, the watch will have a noise sensor. It'll have a heart rate monitor with irregular notifications like previous models, and the SOS feature, but it'll also add blood oxygen and electrocardiogram, otherwise known as ECG monitoring, all in an app. To put this into perspective, I actually used to test ECG devices many years ago. Now, whenever you see a video with someone in bed and a whole bunch of wires connected to them for a sleep study, that's usually the full ECG experience. Now we can do that all within a watch. Well, kind. Gen 6 will have the second generation optical heart sensor inside to monitor all these new functions, and with the upcoming iOS 14, we'll be able to give you a full readout on your phone or iPad. Another new addition, which I'm guessing that your 5, your 4, and your 3 watch might be able to utilize, is the new types of bands. Included are bands that have no latches or hinges. Now, as a drummer, I would guess that I would need that latch, but you never know. If the band is easy to slip on and holds stiff to any size wrist, then it could be a great new addition and easy to take on and take off. Keep in mind that the sensor needs to be as close to that skin as possible at all times for a fully accurate readout. Fitness apps have also been updated. You can stay motivated even if you cannot go to the gym. The new fitness subscription model will let you have a personal trainer right on your wrist. But will you use it? Comment below and let me know. The SC Cellular has another function, a watch for your kids to keep in touch with, all controlled by just one phone. So you don't need to get your 8-year-old the brand new iPhone, whether it's going to be the 11 SE, the 11 Super Max, the 12, some city in California next to a coast, nice wind breeze, and anyway, you'll be able to parent your child through the watch. No cameras, but there will be audio ability. Control of what's on the watch will be done by the person with the iPhone. Now, I could see some other really cool uses for it, like employees, not have their phone nearby, and then it's connected to a main phone, a communication hub that goes throughout maybe a warehouse or maybe, just on the road. If you've got drivers, if you've got whatnot, you can find out what they're doing and where they are at all times. Many different styles, many different colors, many different bands that are going to be available, and they're all going to be different prices, very expensive to super cheap. You'll probably find some stuff on Amazon as well. I like leather bands myself with the latch. It just feels like a watch to me. But what do you like for your watch face and watch bands to be? So here's what I like and what I don't like about the Series 6 watch. First, and this is personal preference, I am not a big fan of that square face. It just does not look good to me. It does not look like a watch. They want you to wear the device while sleeping, yet there's only an 18-hour battery. Keep in mind that 18-hour battery also depends on what you have on your watch. If you're loading it with apps, if you're getting tons of messages, if you're getting photos, if you're listening to tons of music, your watch battery will go to 14 hours or maybe even less. It'll also mean that it needs to fully charge in the time it takes you to shower and get ready for work. Well, that is, unless you work at home, then maybe that's not the case. Otherwise, you're going to actually be forgetting your watch more than not if you have to walk out a physical door. I am all for getting rid of those cables and having the wireless experience. Added bonus is it helps the environment because you don't have to buy another cable. You don't have to recycle another cable. I also alluded to the possibility of getting rid of your phone. Now, could that be an option? Well, absolutely it can. If the watch is cellular and connects to your AirPods and your iPad can handle the apps and your CarPlay is going to connect and charge, a phone is just a bigger item that sits in your pocket that you don't need. The only thing the watch cannot do is take videos or photos. That would be the job of Apple glasses. Wait a minute. Sources say that the Series 6 chip is the same as the iPhone 11. It'll run 20% faster than the Series 5 chip. We won't be able to test all that until the watch comes out, though, and we will try to do so. With a plethora of color, new health features, a new fitness service, and a $399 price tag, will you be looking at that Series 6 watch? With these tumultuous times, that might not even be something that can be on your financial radar. For me, the watch is usually a no. But what feature are you waiting for before you decide to pull the trigger? Are you on Series 5? Will you go to Series 6? Are you on Series 4, 3, 2, or 1 and want to go to Series 6? Let me know by commenting below. And that's it for this first episode of the Focus on Geekazine. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment if you liked this video. If there's some technology that you want me to focus on, let me know. We will be doing the next video. We will be talking about the new iPad Air. And remember, you have the iPad that's still on the Lightning cable, and then the new iPad Air, which comes out in a month. We'll talk about that as we go. And until next time, you guys geek out and take care. The other day, Apple made some major changes, and I'm not just talking about...
Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We're going to be talking with Amy Corbett, who is the Brickmaster, and of course the LEGO Senior Design Manager at LEGO. We're going to talk about the show LEGO Masters. We're going to be talking about LEGO brick building, and I'm going to show her some of my creations. We're going to do that next on Geekazine. All right, we got a special guest on right now. We've got Amy Corbett. She is the Brickmaster, and she's a LEGO Senior Design Manager at LEGO. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing
Just
great.
in my new home office.
I like your home office. It's got a lot of LEGO to it.
It does have a little bit of Lego. I've got my Brickhead collection, whereas in display up here, my minifigures. There's little sprinklings of Lego all over my house.
So give us the full rundown of who you are, what you do at LEGO.
Yeah, so of course, most of you know me as a judge on LEGO Masters, but my day job is actually a senior design manager at the LEGO Group, where I run a team of designers to create new toys and product experiences, most often for kids, using the Lego brick as our creative medium, of course.
It's also for adults as well. As I've gotten into my Lego thing, as you can see on my table here, I got a few little Legos. I've been doing
Wonderful.
Been doing these Lego builds. Thank you. I've been doing these Lego builds, and I've been doing them in real time, which means that when I publish it on YouTube, it's published brick by brick by brick. I don't do any editing unless there's like a big pause where I had to go to the bathroom or something like that. But everything, so they can actually follow along with me. And so these are the two that I've done so far: the Starfighter X-wing and the dinosaur one. And of course, my latest one is going to be this. Got the right. There we go. And that is the Harry Potter's.
Love it. Some great set choices there.
So, well, first of all, let's talk a little bit about the show, and then we'll talk a little bit about building Legos a little more. The show, it's all done, it's all ready. So we'll see a finale, and no issues on any type of post-production or anything like that, correct?
No, we're all good to go. You will get a semi-final this week and a grand finale next week, so no worries there.
And of course, we've been watching the show religiously, and can't wait for the last two shows. So, what can you tell us so far? Well, I know you can't tell us what happened at the end. We'll just have to wait and find out. But filming the show, how challenging was that?
Oh, big question. I think for me personally, it was being a judge on a show like LEGO Masters was a much bigger challenge than I ever thought it would be. When you sit at home on the sofa and you're watching judges on different reality shows, it seems really easy. But when you're actually there, seeing the builds live, seeing the passion and energy that all of the teams put into what they're making, then it's much tougher to make the decisions, and it comes down to the tiny little details on the day of who does best in every challenge. So I think being a judge was really difficult because the builders exceeded our expectations every time with the builds they created.
Yeah, I've been amazed at what the builders are doing. Especially, I've been more amazed at the fact of how they've grown. The first couple episodes, somebody like Tyler and Amy were kind of not in sync, and then they grew, and now they are who they are.
I think that was one of the most amazing things for me to see as a judge and as a coach on the show, because of course we also checked in with the teams all the time and gave them tips and tricks and pushed them to how they could be better builders. And the growth that some of the teams have shown in the competition is absolutely incredible. I think we're so proud of how they all grew every week and what they accomplished.
Yeah, when they're doing these builds, do they have like a day to prepare? Are you telling them, okay, this week we're doing this type of build, or is it just like the next day they're right back into it?
That would be really nice, wouldn't it, for them? But no, it was back-to-back challenges and building. And they didn't have any pre-warning or preparation. So when you see them being told this week's challenge is build the story created by these kids, that was when they found out. And then the same goes with the twist. There was no pre-preparation. So the speed at which they came up with ideas every time always amazed me, because they of course had to think of what they were going to build before they could start with the bricks.
So what happens to these Lego creations after? Are they, well, of course, what was it, week 2 they all got destroyed, but are they going to be displayed anywhere that you know of?
We had 3.5 million bricks there all the time for the builders to use, but of course they use a lot of bricks in every creation, and every Lego brick is designed to be in lots and lots of wonderful builds. So we reuse the bricks as much as possible. So after every challenge, we take amazing photographs, we film all the builds, and then actually there's a team that take them apart, so we can reuse the bricks to make even more wonderful creations. There's a few key builds that maybe have been saved. I don't know, maybe there's a chance sometime in the future that they will be displayed. I can't really give you any details of that.
I would guess that the winning build would probably stay constructed and use that, but we don't know. That's my assumption, but we'll leave it at that. Out of all the advice that you've given the contestants, what's the best advice that you felt that you gave to them, or if you haven't gotten that far yet, any advice to any type of future Lego builders?
That's a tough question. I think for the builders on the show, one of the best pieces of advice was to plan out what they were going to build before they started, because it would really help them to focus and to know each other as a team. And I think exactly like you said with some of the teams in the beginning, they weren't working in sync. And then as soon as they worked out how to work together and saw the strengths in each other and how they could best support each other, they made truly amazing things. So I think if you're building with someone, it's really great to know each other and your building styles. And if you want to get better at building at home, I think just build as much as you can. Yeah. Set yourself little challenges to build as many bugs as you can in 10 minutes, to replicate your house, to make different details, things that you wouldn't naturally make, and push yourself. And the more hands-on you are with the bricks, the better you will get.
Now they had, when they were building, they had tablets, which they were drawing on. Is there a specific program that they're using to build their creations with?
They were just using them often as a sketch pad to sketch out the idea. So it wasn't a specific Lego program they were using. It was what was available on the Microsoft Surface is what they were using.
Oh, okay. How about you? When you say, okay, we need to make this design, whether it be something from a franchise creation or a movie or something like that, or something that's kind of on the top of your head, how do you go about the process in putting that together? Yeah,
I think every Lego designer is different. I very much like to think through the idea, sketch out a little bit of how I think the layout and the composition is going to be, and then I move quite quickly into the bricks. And I'm very much hands-on with the bricks rather than computer programs. So I love to grab first some of the bricks that I think will inspire me the most. So the little details actually that I say I really want to focus in here, the colors that I want to use, and make a little color palette of how I'm going to balance the colors. And then I quite often build in white or gray first, actually, to get the silhouette down before I start moving into the color and details. But of course, our teams did not have the luxury of making a trial run before they went into the big build. So they had to make a lot of these decisions really quickly and just go for it. Yeah.
Just amazing stuff there. So a little bit more about how you guys put together your Lego creations. How long does it take to put something together, have it ready, and then have it out for the masses to use?
So we have in the Lego offices, we have different phases of how we work. We have a time where we work very blue sky, it's open ideas, anything is possible. And then we make some decisions on what are we actually going to make, and we build it, put it into production, get it ready to go into the boxes. So all in all, it takes a bit over a year, around a year and a half usually, from first ideas until the products are actually in the box and on the shelf and you can buy them at home. So there's a lot that goes into it, a lot of different people, work going into the building instructions and how you'll actually create them yourself at home, and all the material you get in the box.
I'm assuming you have like groups come in and build Legos and they figure out what's working, what's not, correct?
Yes. So we are very hands-on with the builds. We have kids in with play sessions where they will see what's fun, what features they like, what's missing, what characters or colors they prefer. Can they actually build this model that we've designed for a 6-year-old, or is it way too difficult? And likewise with the adults, we test a lot as well. So we aim to have every single Lego product on the shelf go through the hands of someone to play with.
I know that if you ever need anybody, I'm right here ready to build Legos if you want.
That's great. We'll remember that.
All right. So before we go, just really quick. So I'm doing these real-time builds, brick by brick. You can watch them on YouTube. And I'm also on Amazon and Amazon Live Creator. Is there any suggestions that you have for me? Because what I do in my organization, I don't know if you've seen any of my videos, but what I do in my organization is I organize by color first. To put all the bricks together. But is there anything that you can think of that could help me move it along so I'm not taking too long, I'm not being too fast for some of these people?
I like to start by organizing by color, taking all the bigger pieces aside, and I always keep the bags of small pieces separately because finding the small pieces amongst everything else is extremely difficult. So for me, that's the best way of sorting. What other tips? Always be thinking one step ahead in the building instructions, I think. As you're putting the brick down, move on to the next step. That can keep you building quite fast. And yeah, that's my best tips, I guess, for building. The more you build, the more you follow the instructions, I guarantee the faster you will get. You should see me and Jamie following instructions. It's very fast.
Well, if you ever want to come on and build Legos with me, you're more than welcome to. So
yeah, maybe I can do that sometime.
Really quick, one last question. What's it like to work with Batman, Will Arnett?
As you can imagine, it is extremely fun. He never switches off, constantly joking. So Jamie and I were always laughing on set. And I think their dad jokes were rubbing off on us by the end. At least I know I started telling dad jokes by the end of it. But really, he was great. I think he was such a good balance to me and Jamie when sometimes we had to be critical as judges, that Will could come in with his positive energy. He was a cheerleader for the teams, and he could build them back up again and remind them that, this was just a learning experience for them, that they were going to get better and that they were all great and deserved to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he makes all of you make this show so much different than any other reality TV show that's been out there, because you have a little bit more fun with it. I mean, it's just all the jokes, all the back and forth, the working with people, the fact, saying, okay, it's time for a commercial. As you know, that's what's going to happen, and just put together. And of course, from some of the scenes we saw in the B-roll there, you got your Princess Leia look coming on in this next episode. Right?
I do have the Princess Leia look coming on in the next episode. That's a little bit of a surprise. I don't think there's been very much about it so far, but it was really fun little nod to that classic Star Wars look that I had throughout the episodes. And I definitely preferred that look than the Emmett outfit that I was in episode 5, I think it was. The Leia one was a lot more fun. Yeah,
that was a pretty interesting outfit there. So, but I can't wait for the Star. I'm a big fan of Star Wars, of course, being a geek. So I can't wait for the Star Wars episode to air, and then I can't wait for the finals. Jennifer and I will be sitting, watching, and waiting. So. Amy, thank you very much for your time.
No, thanks for having me. It's been great fun.
All right. Well, there you go. Check it out. Lego Masters on Fox, of course. If you're watching after the fact, you could probably get it on any of the streaming services, including the Fox streaming service, and be able to watch it from there. I'll just say bye.
Bye.
Hey, don't forget to follow me on the socials. Follow me, subscribe to my content wherever you follow me. And of course, like. I'd appreciate that. Give the love. And we'll go from there. We'll make more interviews just like this one. Can't wait for Lego Masters to come out, and can't wait for that finale. So Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and take care. Right there. And how you doing? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Today we are going to take a look at doing some home improvement. I decided on this live channel I'm not going to do something that I'm going to do some different things. And one of them is just anything that I'm doing geeky, install-y, and stuff like that. I'm going to do that. So I'm just checking my audio, make sure that everything is working over here. So give me a second. Okay, so it looks good, sounds good. We're going to leave that running there. So basically, what we're going to do today is I'm going to install a backsplash. This is the backsplash that I got. It's from Stick Goo, and we're going to do that. We're going to do that next, and we're going to do that in 3, 2, 1. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here, and you are on another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine Put Into Geek. You can find me on the socials that are coming up right here, and I'm doing something different, a little bit more geeky, a little geeky home improvement is what I'm calling it. And today I am going to be doing installing improving the kitchen. In fact, the kitchen, that's the plan, is to do some stuff while we're staying at home and getting that looking a little bit better. So I've decided to work on how my kitchen looks. I'm going to be painting some of the cupboards, and I'm going to be redoing some of the floors. But today I'm going to do something very, very simple, and that is just bringing in a backsplash to really make the make this whole thing, the kitchen, start to pop. And this is what I got here. This is the Stick Goo Marble Look Peel and Stick Tile Backsplash. I was looking for something that had a marble-ish or a stone-ish look to it. I was torn between that and another one which had a more rockish feel to it. But in order to use that, you had to have something stronger than a knife to cut it. And that was one of the requirements. I didn't want to get into, too much major cutting of something that would be like stone. I don't know if it was stone or not, but anyway, I settled on this, not to say that this is bad or anything like that. I like the way this looks. I like the idea of this backsplash from Stick Goo. It's glossy, but it's not like a linoleum. It actually has a texture to it. It bumps out. You look at it and it looks like somebody put stone with grout on it. And that's what I was going for on this whole thing. First of all, let me just say something in the chat here. Hello. There we go. And yeah, so what we're going to do is I've got a camera actually set up in my kitchen over here. There it is right there. And I have it nice and prepped. I had to take out the coffee maker, we have an air fryer, and a couple other things, clean the countertops, and basically get it ready for putting on that back wall. We're only going to put it on the back wall, so I'm going to show you how to set it up, and of course start at the corner, move to the side. The couple things about that is from the base of the counter to where the cupboard meets is actually larger than 12. I think it's 13 inches. So in order for me to do this, I'm going to have to actually do some inventive cutting. But that's okay, because I also have where the window is. So I'll have some of this Stick Goo
backsplash peel stuff to use to cover that up. And so what we're going to do is we're going to cut the edge. We're going to go from the edge to about the window, and then hopefully figure out at that point how to put it and cover up the extra space. So give me a second. I'm going to flip over to this camera, and we're going to take a walk with me as we walk over to my kitchen, and we start this project. And I hope you enjoy it, because it's going to be different and it's going to be fun. And let's see, let's go from here. There we go. There we go, right here. Oops. All right. And here we are. Hello. I'm just going to set this right here so I can see. There we go. So basically what I've got here is the stick goo tile. This is the tile that you see on the list here. On the back, it's got I don't know, it's like a not perforated, but it's like little dots, and these little dots are meant here to actually help be a guide to your work and everything like that. Let me just move this out of the way. So I'll put it there. So anyway, so you will be able to use that as a guide for when we cut, because what you'll want to do is if you do any cuts, you'll want to do a cut on the back, not on the front. That way, it'll separate better. So, and basically these are 12 by 12 tiles, so they're gonna go like right there. And you can't, I don't think you can see it, but there is a little bit of gap right here, which I believe one of these bigger rows will be able to fit right on top there. And I'm hoping that that's where I'm going to get that from here. Preparation. The other things that you want to have something to cut on. So I have a nice little piece of wood that I'm going to be using to cut on to cut the edge here. And of course, some sort of ruler. I'm just using some plexiglass, but you can get a ruler. You also want to have a good cutting tool. Now, there is this Rex Betty 4-pack of cutting tools. If you have to do a lot of crafts, tools like these are really nice. And then you one more thing that you definitely want to get, and that's the 3M. Where'd it go? The 3M sanding sponges. This is all about the prep of this area to get it ready for your use. So this is how it works. So to begin with, I'll turn on this light to give you a little bit extra light here. But to begin with, you basically want to clean off your area, and what they recommend is a degreasing cleaner. You can also use like a degreasing dish soap or something like that, and then you basically clean it down, rub it down, let it dry, and then what you want to do is you want to take the sanding sponge and then go across it and just kind of flatten down the wall a little bit. If there's any type of bumps or anything like that, it's not going to stick too well. This is a drywall, so once it flattens out, it's going to be nice and ready to go. We'll just do a little bit more. So and as you can see, we took a little bit off of there. So you don't want to put it on brick. Any type of textured wall material will not work as well. And we're going to just take some paper towel and wipe this down a little bit more just to get the dust off the wall that we just sanded. There we go. And you basically want to have as flat of a surface as possible. Now, putting these on is just basically peeling it off and sticking it on. That's the easy part. But we got a couple different challenges here. The first one is we've got the corner here, which of course, if you put this like this, it's going to look a little awkward. So we're going to make a cut down here to start a corner piece. And then we've got the other challenge of the socket here. And I'm going to show you how I'm planning on doing that. Let me move this in a little bit better so you can see what's going on. And let's get started. So, to begin with, we're going to have to make a cut. Now, to do that, we got to figure out where this is going to go, and because how it's going to set onto the wall here. So, I'm going to make a cut right down this line, and I'm going to probably use this seam at this brick, so it will go right down that line. So, in order to do that, I'm going to find out where that lines up. And that didn't line up to those dots. You see these dots right here? I want to try and line them up to the dots, but still have enough space here. Now, keep in mind with this, there's also a plastic front here that you will end up peeling off at the end. But you leave that on for now. So it's going to go like this. I'm going to probably, maybe to this line. Let's see if there's, yeah, there's corresponding dots right there. Look at that. So all I really need to do is take my flat edge and line up to those dots, just like so. I'm trying to get right in the middle of the dots. I'm going to take my knife and get a nice good edge here. And of course, if you need parental permission, you know, you'll have to talk with your parents if you're underage and doing this home modeling project. And just basically start by scarring it, because as you can see, this already moved a little bit. Let's line that back up. And be very careful, because you could easily cut yourself doing this. I did it again. Take a couple cuts at it. Put a little bit of pressure on on the next time. And then one more. There. Now, as you can see, that flexes a lot better. And I think I did cut all the way through it. So a nice even cut, nice flush cut. We have a little bit at the end, so I can kind of take that and adjust that out a little bit more. Put a little pressure on the bottom there, trying not to cut the lines. And you want to leave this other part, because this might end up lining up at the other corner, or actually with the bend. Look at that. If I was to do this or wrap this around, this would be perfect. Look at that. So you can't see it. Let's zoom up here a little bit. So as you can see, take a look. So it actually works the corner. So if I decide to go down this side of the wall, I can save that for that if it doesn't work at the other end. So we have that down. Let's take this. We're going to try and take it off and not have the plastic come off. So I'm just going to do this one more time, nice and gently. Try and get through that plastic coat on top. There we go. There we go. Perfect. And, you know, it looks a little bit off. Just maybe a touch off in my cutting. I should have probably worked it out a little bit better, but I'm good with this. So it's, you don't notice it too much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take off the back piece, which is just basically paper, and that brings out the sticky side of things. There's a couple different ways you can do it. You can start by going down the line and then put it down and peel it, or you can peel it all off and then place it. We're just going to do it with this first piece because that's going to be the easiest for this. Bring that down, bring that over, and place that down. There we go. Look at that. That looks nice. Even if I don't end up using like this this one of these bigger tiles to cover up this top area, it's not going to be too noticeable on there. You really have to look to see what's going on there. And of course, you have this piece of paper with all the holes left over. Let's just set that in the trash. And we'll go to the next piece. Now, the next few pieces, it's going to be fairly straightforward. You're just going to be lining and going down. And we'll get to this outlet in a second here. So, we'll set that aside. And I'm also not going to take off that front protective layer until I'm done with this whole thing. So the idea is that you line up and just like a puzzle piece, you push it in and bring it in and you'll have the next piece done. So in order to do that, like I said, you can do one of two ways. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to peel off a little bit so I don't have a lot of sticky side fighting against me. When I lay this down, I'm going to fold that. And there's a reason why I'm folding this one and not cutting them off. You can cut them off with scissors, but I'll show you that reason why in a second here. So I'm folding that. Maybe I'll pull up just a little bit more. There we go. There. Now, I'll put this into place and I'll push these down, being very aware of how this is staying on the ledge here. Stick it, pull it out a little bit, and then pull out the paper. Now this one, don't throw this one away. And then there's a reason why. I'll show you in a second here. Take your hand and go this way to bring that whole adhesive down. There we go. Look at that. So now, let's see if we can move this over a little bit. You can see that better. As you can see, we have the backsplash looking pretty good right now for what it is. So now we have this piece of paper, and there's a reason why we're going to keep this. Let's go to the next piece. If you would have ripped that piece of paper, that's okay. You can do the next one and the next one. And it's all about the outlet. And I'll say that right now. So let's go to the next one here. And of course, if you have any questions, you can. There's a comment area. You can definitely ask questions. I'll try and answer it as best as possible. But we'll definitely go back to the page and take a look at some more information on that when we're done putting this half of this backsplash on. I'll finish the rest offline. So I'm just going to do that and fold that out. And then I'm going to bring this in. I'm bringing it at an angle, as you can see, to try and match the edges, like I said, like a puzzle piece. So I can keep it aligned with down on the ledge here. Put it down. I'll bring it out just a little bit to grab onto the paper. Pull the paper out. In this case, I'll pull it out just a little bit more. And then finish it out. Slide it through. And there. We have the next part to our backsplash done. Which leads us to this part right here. This is going to be fun because now we have an outlet here. And they say, well, just basically cut out the outlet. And that's all well said and done, but you can't, when you do it like this, you're eyeballing it. And that can always be not that fun. So this is what I'm going to do. Piece of paper, remember that? I'm going to line that piece of paper up as best as I can. Right there. And make sure that it's not bubbling, because I did put a couple folds in there. And try and line it up as best as I can. Now, right here, I can take, where'd my knife go?
the way over there. I can take my knife. Let's do that again. This, you know, you can also measure. You can definitely take a tape measure and figure it out. Measure twice, cut once type thing. But what we'll do is we'll take our knife and we'll go right to the edge, and we'll make a cut like that. And then we'll figure out from the bottom, hold down on the bottom, figure out where that corner is, and we'll make a cut like that. Same thing on the top. Make a cut like that. Now, we have a guide. With that guide, I can use that on the next piece. So I'll bring this down in the right direction. I'll put it like that. And now, as you can see, I think you can see, kind of see. Let's get in the frame so you can see. Now I'll have a guide, and I can even match up the holes on here, I believe. No, they do not match up. That's interesting. So don't use the holes as a to match it, and then you can make your cuts from there. Once again, nice and easy. And I'm just going to do corner cuts to make sure that I got it right. So now I have cuts here and here. I use my flat iron, my flat edge. As you can see, that's not lined up. So let me just double check on that. Make sure I did it right. Yep, did it right. So that is right. So now I can take my flat edge and ever so slightly score it. And then go down this line. Now keep in mind, I'm you know, the average homemaker just trying to save a few dollars and do it myself. So if you want some good tips and tricks, you might want to consult a handy person. Score this. There we go. I think I broke through the plane on that. There we go. And of course, if you watch the video, this is exactly what they said on the video. So all right. Got that. Let's see if we can just finish this up. There we go.
go. I'm going to try and save this piece as much as possible because I might need the squares for something. Well, I took the cellophane front off. That's okay. So now I'm going to place this down and see how that fits. And wow, looks great. Look at that. Can't see it. Let's do that and zoom in a little bit. So there you go. That's pretty flush. Might have to trim just on the top there just a little bit. Now I can take the paper. This is going to be tougher to peel off, so I'm just going to peel the whole backing off. Rip. There's that. And that. And now we're going to place this down. This time, since I have this fully adhesive edge, I'm going to try and kind of walk it in, corner it and walk it in like that. Bring that down. I might need to make another cut right there. It looks like it's just slightly over the plug socket. But for the most part, we'll take this cellophane off. There we have that piece now up and going. So let's take a look at how this works, how this looks so far. We'll zoom out a little bit. And it's looking pretty solid. You really have to look to see where the seams are. And of course, if you look up, you'll see a small area. But once again, like I said, you can then take a small piece, like this big piece right here, and put it up there to really cover it and go from there. Let's continue on. We'll move on down the line. This one, I didn't think about this. Let's see how this corner piece works. It's a little bit wide, but it could work to fill in that small gap. But I also have now this ledge to deal with. And I was going to use this extra for the top here. So I'm going to try and figure out how I can do that. And in this case, I might have to pull out a tape measure. Always have a tape measure handy just in case. And if it looks like a Green Bay Packers helmet, that's even better. So with this, now I'll take this and I'll still see it looks, it's about right there. So 2 5/8. Figure it out. 2 5/8. And you're not, I don't think you can see this part, but sorry about that. 2 5/8. And we will make a small incision there. And then I'll come down, let's see, did that one, so I'll do this one. This one is 2 3/4. Well, maybe that was 2 3/4. Okay. So do that again. Measure twice, cut once. That's what I learned in shop class. And my dad was a construction worker, so he taught me that a little bit. Right about there. make that mark. You can also take a pen and make a mark on there. And this one to the edge. It's 2 3/4. Oh, I see why that. Okay. So it's this one. Two 3/4. I'll make the incision. The problem is that stone, or that stone looking part, is about, we'll start at the 2-inch mark since we've got that thing in, about a 1/2 inch for that. So for this one, we got to go down a 1/2 inch. Like so. There's not much space there, so I'm going to try and figure the 1/2 inch out from here. There we go. And now we'll have that part of the backsplash done here. Now we've got to figure out where this is going to end. We got that. And we can do one of two things. We can either cut it right down the line and then figure out this part next, or we can cut down to where the ledge meets, which is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do that. Which looks to be, pull that over here a little bit. Let's use the right side. There we go. It looks to be 5 1/4 high. So bring this back, figure this out, and then yeah. So from here we measure 5 1/4 high. Can line up where the other lines are. Right there. Five 1/4. Right there. There. Now I've cut my lines in the sand. We'll see how that works. Bring the flat edge back. It's my 5 1/4 high. And that line, there we go. And where'd that go? There it is right there. Let's see if we did that right. Be very careful on that. Take it off from the cellophane. Let's peel it off the cellophane here. There you go. Now, let's see how we did. Look at that. Nice. Not totally done with it. And we might have went just a touch bit high, but that's okay. That's okay. So now, I've got this piece right here. And that makes it a little bit tougher around that corner. So what do we got? Let's see. What I'll do is I'm going to cut it right here, right in that grout area, since this is going to be an interesting cut. So now I have this piece that I can place right in, which is what I'm going to do right now. There we go. And then this piece right here, that's going to be a tough cut because I need to go a little bit. I need to go, what do I need to go? An inch and 3/8. Right around. There's those lines, there they are. So an inch and 3/8. And then I'm gonna finish that cut. Pull out the piece, check it, looks pretty darn good. Peel it off. And affix. Look at that. There we go. Now, what I can do is I can continue on with this and go from there. So, you get the idea. This is what it looks like. Let's go back in the studio and continue from there. All right. So now, here we go. So, we have got that. Did I wonder what's going on there? Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's just refresh that page so I can see we're still live. We're good to go. Okay, so basically that is how we took this, and I've still got a lot to go in making this backsplash go all across the back wall. But so we had the stick go marble look and peel stick tile backsplash, and they come in different samples, 12 by 12, either in a single sheet if you need one, or 12 by 12 5 sheets, or 10 sheets, which I actually got 15. That's going to cover that back wall right there very nicely, and have a lot of fun with it. It's got a, once I take off that cellophane, it's got a non-stick type area, so it'll be easily washable. I probably won't take the air fryer and put it back where it was. And if I do put the air fryer close to that wall, I will definitely give it a little bit of space to breathe in between there. And it was fairly easy to do myself. As you can see, I could make the cuts, and then you might want to use corner edges and rulers and flat edges to do your cuts a little bit better than I did, because I definitely, I think it looked a little bit off on a couple of the cuts, but you do it however you want and make it look as good, and go from there, basically. So anyway, so the other thing, like I said, the other part I showed you was, I didn't put those up. So we basically had the sanding sponge. That is an important thing. Making sure you have that back area clean, that's also very important, so you can put it down on the surface. And it could be walls, it could actually be countertops, it could be a whole bunch of different areas as well, but definitely used in the island kitchen walls, bathroom, shower, backsplash. Not exactly sure if a shower in the shower, but maybe around the mirror or something like that. That would probably be, but you would want to watch the humidity, because it is a sticky back surface, and it can definitely get start to peel if the moisture gets in there. But it also says put it around fireplaces, but once again, watch, don't put it where there's going to be open flame, or where the flame could possibly touch this item, even though it might be non-flammable. It's one of those things that you want to be safer than sorry. So if you have like a brick ledge and then you want to put something above that, that makes sense, if anything. So all right, well, I think we're done here, so we're gonna just do that. All right. There was that. All right. It looks good. Sticky back surface, and it could definitely start to peel if the moisture gets in there. But it also says put it around fireplaces. Okay. So with that said, with that done, that does it for this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers, putting on a backsplash. That's a lot of fun. I still have a long ways to go, because it has to go all the way on that back wall, and now I'm thinking of doing the sides as well to give it even more of a cool look. So thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. Follow me on the socials. Until next time, and take care on Geek Tech Talk Live. Bye. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here, and we got an unboxing for you coming up next. How you doing, everybody? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and today we are going to be taking a look at the Amazon Fire HD 10 tablet. This is the 2019 model, otherwise known as Gen 9, and we're going to be unboxing it and taking a look at it. You can find me over at Geekazine Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. If you got any questions, you can always go over and talk to me on any of the socials, and of course on YouTube. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell, or don't. However you do it, that would be great. So I got the Fire HD 10, and there's a reason why, and that is because of a new show that's coming out that I can't kind of talk about. I can kind of, but can't talk about just yet. But when I make the announcement next week, it'll be awesome, and we'll be doing some great stuff, and we'll be using the Fire HD 10 tablet with this. So, but for now, we're just going to unbox it and open it up, get it ready, and do a first look and see what we can do from there. So let's get into it. First of all, I want to let you guys know, hey, this is a review process, and of course, I purchased this all on my own. Nobody paid for it. Nobody's paying any sponsorship fees or anything like that. So this is on my own. All opinions are of Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review for all my policies and procedures when it comes to looking at items, unboxing items, and everything like that. So let's get in here. Let's check out the specs of the Fire HD 10.1 9th generation tablet. It's a 10.1 inch display, 1920 by 1200. Now that means that it's a 16 by 10, whereas a regular TV screen is 16 by 9, which is also wider angled, so wide angle ultra screen. It's an octa-core processor with 2 gigahertz and 2 gigabytes of RAM. Dual band AC Wi-Fi, so it'll use your older devices if you've got a B, G, or N, but of course it'll do AC for a wider band for your Wi-Fi, so you can get whatever movie you're downloading and whatever game you're playing. Front and rear cameras are both at 2 megapixels, so it's not going to be the greatest camera in the world, but it'll definitely take some pictures if the cat's doing something funny. It's got Dolby Atmos sound. And it's USB-C, but only USB-C 2, which it means that you can't really, you don't have high speed transferring files in here, but you have many different ways to put files on wirelessly. The AC will help you with that, and of course there is an SD card slot in there, so you can do more. Let's take a look at the page really quick. This is the Fire HD 10, where you can get it on Amazon, of course. 64 gigabytes of storage. There it is. Of course, you can get it with the case, you can get it with ads, you can get it without ads. The price is very dependent on what version, 32 or 64, or with special offers or without special offers. It goes up to $204.99, and the lowest price is $149.99. And of course, you can get different colors from black to plum to twilight blue to white, which is pretty cool. And there's also a 15-watt charger and a case that you can get with that. Lots of different things right there. So, but you're here to see me unbox this thing, so we're gonna do that right now. So let's get over here. We got the HD 10. This is the tablet. So I got the 64 gigabyte model, and it looks pretty straightforward. Looking at the package right here. It just tells you some things that you can do. So let's go ahead and get this opened up here. There we go. There's a little arrow system right here that says open it up this way. So we're going to peel that back, and we're going to lift this up, and we are going to pull it out. Pull it out this way. Nothing else in this box. We will set this to the side. And here is the tablet.
It's in a little cardboard thing, so the little box down here, which has probably the cable and the plug. That's I think a 5-watt charger, and of course you can get a 15-watt fast charge. This is the tablet. It's pretty wide. In fact, I have the Fire 7 tablet right here. Let's do that. Let's do the comparison really quick. So there's the 7, there's the 10. As you can see, it's a bit of a difference in size. We'll just set that right here. We'll peel back some of the plastic. Are you guys ready for this? Let's get ready for the peeling of the plastic. So, yeah, that's it. That's it right there. All right, there we go. That was the peeling back of the plastic. That's pretty cool. So anyway, this is the tablet right here. Like I said, it's bigger. It's a little bit heavier, of course, than the 7. But yeah, it goes from there. Let's just turn it on and see what it looks like when we turn it on. Maybe. There we go. We got a little welcome type sound, and trying not to get the light in on this. So there's the Fire tablet. Excuse me. And while that's doing that, it goes to the next part. So, all right, let's zoom in just a touch and take a look at some of this right here. So it's saying, welcome. What language would you like? Would you like large font? That's down here. So I can adjust the font right away, which is cool. I'm going to say United States English and hit the next button. Even though I sometimes wonder if I actually do United States English, but anyway. And it says, hey, it's installing certain updates, so we're going to let that happen. We're going to set that there. And of course, yeah, it's going just a sec right now. So let's open up the rest of this really quick. Oh, it's already ready. So we'll hold off on that. I want to get through this really quick. So it says, hi, Jeffrey Powers. This device has been connected to my Wi-Fi and using the credentials previously saved to Amazon. So it knows me already. And that's one of the cool things about having an Amazon device is how it connects up. If you said, I'm ordering this for me, they're going to connect it up for you. If you say, I'm ordering this for Joe Schmo, and this is their email address, they're going to connect it up and set it up for them. So that is an important factor right there. Now, it said hello. So if this was meant for somebody else, then I'd have to reset this up. Not a big deal. So I'll hit continue. And it's going to say, hey, just a second here. Now it's saying, hey, are you restoring a Fire? You can restore all the apps and games, Fire settings, Wi-Fi, email configurations, bookmarks. And the last one I did was on, the last backup was on March 4th, which is this Fire 7 tablet. So let's restore it. What the hey? So we're going to have to sign in my Amazon account. Sorry, you don't get to see that part. There we go. And it says, now wait a while. And it's downloading and restoring. So now we're going to go, and now my phone is just blowing off saying, hey, you know, somebody just logged into your Amazon account. Oh, no. Okay, so let's get back here. Let's take a look at some of the features, or the extra pieces here on the Unbox. We got the charger. Like I said, this is a 5-watt charger and a lot of plastic around it. We'll just leave the plastic on for now. We've got things to try. Do more with, and then of course this word. You can call mom, show the front door, have Sam Jackson tell you a joke, things like that. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Maybe. This is, this is instruction, the overview of the Fire 10 tablet, the getting started part, charging your tablet, and all the good instruction stuff. And then there should be a cable in here, and I think that's it. Yeah, there it is. Nice USB-C cable. Remember, it's a USB-C, but it's only a USB-C 2.0. So it's about as fast as a USB-A 2.0. They just use the USB-C, so you don't get confused on how you plug this in. So, and of course, if you can always get a USB-C to USB-C cable and adapters and all that other stuff if you wanted to. So I think that's it. That's in this box right here. Yep, that's it. We're still doing the system update. So yeah, that's going to take a minute here. So right now, I have a lot of cool apps on my my Fire 7 tablet. Mostly, this tablet is used for controlling my mixer for my sound, because it's got the app for that. I do have a couple games that I put on there and used, and a couple utilities as well. Let's see what else I got on this Fire 7 tablet. I didn't put Facebook on this, but this one will get Facebook on there. You got HBO Now. You got when I about 6 months ago, I reviewed what's called the Heston Q, which is a induction cooking system, and I put the app on here, and it works really well. I've got a nice little piano app on my Fire 7, which will probably be on this new Fire 10 because I told it to move the apps over as well. My Xbox, I got my Xbox software here, YouTube, of course, and a few other things that I'm reviewing as we go. I got my email on here, of course, and then of course all the cool stuff that Amazon has, from the Amazon store to the Silk browser to the Kindle to the music, so you can watch movies and listen to music, which is what this Fire is really meant for. And it's given me some ideas here, so we'll go from here and we'll put the 7 back because we don't need it anymore. So somebody in the chat is asking, so how heavy is this? I don't know the weight. It feels like it's got some good, not too heavy. What is it says the weight is 10.1 ounces or 286 grams. So, but definitely can feel it in your hand. So here we are. Okay, now it's asking me, it's connecting to my Wi-Fi. And it says, just a second here while it's still configuring. Please wait while your Fire tablet is updating the latest software, Fire settings, Wi-Fi, and email configurations. So it's continuing to download. So this is not a quick process, but it definitely will have everything that you need when you're ready to play games and do other stuff. We can go back to this one, take a look at the Amazon App Store, since we do have to wait. All right, where are we? So this is the App Store right here. It looks like Clash of Clans. Now this is interesting because Clash of Clans was not in the Fire tablet this when I reviewed this last year. So they must have just changed that, and that's awesome. So you have your different categories. We got the home, we got the videos that you can download the apps or download actual videos. Family stuff. Here's some apps for the family. We got bestsellers. We got For You, and we've got Amazon coins. And I think this is going away. I'm not 100% on that, so don't quote me. But my understanding is this was going away with this, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. That's for sure. But anyway, you've got that's the basic app store that we're gonna see. So the next step is, do we want to enable location services to allow maps, weather, and other apps? We're going to say yes. Do we want to auto save our photos and videos to the Amazon Cloud Drive? We're going to say yes. Save Wi-Fi passwords to Amazon. Yeah, we'll leave that on for now. My Wi-Fi password I give to almost anybody that needs it. And it says, hey, meet your Fire tablet. So little music, little video here. We'll do this. Bring this volume down. There we go. And go from there. So we'll just skip through it. I understand what this is. So let's move on. And it says get started with the A word. You can use your voice to access apps. So let's enable it right here. Make this Fire kid friendly. We don't need to, so we'll just say not now. But you might want to, because you know might have kids that are using this. Get more out of your Fire tablet with Goodreads. Find more books you'll love. We'll say not no with that. And then it's saying, hey, there's Audible. You get a 30-day free trial. We're going to say no thanks to that. So even though, just a lot of different options that you can do, enjoy, but telling you, hey, you got books and videos that you can look at right now. But we're going to leave that at that. And then says, included with this update, change your tablet at Alexa experience when multiple devices are present by default. This will not respond from your tablet and will instead respond from the next closest Echo device. So we'll just say okay. So basically, if these two tablets are close, and then I have an Echo and I say the magic word, not all of them will react to it. Just one of them will react, and it'll go for the Echo devices first, and then the tablets. So far, what I see is that a lot of the apps I have are not on here. It looks like I'm gonna have to install apps again, but it's not a big deal. But those are the apps. These are the books, the videos I can get, and of course I have Amazon Prime, so I can watch Hunters. I can watch All or Nothing from the tablet. I also have a lot of the features like Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi, AC, and the voice enabled. You can turn it on and off from up here. And it's saying updates available for download. So it's downloading. Yeah, it's starting to download the apps that I have on this 7-inch tablet here. So, and of course I can add whatever I want. You get the idea of how that part works. It's a nice clean screen. Let's compare it to the 7. Sorry, the 7 is a little bit dirty, but you'll see the idea between the two screens. This does look a little bit darker, but I might have the contrast down on this a little bit. And this one, the 10, does look a lot brighter. There's 224 points per inch for the screen. So I'm not sure what the LUTs are on this, but it looks pretty bright. I'm in a bright room right now. I'm assuming there's a sensor in here, I think up here, that can adjust the lighting here, but we'll go through all the settings. Actually, let's do that. Let's go through the settings right now. Settings right here. Internet, connected devices. We can do Bluetooth, USB, and printing. So it might see my printers. Let's go over here. Connection settings. There's one print service on, so we can add service, so we can find our printers. That took us here. We won't get into that too much. We can pair a new device if we want to. So that's with that side. Battery's kind of nice at 72%. So it says should last till about 5:45 p.m. Not too bad. Hands-free mode, screen locks, wake word, and things like that if we want to choose. So we could actually, I think we could change the wake word on this tablet as opposed to the other devices. We can do the show mode, what we want to see, a display. So let's go to show mode first of all. So if we want to see the home screen, well, we can choose that as the default. We can choose our Amazon photos, or we can go to the default. The display, once again, we can see an ambient clock or a photo slideshow. Accessibility, Alexa captioning, calling. Oh, sorry, cancel. I said the magic words. The settings, including access restriction, hands-free mode, wake word. So we can change the wake word from, it looks like one of two options. So trusted networks, multiple Alexa devices, and communications. Yeah. What else we got? We got storage, and you can put an SD card into here. I got internal storage of 64 gigabytes, but I can put up to 512 gigabytes of an SD card in here for more storage if I have movies and videos. Let's say I'm using this to show
wedding pictures or videos that I do, recordings that I do. I can put it onto the tablet and take it with me. Security and privacy, we've got screen lock options, administrative options, my account information. We won't get into that, so you won't see that. Profiles, so if you got many people here, you can set that. You can also set the parental controls. Accessibility, if you can't see it or if you can't hear it, you can do that all here. High contrast text. And it's saying some videos might not look properly, so work properly, excuse me. So that's high contrast. As you noticed, the yellow was all gone. It's all black and white. And of course, color correction is off. We can, and yeah, it's saying that the videos might look a little bit weird. Audio descriptions, closed captioning. So you get that. You can go through all that. The help here, which I like the help because sometimes it does a video help, tutorials, phone and email help, feedback help, all right there. So, and legal and compliance. So that's all the settings right there. And you also have the help right here up on top. In some of my apps, this one is my Ultimate Guitar app, which I can use to get tabs and chord structures for certain songs so I can play them, which is cool. So I might use this as opposed to my iPad because I can set this into a stand and put this onto my microphone stand or something like that. So that's pretty cool. And then I have one tablet dedicated to my mixing board and one tablet dedicated to the lyrics and the songs. So I got a little drum machine here. It's really starting to load all the apps here. All right. And of course the volume is down. And so that's pretty much it. It's loading it up. Looks like it's loading it up perfectly. I just switched to landscape mode, and as you can see, pretty usable right there. Let's take a look at the sides here really quick. I'm going to zoom in so you can see what's going on. And then we're going to brighten this up just a little bit. That's the wrong way. There we go. So on the sides, what we have the volume buttons right there. We have a 3.5mm jack. I think this is a TRS, not a TRRS, but I'm not 100% on that, which means that this might be a TRS. So if you have headphones with microphone to use like Skype, so it's got to have it in there. So it's probably a TRRS. It's got TRRS, so that's a 3-pole for your microphone. We got a microphone dot right there, and that's so if you don't have headset. USB-C 2.0 connector, and then the power button right here. On the side, we have. Let's see if we can. Let's focus this back in. All right, on the side right here, we have the opening for your SD card. So basically just open that up like that, put in your SD card and close that up, and then you have more storage. Nothing on the bottom right here, but we have the speakers. Now the speakers are in landscape mode. So we have one speaker on the right and one speaker on the left right here. So it's like a 6-dot configuration. So, and that's pretty much it for that. Let's zoom this back out here a little bit. There we go. And that's pretty much it. And it just said, hey, updates available for download. So I'm guessing it needs my permission. Oh, download additional voices. So if you want, if you don't want the standard voice for the personal assistant, you can say, hey, I want Amy from the United Kingdom, and it'll download that, or Brian from the United Kingdom, or Chantel from Canada, French Canada, and much more. So you have a pretty good amount of voices. I don't see Samuel Jackson. Where's Samuel Jackson? Alexa, have Sam Jackson tell me a joke.
Or maybe not. Okay, so he's not going to do that, but that's okay. So that's it. It's set up. Now, within this time, and we're talking like a 30-minute time period, depending on what you have on your previous Amazon Fire. It didn't take too long. And of course, the bandwidth, how long it takes, what type of internet speed you have. It doesn't take too long to load this up and get this ready. And of course, it came from Amazon, so it knew exactly who it was going for. Yeah, it set it up. Looks good. Of course, individual apps, you'll probably have to log in from after that. But we're ready to go. We're ready to use this Fire 10 tablet for whatever we need. And I'm definitely going to be using it for this new show that I can't talk about just yet. But if just next week we'll talk about it, or just watch over at Geekazine. Geekazine Twitter, Geekazine Facebook, Geekazine Think Magazine, put in a geek, and you got me. That's it. That's the unboxing and first look at the Amazon HD Fire 10. 10.1, the 9th generation tablet from Amazon. I can't wait to use it for this future endeavor. And if you want to get it, we have a link down in the show notes. Please go ahead and use that link, because it supports Geekazine and all the efforts I do for that. If you got any questions, let me know, and I'll try to answer them best I can. But the better person to answer the questions is over on the Amazon page, because if you ask a question there, you get a bunch of people that answer that right away. So that's it. So that is the Amazon Fire HD 10 tablet unboxing. Thanks a lot for watching. And until next time, you guys, hey, geek out and take care. All right, let's do this. Let's talk about Character Animator. This is a great program. If you use Adobe, let's flip here. If you use Adobe software, then this and you pay for the yearly version of the Adobe software, this becomes a part of the software that you get. So you get Photoshop, you get your Premiere Pro, you get your Illustrator, and you get Character Animator. And I've been on Character Animator ever since it was a beta. Back in 2016, it came out, and then I got Bell's palsy on this side. And I thought to myself, well, maybe I need to start doing animations and use it that way. And so I started playing with it, but then I just ran out of time, and then this side got better, and I was like, okay, I'm back to my videos. Of course, Bell's palsy affected me last month on this side of my face. It's a lot better now, but I still feel it. And so I wanted to come back into Character Animator and check it out, because it's being used for so many different things. Like, for instance, did you know that Character Animator is being used on episodes of The Simpsons and a lot of the new animation shows out there? It's just amazing what you can do with it. You set up the scene, and then you run through the scene, and you have your voice actors there, and they set up their faces on the camera, and it can even do facial turns and things like that. It's going to be a little bit choppier here, the way I have it set up, as opposed to how you probably see it on an episode of The Simpsons. But if you've also watched Stephen Colbert's Late Show with Stephen Colbert, that's what it is, then you've seen this as well, as they've taken the fake President Trump and they've animated it in the scene. And the funny thing about this is they did that when Character Animator was still in beta, and they were like, no, this is awesome. And I agree, it is awesome, because not only can I animate a character, I can also put my own look and feel to it. As you can see, look at this. There I am. I even have, look at this. I even have my Geekazine shirt right there. There's my Geekazine shirt. And my bald head, my goatee. I don't even have gray in my goatee. And even my background back there. Look at that background. And I can blur it out a little bit, so you know it kind of looks a little depth perception there. But as you can see, I'm talking, my mouth's moving, I'm moving my eyes, and my eyes are moving. I can set it up so it can blink, but I do have the buttons to make it blink or widen my eyes. And I know my glasses are affecting the way the eyes are going, but if I take my glasses off, then I can't see, and that's not good. So I got to put those back on. So you're seeing that happen, and then of course I can wink at you. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, all right. So how did I do this? How is Character Animator going? Well, let's go over to the PTZ camera. Here's how I have it set up on my computer. Character Animator right here. I've got my character right there, and then I have the different characters, what they call puppets, on the left side, and you can actually load up different puppets. So I could flip between me and a different puppet. Let's do that really quick, and I might break things. So if it happens, it happens. But hey, let's give it a try. So we go to Window. We'll go to Welcome, and they give you a whole bunch of characters that you can play with. To begin with, let's go to the screen here. A whole bunch of characters you can play with, including balloons. There's a game, a chicken blaster game, but let's do this guy. This guy, I've wanted to see this guy in action. Or is that a new character? Oh, that's a new character. I'm sorry. Okay, well let's do the ninja guy then. He's pretty cool. So what that does, that'll actually bring the second character into play. And it's preparing it right now because I'm using a lot of process to do all of this, and so now it's preparing the scene. Now, as you can see on this side right here where I'm pointing is my face, and you set up the face. You got to use a camera that attaches via USB port. I've tried my Blackmagic camera and it doesn't work. It won't let me do that. But when I took a regular camera, I got one of my other Sonys, and I got it hooked up to the AverMedia card here, the 4K card, which connects up via USB, and now it controls my face. As you can see, there's little dots on my. You might not be able to see it too well, but there's little dots all around my face, and that's what controls it. Now, as you can see, I can take this character. Look at that. I'm moving the head completely around. So this is the ninja guy. I can take the arms and I can bring them up and I can bring them down. On this side over here, there is the ability to hotkey things, like they have a chop here. That's A. So if I go A, it's supposed to chop, but I already have something else that's. Oh, what happened to his hands? Do that again. So with that is you saw that working because I was blinking my eyes and winking, but for some reason it's not allowing me to do the punches. Let's try it. Let's try another one. Let's go. Side chop is D. There's a side chop. F is side punch. Oh, I see. So it's just preparing the hands. So look at bringing the hands, but I got to control the hands myself. So I could get in punch mode and go like that, and bring it back down, and then there we go. And then, of course, if you bring it into Wirecast, as you can see, it completely replaced the character by me, and now I'm a ninja. And that's pretty sweet. So, and of course, if I want to go back to me, I do that, and there I am with my arms to like that. That's the starting position. So I got to just bring the arms down, and there I am, and I'm talking again. So I could actually have a conversation and say, "Hey, Ninja, how you doing?" "I'm doing very fine. How are you doing?" "I'm doing great. Thanks a lot for coming to the show." "I appreciate being here. I'm so stealth at these things." You get the idea. So, and of course, I'm using NDI to bring it in. Of course, you can bring it in via through an HDMI port, through the Blackmagic, or through another capture card type system. But NDI was super easy to do for me, so that's what I did. And I am really impressed on how this works. As you can see, there's a slight delay on the lips because of the NDI connection. but it does really well. Now, what they do in like The Simpsons and stuff like that is they record it straight from here. So they'll have a background and they'll have the characters here, and they'll set up the camera and the voices, and they'll talk it, and then they'll have the simple buttons here. Like for instance, if I want to change to my pointer hand and bring that up, I can do that. But they have it set up with other programs to allow it to just instantly switch, so they don't have to think about those things. But as you can see, it's pretty straightforward, and we've got some pretty good characters. You can also get some characters that look like claymation. You can have some really odd characters. You could sit here and do a question and answer thing with your Wirecast. So, and once again, you don't need to be on. So if you have a really bad pimple day or something like that and don't want to show your face like this, you can show your face like this, and people go from there. Very straightforward to put it in. Setting up the character, that was a little bit tougher, but there are animations out there. There are programs or videos out there on how to create your character. And I used the default character to create this guy right here. And they show you how to do it. You can do it in Photoshop or Illustrator, which if you have the plan, the Adobe plan, you get that as well, and you can make the changes. So I just took the default character, put Geekazine onto the shirt, and gave myself a beard and, of course, the skin color change, because I think that he had a darker tone to him. And of course, you can add hair, and you can have the hair do different things. Like, for instance, I could have my beard as a separate sprite, which then can move around as I'm talking. So if I had like my long beard like I used to have, then that could be moving around. Or I could put a head of hair on me, and then if I shake my head like this, it'll basically shake my hair as well, and it'll have its own movement to it, which is really cool. And then once I set up more of these triggers, I can do more better things, like not only just point, but also, not only just point, but also make it so it moves up and does stuff like this and then goes back down. But I haven't gotten that far in my setup yet, and still learning on there. Plus, since it's doing hotkeys, I can also use the Stream Deck to also make help with my with using these, so I can have more movement into my hands. And I definitely want that, because right now I could flip my hand, this hand right here, but I got a problem with it and my hand disappears. So I will fix that, I promise you. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see what happens. But this is kind of fun. I think I know exactly the problem here. But it's still kind of fun to watch that go. And I do have legs and feet in this character, but nothing's assigned to them. So as I grow this character out and build it up, I can do. If you've got characters set up in Character Animator that you want to send to me to use, I'm more than willing to use them and try them out and see how they work, and then bring them into my shows. And we can have a lot of fun with this. And maybe even make some shows or something like that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm going to work more on this. I'm going to be doing some more live stream using the Character Animator and making some videos this way. So let me know what you want to see happen here and go from there. But that's basically Character Animator. What do you think about it? Would you use it? Do you have the Adobe product suite? Would you use that in your suite? Let me know by tweeting me over at geekazine@gmail.com. Let's go back over here because I like that and everything like that. But that's frozen. There we go. So that pretty much does it for this episode of Wirecast Pros. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope this has answered some questions. I forgot to say, hey, we do have some new members: Jason, Casey, Abdallah, Deb, Aman, Ed, Peter, Kenneth, Adam, and Martin. Thank you guys very much for being part of Wirecast Pros. Check me out at all these socials so you know how you can get a hold of me, because you definitely want to get a hold of me, right? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. So, all right. Well, thanks a lot for watching. We will see you next time. Until then, you guys geek out and Wirecast on, I guess. Take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to be taking a look at a couple of these. We're going to unbox them. These are the EasyViz cameras. Next on Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. How you doing? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Putting the Geek. You got me, and we got my socials, which are showing up right about here. That's how you can get a hold of me many different ways. Geekazine@gmail.com, of course, and we will go from there. We've got a couple products. First of all, I'm just going to kind of close this out so we don't have too much replication here. We're live and we're ready to go, so we're going to be talking about these two products right here. The first one is the EasyViz, and we're going to switch over to this PTZ camera so you can see it. We've got the EasyViz C1C home camera. As you can see, it's totally open, or not opened at all. So we got that, and then of course we've got the EasyViz C6CN. This is a PT camera, not PTZ. PTZ is point tilt zoom. This is just point tilt, so a PT camera. And they're both at 1080p, and they both work. I've used EasyViz. In fact, I remember catching EasyViz at CES a couple years ago, and that's when I first got my first two products. I just realized I had the camera. I thought I had the camera sitting right here, and I have a home security camera that's running. That's now a couple years old, and it does great. In fact, it watches my front door. So what we're going to do is we're going to unbox these two. We're going to set it up, and then I'm going to show you how it sets up onto the phone as much as possible and go from there. First of all, let's take a look at these right now. We'll start with this one. This is the C6CN 1080p indoor pan tilt Wi-Fi security, 360 degrees. So these are both enabled for your Alexa device. It's got auto motion tracking notifications. It's got panoramic photo navigation, full duplex two-way audio, and a subscription-free storage. Which means you can basically put a card into there, and it'll store the audio easily off of that. So that's pretty cool. The other product we've got right here is the C1C. This is a more stationary camera, and you use this maybe pointing towards a door, maybe pointing towards yourself. I don't know. It does full 1080p, and it is also, let's see what else we got here. You can get a 720p and a 1080p version. We're talking like both of these products are around $60. So they do a great job. This one does do smart motion detection, full duplex two-way audio. So you can converse with somebody. I've done this on these cameras when I'm away and need to have conversation with the wife or something like that. I'll make sure that she's aware that that's going to happen, and then we'll have that conversation. And of course, it is also subscription-free video storage. Now, the one thing about these cameras, just so you know, first of all, these cameras, they were supplied to me by EasyViz. I have gotten no sponsorship dollars other than that for this. This is just basically a product to review, and all my review products, basically my review policies are there, and it basically says I review the product. All opinions are of my own, no editing ability on your side, and no keyword tagging or anything like that. And yeah, we do an honest review, the best honest review as possible. This is going to be partially unboxing, and of course, since I really haven't used these too much, it's going to be what we first experienced type review, and some people will have some more in-depth reviews as they go. So those are the two cameras. So let's get started. We're going to move this one out of the way first of all, and then we're going to switch over here. We are going to take one of my favorite tools in the whole wide world. It is the world's smallest screwdriver. And what we're going to do is we're going to use that to open up the box. I usually like to find a seam. I'd be very careful to not jam it in my fingers, and then just kind of break open the seam here. It's just easy to do it that way. And then let's peel it. Let's see, how does this open? Bottom, we got a top. So it looks like a flap. There it is right there. Go in here, and the first thing it says is, "Oh, thank you. Thank you. Enjoy your EasyViz product. We enjoy the fact that you're using our product. Thank you, thank you, thank you." I'm just elaborating on the thank yous right there, but you get the idea. So it's a nice little card saying, here's how you can find us on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, EasyViz Life. I also use EasyViz_global because they do more than just home security cameras. The first thing I had was a 4K action camera from them. So, all right, first box right here. I don't know what's in this one. Looks like maybe, nope, it's the accessories. The accoutrement, as they say in France. And my French friends are just cringing right now. So we're going to open this up somehow. Little rip action. Got a rip. All right, what do we got here? This looks like a sticker, basically so it sticks to the surface so you can stick your camera to that. But I'm not 100%. This is the first time I'm looking at it. We've got a US plug, and of course, if you're in the UK, you get a UK plug. If you're in Asia, you get an Asian style plug. However, we got the USB cable. Looks like we've got a micro USB cable in here. No USB-C yet. We've got a plate. And then it looks like we got another sticker surface here. So and that's pretty much it. Let's throw that out of the way, and that's the first box. Put that out of the way. The second box is right here. And it looks like we got a camera. So we'll pull that open, and there's the bottom. So we'll flip it around, and then we'll pull it open. There's the top, and there we are. We got the camera right there. Very straightforward. Get this out of the way. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. So now we've got the film that we got to take off. Ready? Here we go. There we go. Film is off. So let's zoom in a little bit more and let's take a look at what we got right here. So with the camera, and let me just hit this button so it doesn't unfocus. This is the camera right here. It looks like we have I'm guessing that's the microphone right there. So for the two-way communication. On the side here, this is where the SD card goes. And I'm guessing it's going to be an SD card up to 128, micro SD card, excuse me. Down here, we have the micro USB cable where you can put it in, and of course the power button, power probably reset as well down here, and that's it. As you can see, you can definitely point this in a different way. This kind of reminds me of those chairs that, you know, from the 70s. You could half eggshell chairs that you could kind of lounge into. And some now podcasters have these chairs that you can use for more solitude, which I've sat in before. So what this looks like to be is a plate, and it's got some indentions, but they didn't give you screws for it. So you would basically screw it to the surface like this, and then probably just sticker the bottom here, and then place it right there. Oh, magnetic. Oh, it's a strong magnet. So, yep, there we go. So, never mind. But you could probably stick this to a surface using these stick pads, is my guess. And we're not going to use them. So, but what we are going to do is we're going to plug it in, and we're going to see how it works. Plugged it in, turn it on, looks pretty good from there. Next up, what we do is we find the app, and I want to make sure there are instructions here, which I should pull out, with a quick start guide right here. And with this, I'm guessing that this has got it's got the serial number, it's got the all the stuff on here in the instructions, and it's going to tell us what app it's using. I'm guessing it's going to be the same app as before, my EasyViz app. So what we'll do is, all right, so now we'll call up there's the EasyViz app, which is right here, which I'm assuming is going to be that. We are going to add one, and by the way, here's my front door cam. And let's see how we can add one. We'll hit the add button. And it says scan QR code, and that's there's a QR code on the bottom here. There we go. And there it found the device. Okay. And says the device is powered. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see this a little bit better. There we go. So it says that the device is powered on, and there it is. So we'll hit okay. So I checked that. Yeah, I have it powered on, so I'll hit next. Power on the device and wait till it starts up completing. And that's basically this flashing blue light. I don't know if you can see that or not. But then I say, yes, it is flashing. We'll hit next. And then it's creating the connection. It might ask me for my Wi-Fi information. And now it says it's configuring. And it says Wi-Fi connected. And
Passport registration successful.
there we go. Yay! We've got.
Configuration complete.
So there we are.
Easy biz.
Wow, this thing really wants to talk to me. Should we have a conversation? Now, we can hook this up to our Alexas, and that's through the EasyViz app, and I believe you have to turn on the device here. So we're viewing the device, and the Cloud Play will view the device here. So now, as you can see, it says I got a free trial. I'm not going to do that, though. So we have my front door, and now we have this one right here that shows me, and it's got the sound on. So we got the settings. We can turn the audio on, and we can turn the audio off. Let's see what else we got. We got status lights. I usually turn status lights off. IR lights. It depends on where I set this up. If I want the infrared on or off. Alarm notifications we're disabling for now. Time zone is correct. Daylight savings time. Date format. Wi-Fi is my Wi-Fi. Cloud storage is normal. We can change that to subscribe for recording. And then once I put in a card in, it's going to record for the length of the card and then just overlap the card. That's that one. Good. We got that all connected. Now let's move on and let's switch over to this one. Let's go ahead and we're going to set this to the side. And we are now going to unbox this one right here, the C6CN. And let's take our world's smallest screwdriver and let's open this puppy up. Are you ready? It's the same box. Now I got two of them. No, I don't. But anyway, okay, so this has got a box within a box. We'll set this over here, put that down there. We'll open this up this way. There we go. I'll show you this view. Inside here, there's the camera. Inside here is the camera. Now this is a little bit more delicate, so because this does move, this will turn this way, and then up and down. Let's pull that out. Got more stuff. We got that same thank you card in the box. We've got the same quick start guide, and it's probably got a different QR code on there, of course. And then we'll bring this down, and we'll set that to the side. We'll even set that out of the way. And in here is, of course, pretty much almost the same things that I'm guessing. Yeah. So this is a mounting guide. So if you're putting it on a ceiling or something like that, you can stick this on and then drill the holes and then put the camera on later. It does have some mounting screws and anchors to that. That's awesome. And this looks like a wall mount, so it looks like it goes in. Yeah, it goes in and clicks, kind of like your smoke alarm, to get it on and off. And then we've got a plug, which I might have to use because I used up all the USB ports with that last one. And then there's one more thing in here. It's kind of stuck back there. Out with you. Oh, okay. There you go. That's the cord. So on the back, it's a little bit different construction, but as you know, that's what you need so you can get in there. So basically, this is what it looks like. It looks like a little dome, looks like a little robot's head, and it'll turn this way and up and down. Got the small little microphone up front. We've got an Ethernet in the back and a micro USB. Yeah, it does do 2.4 gigahertz, and of course it looks like you can connect this up via Ethernet cable. And this is the cool thing about these is you can use these in many different places, from the roof to the well, not really the roof because these are all indoor, but the hallways, the basement. It's got a little red light down here, and then we'll go back to our app. I'm hearing something. A lot of these, yeah, it's starting. As you can see, it's starting to move here. So it takes a couple minutes to boot up, and now it's checking its turnability. So there it goes. It does a half turn and then comes back here, and now
Use EasyBiz app for device Wi-Fi configuration.
So now we're going to go in here and we're going to hit the plus button again. And then the QR code. And once again, we're using the QR code from the device, not from what you see on the thing. And it called that up pretty quick. So it's blue flashing light. We'll say yes. And then the indicator flashes blue. We'll say next. And then off screen so I can put in my Wi-Fi password. And it says, hey, we want to join the network. Yes, join that puppy up. And we'll set that like that. And now we're on the 2.4 gigahertz network. So it should connect up fine at this point.
Wi-Fi connected.
There we go. See that's how easy it should be.
Platform registration successful.
There we go. Yeah.
Configuration complete.
There we go.
Welcome to EasyBiz.
There we go. We have the camera. And we can say, let's view the device. And that's this device right here. And we can do the adjustment on the PTZ. And I'm not sure, let's just do pan. There we go. So now we have the pan tilt option. So now we can move this over the other way. And move it up. And there I am. Yay! Oh, that's privacy mode. So with that, now I have completely, I can't see anything. So it's going to turn off the sleep mode. There we go. And then put me right back into frame. That's pretty sweet. You can take a snapshot or record, but unless it's capturing from on the phone. When I hit these, that captures from the phone onto the phone. So we can take a 360 picture. Now it's going through the motions. So basically it takes a picture till it's covered the 360. There we go. This one right here, that is the C6CN camera. I'm going to set that there. So somebody's asking in the chat if the USB, the micro USB is what it is. And yeah, you get with a plug. Must have missed that. You get it with the plug, or you can plug it right into a USB thing, and it controls via the app fairly easily. As you can see, I've got my outdoor camera, and then these two cameras are set up just on there, ready to go. So these are the cameras right here. So now you can choose which camera you want. Do you want the still camera? There I am, right there. That's this camera right here. Do I want to do a little PTZ action, which is this camera right here? And as you can see, that I have a pretty good network in here, so it's passing by really quick. So I like the response time on here. Of course, once I put in a card, I'll be able to test the functionality of things like capturing events and things like that. So where was the device version is here? Let's see, maybe there might be an update. Yeah, there is an upgrade here. So we'll do a quick upgrade, and while that's upgrading, we'll switch over to the other one. So it's pretty much the same type of information here in the settings. The only difference is this one has a little bit extra functionality with the PT and the ability to take a 360 photo. All right, somebody is asking me in the chat, 1080p, yes, 1080p. Can you switch back and forth? Yeah, I do not see anything that says that I can go from 1080p to 720p and back. So you'll want to make sure that your network can handle that. And keep in mind, when you start putting more cameras onto your network, that can take up some of the bandwidth. Now, this is just recording via the card. So every time I access the app, that's when it's starting to talk over the network. If I plug this in and set this up for a security box, the security box will be recording the events. But the cameras do, a lot of these security cameras do have emergency functionality. When you turn that on, if it starts seeing alerts, it can tell you where to go, it might even text you and say, hey, there's a security alert going on right now. And if that's the case, then it does need to talk over the network. So the more cameras you have on the network, the more chance that the security cameras could bog down your network. What I always recommend when it comes to security cameras is to actually get another router. If you don't have a router that can handle multiple Wi-Fi zones, then you can basically get yourself another Wi-Fi router and you plug it into your router, and then you can configure that for all your security cameras so that Wi-Fi router is doing nothing but talking back and forth between your security cameras. Somebody did ask earlier if there was a way to connect this up so I can see it onto a TV. I know that there's a way through, there used to be a way through RTSP. So inside the app, we're in the app a little bit more. We have an album area, which shows some of the stuff that I've already recorded, and that's on the other one. We can share some stuff out. So if you got friends or family that you want them to look on the device from time to time, you can do that. We've got security set up, functions settings, so go with security, so we can do Face ID login if we wanted to. Function, that's for the app, by the way, so you don't have to put in a password every time. Device auto upgrade, and we have that disabled. Wi-Fi configuration. We can change the Wi-Fi on this if we want to. AP mode configuration, so I'm guessing that you scan in a QR code and that'll take you through another one. The LAN live view, which you can scan your network and see what's going on there. I'm not going to do that. IFTTT, if this then that, it's a great service. So okay, when you get an email, your EasyViz camera senses motion, it'll email you. You'll turn on sleep mode when I arrive home. So if you have, let's say you have a camera in the bedroom, which a lot of people don't, but let's say you did. You had to have it for security, or maybe to watch, to make sure that when the dogs get up on the bed, which one's ripping up the pillow. I don't know. Then you can use that ability to sleep mode. So when you come home, it just instantly goes into sleep mode, and then turns back into active mode when you leave. So we can hit continue, and I think, yeah, it's gonna connect up to your Amazon. You'll need to put in your email. Oh, that's signing into okay, that's signing into if this then that. That's why that didn't work. So that's it right there. This is the regular C1C, and then of course you have the pan tilt option, which is the C6CN. Both have the ability to record up to 1080p, and you can put it in multiple places, infrared lighting in there. So far looking pretty good. We'll put some SD cards in there and put them into probably one in the studio and one in a spot in the house, so I can check to see what's going on as I go. But that's pretty much it. What are your questions? Do you have any questions? Remember, you can always go over and check with me at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek, all my socials right there. So you can contact me there, or geekazine@gmail.com. If you have technical issues, I highly suggest that you talk to EasyViz on those technical issues first. I am not a technical support agent there. I do not work for EasyViz. Therefore, I don't know all the nuances for this, but I know what EasyViz cameras can do, so I'm expecting the same functionality to that. But you just watch my Twitter feed, and if I see any problems, I'll let you know there, and just ask me, hey, how's that EasyViz camera treating you? All right, well, once again, I'd like to thank the folks over at EasyViz for these device reviews so I can show you how this works, how to set these up. We've got a lot more products that we're going to do, and I'm going to talk about on the live channel. Of course, geekazine.com is where I do all my blogging from, and we can go from there. So until next time, you guys geek out. You've been watching Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers.
Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. We got another review here today on Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Think Magazine, put it in a geek, and you got me. We do reviews, we do interviews, we do a whole bunch of stuff over at Geekazine here. So thank you guys very much for coming to the live channel. You saw the socials there. That's how you can get a hold of me. Today, we're talking about this little product right here. It is the Innovafit Eros. Innovafit Eros, hopefully I pronounced that right. It is a body scale, a Bluetooth body scale, which connects up to your iOS. It connects up to your Android. It connects up to your tablet, your phone. It tracks more than just your weight. And yes, I am going to step on this scale and we're going to talk about it. First of all, I want to talk to you guys about my review policy. I got product to review from Innovafit. The product is, I got no sponsorship, compensation, or anything like that. All opinions are of Geekazine. We've got the review linked right there. You can check that out to find out more about my policies and procedures when it comes to reviewing products. So, all right, well, we got the device over here. What this is a body scale. It's standard scale, looks like a standard scale. It's a Bluetooth scale. It connects up via Bluetooth to your device and allows you to track, not only find out what your weight is, but track how your weight is going. Now, we got the Bluetooth scale here. What we're going to do is I'll eventually step on the scale. You'll get to find out how much I weigh, but it's going to tell you, the scale is going to tell you a whole bunch more than just your body weight. And it's going to be able to track so you know what you're doing. Now, I have it loaded up on my tablet here, and so you'll be able to see what's going on. All right, let's take a look at the Innovafit Eros here. This is a, like I said, it connects with an app. $49.99 for the scale. The app downloads on the iOS or Android Play Store. You can then connect up anything, basically with the calibration. You can then basically step on the scale. As you can see, there's like these metal design. It's like a hexagon right there, but the metal parts of that's actually what's going to be telling the scale your body measurements. Now, I believe you can wear socks, and definitely we will not go bare feet, because I know there are some that don't get too happy when they see bare feet. And I totally understand that, because I'm one of them. I haven't gotten a manicure in a while because, you know, the salons are all closed. But I will be wearing socks. I believe you can wear socks, but, you know, you might change the information there. So the best thing to do is actually step onto the scale barefoot, so it can work with the contacts, because that's what those metal pieces are. They're contacts. Here, I'll show you right here. So you see the metal lines right there. That's all contacts. So your feet should be right on the two as you go, and like I said, I will show you as we progress from there. The scale by Innovafit. The price, of course, right now is $49.99, and of course that price can change at any time. Innovafit does have a series of other products that you can check on and use. Then of course this is just one in their line of products. So let's take a little bit more about on the page. You have the smart fat body scale. So this is all the stuff that it's going to be measuring. Simple design. You're going to check your BMI. It's going to check your heart. It's going to check your water weight. It's going to check your bone structure, and it's going to give it to you all into the app fairly easily. You can then track everything as you go through the chart system there, and of course anybody can use it, and all they have to do is set up. You can set up a profile on your app and then say these are the users, or they can just set it up on their phones. Of course,
Jennifer and I both have the app set up on our phones. She tracks her weight. I track my weight. There was only one time where my weight came onto her phone, but I think that's because of the fact that her phone was closer than mine to the scale. This does connect up Bluetooth, so it's going to try and find the Bluetooth device. It's best if you open it up, just like any program like this, best if you open it up, the app, and then then step on the scale. And of course you might want to set it on the sink or something like that, because you don't want to add the extra weight of the phone onto your scale, unless you want to really feel a little bit better, because you're seeing the scale add and subtract numbers. Now in this case, what we're going to do is I have all my clothes on, so that's going to add just a touch more weight to my to the scale here from what I normally do, which is usually before I step in the shower. I know you got a perfect visual on that right there, and of course that's when everything reads and sends over to the phone. So the scale does come. Basically, you get the scale. There's 2 batteries, AA batteries in the back. We've been using this scale for I'd say about a month and a half now, and the battery life is still there. So basically what it does is it stays off until you step on the scale, and then the sensors say, hey, somebody's on the scale, let's get this going. If you step on the scale and step off the scale, it'll go through a calibration process. So in this case, like over here, we have it on a carpet. Before, I usually have it on a hard floor. So you want to calibrate your scale before you step on. I'll show you how all that happens. We got the camera all set up, and I suppose without any further ado, let's do that. Let's step on the scale and show you how this all works. Now, to begin with, I'm going to load up my app here. Here's my app, and it's saying my my weight already here. And so, and of course it says that it's over because I stepped on the scale with the clothes on. So it's about 2 pounds more. It's showing me my body fat. If we scroll down, as you can see, it's all these, it's like a little hive looking thing here. Let's get this back into frame. Hive looking thing. All your measurements are. So we've got that ready. Let's set this over here. The app does make sounds. So if you gain weight, and I'll probably end up gaining another pound because now I have my body pack from my microphone on here, you will hear sounds. I'm not too keen on the sounds because I hate negative sounds, positive sounds when you're doing something like this. So I'm going to step in the middle to get this going, and then let go. As you can see, it's now calibrating. It's going to be at 0. So now I'm going to step on the scale. Notice where my feet are, right on those metal pieces right there. And as you can see, it's now figuring out the weight, 230.8, and now it's doing this quadruple 0. That is basically getting the measurements, the water index, the bone density and stuff like that. I don't know if you heard it on the app, but the app actually made a noise, and that noise basically said that I gained weight from there. So here's the app right here. And it's got my weight right there at 230.8. It says that my BMI is 33, my body fat is 32.3%. My fat-free body is 156.2 pounds. My subcutaneous, is 20. We got a whole bunch of measurements here. Now I can go into the tracking, and I can see. Well, I can see my weight went up, but once again, I am wearing clothes. My BMI went up, my body fat went up, and tomorrow when I step on the scale without clothes on, this will all go back and normalize itself. So we've got all these, my visceral fat, we've got the body water, which my body water, and once again, with socks on, that might not be telling them the complete story. The best story. Skeletal muscle. So as you can see, now I can track that. And it's been tracking that for a few days. We got week, we got month, and we got year. options here. So that's basically the whole app here. As you can see, if you go to each of these numbers, if you just want to see body water 48.9, so the body mass index, I'm in this red area. I should be planning on. That's what I'm working on. That's why, got the treadmill out, got some exercise equipment out here because I can't go to the gym anymore. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how that all works. And then of course it turns itself off, so it saves on the battery. And then you can go about your day. You can do whatever you need to do. The cool thing about this is before, you had to do a whole bunch of stuff, different apps to find out more than just your weight. I mean, there were some weight tracking apps and the scales tracking apps early on. But now reading through the feet, that it does have the ability to tell you a little bit more about what's going on inside your body. And that's great. It's not going to be perfect. If you want perfect, you're going to have to go to your healthcare professional, and they'll have the high-end equipment that will do this. But this gives you a good idea of where you're at, so you can continue on in a positive manner. And you can definitely share this information with your healthcare professional, because it helps them try, and especially nowadays, you'll have to do some communication with them, and this is something perfect for that. And that is the InnovaFit Eros. It's a body scale. It's perfect for getting your body measurements, trying to analyze and track how your progress when you're trying to lose weight, when you're trying to gain muscle, when you're trying to stay as healthy as possible. And that's pretty much it for this product. What do you think on it? Let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine. Of course, all the socials. Think Magazine, Put in the Geek. You have got me. And I'll try and answer as many questions on this as possible. Of course, technical questions you should be talking to InnovaFit about. That was the InnovaFit Eros Bluetooth Body Fat Scale. And this has been another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Questions, just let me know, and we will go from there. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and take care. So we are unboxing the Mevo Start, which is this the newer camera here. Of course, we have the Mevo Plus, which I have over here in the corner, which I'm going to be using as a comparison when we connect this up. But let's do the unboxing right now. We're going to go over here. As you can see, the plug and the card are already out. Now, this might be different. When you get it, it'll probably be in the box. But since this is a preview model, they probably set this outside of the box. So this is it right here. This is the Mevo Stream Now for everyone. Easiest way to take your live event quality live streaming in up to 6 hours of streaming and coding, 1080p as opposed to 4K, which the Mevo Plus does have the 4K, 802.11 AC Wi-Fi. And in fact, let's take a look at all the specs right here. We got the specs page. We got the Plus on this left side and the Start on this right side. It's got a 4-hour battery life, but of course you can plug in a power source to extend the battery, whereas the Mevo Plus, just the Plus, not with the base station, had 1 hour's worth of battery time. That had a Sony 4K sensor. This has a Sony 1080p sensor, the IMX307, and the processor, a little bit better processor, the Ambarella H22, as opposed to the A9 SE of the Mevo Plus. Capture resolution is 1920 by 1080 of 30 frames per second, as opposed to 4K. But of course, once again, the Mevo Plus is meant to bring it into a frame where you can then move it from frame to frame. This does the same thing. It does, but it's more meant to put a focus. So if you were to actually use the Mevo Plus and the Mevo into your live stream rig, I would probably set this in the middle to capture, if it was a one-on-one conversation, to capture the one-on-one conversation, and then have these starts pointed towards the people. But you could also have like 3 Mevo starts if you wanted to. With the phone, you could only do one at a time. So it's either the Plus or the Start, and go from there. So they both have their own features and functionality to them. So let's go back to the screen here. You can video stream at 1080p 30 frames a second. Video codec is H.264 and HEVC recording to 1080p. Electronic image stabilization in there. The vertical flip is there, and the high dynamic image is in there. So you could actually hang this upside down if you put it in your studio or something like that. Hang it into the rafters if you need to. Audio mixer, this is the cool part about it, where this has the ability, the Plus has the ability to actually put into a mixer. This has a 3.5 millimeter jack, so you can still plug it in the mixer, but you don't plug it via a USB media device. You just plug it directly in. So that's a advantage right there. The wireless, they both do 802.11 AC at 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. Dual antennas, access point mode, or an existing Wi-Fi network. So, and if you're hooking it up to a bars or an event, live event Wi-Fi, a lot of those have Wi-Fi. Basically, they set it up so one device doesn't talk to the other, because if your computer talked to your friend's computer directly, then there could be problems. So if you're hooking it up to public Wi-Fi, you might want to have a sub router on there. And I have a few sub routers that I talk about over at Geekazine that you might want to check out. But because of that, it's best to, if you're hooking up to a public Wi-Fi, to throw it into a router that can also hook up to that public Wi-Fi and kind of become the repeater, giving different IP addresses for multiple devices if you go that route. Anyway, let's get back into here. What else we got? We got Bluetooth in here. We're just going through the list, kind of keeping the comparison. Ethernet with smart Ethernet adapter accessory. So you're going to have to get an accessory to hook it up to the Ethernet connection, and we talk about that in the interview that I did at CES, so you want to check that out as you're doing this. So LTE of course can be connected to an LTE hotspot, but it doesn't have anything inside the camera. There's no SIM card or anything like that. There is a micro SD card slot and USB-C connections, so, and we'll see that in a second here. So let's get into the unboxing and let's see what this puppy has in store. So we got the tab down here. We'll pull that out and then we'll pop this open. We'll bring this out and then we'll just slide this down like that. Bring that to the side. There's the Mevo box. As you can see, it says Mevo on it, and yeah, so we'll open that up. And there we are. We have the camera itself in a little piece of course, protective plastic. Let's take that protective plastic off. It's always awesome to do that. There we go. So now we have the Mevo unit. As you can see, it's pretty small. It's a lot as opposed to this one right here, and I got it on the cord, so I apologize. But if you took this off, it's actually bigger than this, but overall smaller than if you have the full system. All right, so let's take a look at this really quick. On the back, let's just do a little quick zoom in here. On the back, we have the power button, we have the jack for your audio interface, we have a USB-C down here, and this is where the micro SD card will go. So that will show you the audio and the power. To hold down you hold down the power to turn it on and to do the connection for your devices. What else we got? We got a little plastic insert. We're going to throw that right there. It looks like a little green instruction manual. We'll set that down for a second. And then another piece right here. I think that's just it. Besides the silica gel, yep, we have actually a pretty long USB A to C cable. Of course, C will go in here. It's a long cable, so that's a really nice cable to keep around. And then, of course, the instruction manual. We'll open this up. Oh, okay. Inside the instruction manual, you also have a cleaning cloth. And then it's actually just a card. So the card just basically says, plug your camera in to charge. Of course, download the app at mevo.com/app. Hold the button on and then connect it up to the phone. So we can do that really quick. Let's bring out the phone here. We're going to turn this on, and I do have the live stream studio on. I don't know if the live stream studio is going to connect on there. We had heard a little beep from the Mevo. As you can see, a little white light is coming on. So we'll go from there. This is all in beta for software here. So we'll go down. Whoops, we'll go down. We'll go. So it sees multiple Mevo phones. It says has a unique name printed at the bottom of the camera. So okay. So we have, there's the Mevo Start, and then what I call Mevazine, which is the Mevo Plus. So we can connect both of them if we want to. We can configure the iPhone. So we we want to join the Mevo P1440. That's the last 4 of the serial number, if I remember correct. And we're gonna do this. And there we are. Look at that. We're connected. Hi. How's it going? I'm right here. Hello. So. And as you can see, it's got the face tracking on, so it instantly brings it down to the face track, which is pretty cool. We can let's put this on a tripod really quick. So I got my simple tripod here, and as you can see, it's a lot easier to set up than the Mevo Plus. It's smaller, so if you set it up, it as you can see, you don't have the height that the Mevo Plus with that extra battery has on it. But pretty straightforward. So now you're seeing it on my phone, and it's pretty close to face level on here. And then you can also do the face tracking and the regular shots that will end it up. Yeah, of course, when you stream, it'll stream in 720p and do the record from there. Let's do this. We've got the card in there. Turn off all the live follow stuff. We'll hit this record button. We'll just say choose the destination of the card, but of course we can go to Facebook, YouTube. It looks like Periscope, live stream, LinkedIn, if you have the ability to go to LinkedIn, an RTMP source, which is really nice, and Vimeo. We're just going to record right now. It says on the 16 gigabyte card, it's free 16 gigabytes, so that's perfect. We're going to do a 1080p recording, and we're going to hit the record button. There we go. We're now recording. Hello. And you can't see it. Let's bring this up a little bit. On the Mevo Start, you can see this is the tally light. So that means that tally light will be red when it's on, and I believe green when it is not on, if you do multiple camera recording. So back down here, as you can see, it's working pretty good. We got about 32 seconds of recording. That is the basic connection. It goes straight to Facebook, so you can set it up really quick. Maybe you're recording somebody giving a speech or something like that. And the other cool part is I've got my Rode right here, my little Rode microphone, and we will just quickly plug it in, and then we'll turn this on. And now we're going to record it with the audio here. So hello, how are you? And let's just make sure. I'm going to turn this audio off. So with it off, yeah. So you see on the right side, it's not doing any audio levels. But when I turn this on, you'll hear click. And then, of course, you'll see the audio levels on the right side. You see that on the right side of the phone. There you go. And so now it's recording with the audio. With this little Rode microphone, so I could have it, right next to the camera. So I'd have maybe like here. It'd be nice if there was a place to put it on top. It's not flat, so it won't let me, but I can always get a special extension and then put it right here. So I got audio, and then of course I got to make sure that it's not in the frame, because you're seeing the Rode microphone as I slide it forward on the camera there. So you want to have it. It's best to have it up here. And so that is the Mevo Plus. They just unboxed it. Let's see if we can connect it up to the live stream software. All right, we got the studio here, and as you can see, I got my Mevo camera. There is a delay on it. There's not much you can do with that. So, but anyway, we can go. Let's see. We go to inputs. We'll go to. There's our input. We'll say add input. We'll see if we can find the cameras. All right, there we go. We can choose Mevo. And there we go. Look at that. Sweet. So now, and of course the audio is coming from this, the Rode. So if I turn that off, I'm going to turn the Rode off. Audio is gone from there. But then if I go to the audio section, which I like to do, I like to use my audio and just turn that off completely. I like to use the audio from my board when I do any type of recording. But as you can see, it connects up pretty quick, and we could probably do a quick record here. So we are now recording from the live stream studio. We are on the Mevo Start here. We're going to switch over to the Mevo Plus, which is in the corner here. There we are in the Mevo Plus. So as you can see, you can do multiple cameras. Go right back here. I also have my PTZ camera right there. So you can see that up there, and we can go back to here, and you can see, let's bring this over so you can show you. Have a little bit of roving reporter action, and of course lights are getting in the way. But as you can see, it's running the software, the Mevo, or I'm sorry, live stream studio software, Studio 6. So there we go. We got 2 cameras set up, and so far it doesn't look like there's too many drop frames. So I'm really happy with this this connection. So, and of course that's the unboxing of the Mevo Start. What do you think about it? Are you going to be getting one? Do you use Mevo in your production? Let me know by tweeting me over at geekazine@gmail.com. Think Magazine, put in the geek, and you got me. So until the next unboxing, thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. We'll see you next time. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today we've got another unboxing. We're going to unbox the iAdapt 6-in-1 multi-port USB-C hub from Canex. Canex being a company that does a lot more than just USB hubs. They do chargers, they do cables, and everything else. We're on the website page right here over at canex.com, Kanex.com, and as you can see, you can get a whole bunch of cool stuff, including ports that do more than just 6 ports, keyboards, we got cables, it looks like, we got in-ear headphones, and docking stations for your iPad. But this is the one we're going to look at right here. This is the iAdapt 6-in-1 multi-port USB-C hub plus Ethernet. Let's go ahead and give this thing an unbox right now. So we can lift it up. First of all, just want to let you know it does USB-C. It has the 61 and 87 watt charging option. It does HDMI and 4K, and it does USB 3.0, 2 of those. So, and we'll look at that more. So let's go ahead and open this up. We're going to bring this up and just lift up the thing. We can see from the top here, it basically says what we've got. As you can see, it's a 2 plug port. So you'll either have your MacBook with 2 USB-C plugs, or a PC that also has a dual USB-C right on the side there. So we're going to open this up right here, and you can see it right here. We're just going to get into it really quick. Let's rip it. Yeah, that's how we do it. We're going to rip it. There. Now you know it's been opened. All right. So there it is. I don't see any instructions or anything other than that in there. We have the device right here, and I believe it can go on either side of the MacBook. We're going to put it on this side of the MacBook so you can see it. But what we have here, let's bring it up here. Let's zoom in a little bit on the camera, and as you can see, we've got USB-C right here. We've got HDMI port right here, 2 USB-A 3.0s right there. Over here we have the card reader. We've got a micro SD and an SD card reader. Over here we flip that up like that, and we have the Ethernet. It's not showing, and I know the light, it just I need some light over here, but anyway, let's do this. Hold on. Ask and I shall receive. Here's some lights. So this is the Ethernet right here. We're going to bring that up, as you can see, and that's where you can plug in your Ethernet jack if you want to, bring it back down. We have the dual USB-C plugins right here, and once again the SD card right there. And then we'll take a look at this side again. I got the USB-C, the USB-A. This is also for charging, and then the HDMI port right there. So with that said and that done, we just basically plug it right in. Got to zoom it back out so you can see it plugged in. There we go. We plug it right into the port right there. As you can see, it lines right up. And when you're ready to go, you can you just call up your laptop and log in and go from there. You can also do it on the other side. As you can see, just plug it right in. And as you can see, it's pretty slimline. So if you're on travel, you're not sitting there wondering what's going on with your, the cables everywhere and just trying to figure out, just doing cable management all over the place. So it's kind of small and easy to install, just like that. And when you're ready to go, you turn it on. I'm not sure how powered my MacBook is because I haven't used it in a while. But yeah, it looks pretty good from there. And when I want to read, let's just get a card here. I think I have an SD card close by. There we go. We will put it in. I'm gonna have to log into my computer, so we'll put in that SD card here. So let's do that. Let's do that. All right, there we go. So now we're logged into the PC, and I put the card in, and it should show up here in a second. There it is right there. Let's see, I'll bring this down. Maybe you can see that from there. If not, we'll just raise this up just a touch. And we'll zoom it in. And as you can see right there, that basically says right here where it says Untitled, there's the card. It's one of my video cards, so it connected up and it looked right away. So that's pretty much it for that. That was the that's the Canex 6-in-1 USB port, USB-C hub for your multi-port. Simple unboxing right there. I hope you enjoyed it. It is about it's under $100 is my understanding. I think it's $99.99. I'll have a link in the show notes so you can get to it, so you can unbox. We'll be doing a lot more unboxings just like this. You have a product that you want me to unbox, let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com. We'll put this down. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out for another unboxing, and take care. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Let's have some fun here, and let's talk about some apps. And with your Fire 10 tablet here. So we're going to start there. And we're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine, and welcome to another Geek Tech Talk Live with me, Jeffrey Powers. How you doing? I hope you guys are having a great Friday, as I am. I've been working on the studio, putting some stuff together. Yesterday, I talked about my drum set, which is sitting right over there. Can't wait to play it a little bit more. And after I watched that video, I got some ideas on how to work on that. So that's what I'm going to be doing a little bit later. But today, we're talking about things to kind of help you get over the doldrum of being here at home. And one of the great things about technology is there's always something to do, whether it is watch a movie, whether it's play a game, whether it is to chat with somebody, whether it's to send an email, whether it's to browse the web. And yeah, screen time is a big factor in you want to stay healthy, but you also want to stay sane. And a lot of this stuff will help you get with that as you're going. So you saw the socials over on Geekazine, so feel free to follow me anywhere, everywhere that we have a channel. So, all right, today I've got set up right here my Fire HD 10 tablet. This is a nice little tablet that allows you to connect up to do a lot of different things, and it is relatively inexpensive. Let's take a look at it. The all-new Fire HD 10, 1080p Full HD, so you'll be able to watch a lot of the video, a lot of the movies and TV shows that Amazon Prime has to offer, and even take some photos, do some video on your own. 32 gigabyte. It's only $149 for that 32 gigabyte. I've got the 64 without the special offers. The special offers that could drive me crazy a little bit. So anyway, with the special offer, without the special offers, it comes up to about $200, $204.99, of course. And it's got a 10.1 inch screen. It's 30% faster than with the new 2.2 gigahertz octa-core processor and 2 gigabytes of RAM, 2 megapixel front and rear facing cameras. So you can do some video chats as well. So, and the best part is you can send this to a family member that might not have a tablet or has a broken tablet or an old tablet, and then you can do some connection with them, whether it be email or it be some sort of chat software or whatnot. Today we're going to talk about the games that you can play on this device, and we've got a few of them queued up here as we go. Now, unfortunately, one thing that the Fire HD 10 can't do is connect up to a big screen so you can see, but we have the camera set up here so you can see what I'm talking about when I am working on some of these games. So that's one thing. And then the other thing to keep in mind, this is not meant to be the super highest quality. I mean, it's enough to play the games and watch the videos. And for a lot of people, that's all they need. They don't want to hook it up to big screen TVs. They just want to, maybe their kids want to be doing something in their rooms, or you got the headphones in, you're just watching a video or something like that. That's what this tablet's for. And it's got a lot of great stuff in here. And like I said, with that octa-core processor, 2 gigahertz, you'll be able to play a lot of games, including this first one I'm going to talk about. And that is Clash of Clans. I play this game a lot. You're going to be seeing my second account with Clash of Clans. And by the way, this app is completely free. There are in-app purchases, so that means that when you are using, I'm going to turn this down just a touch. When you're using this game, you want to get gems or something like that. Like right here, you might have to pay for some of this stuff. But you don't have to. You can play this game completely free forever without paying anything. So this is my second castle. I don't use this too much. I thought I would, but I try to. I'm pretty much swamped for time, and just getting one clan going one camp going it's tough. So, but as you can see, it's working on pretty good. My town hall is at level 9, and I've got a pretty good wall and everything set up. Every time I get a chance to upgrade, I will. So I do that. And of course, you can friend me on Geekazine, and Geekazine 2 is this one. So you can definitely friend me on the Clash of Clans socials. If you play, let me know what your gamer name is, and I'll follow you along with you. So, excuse me a second. All right. So with this, you can basically build, you can farm, you can do a lot of battles. You build up your troops. I have my troops set up. You can you can join a clan, ask your clan mates to give you troops, which is great. Then you can go through attacks, including you can find a match and of course practice. You can practice some of these things, like for instance, Giant Smash. Let's practice Giant Smash. So the idea is they're going to show you, they're going to give you some giants. They say deploy a giant to shield the wall breakers. So we'll choose that and we'll put down one giant there. And I'll say, hey, put down wall breakers to destroy the walls. So we'll put down 2 like it's telling you to. Or maybe 1 like it was telling you to. Then you watch and you kind of get an idea of how that works. So now it's asking for 12 giants and you broke the wall. So now we've got all the giants coming in right now. And they're attacking away. And then it says, use the, after the mortar is destroyed, use the goblins to help clean up. So where are the goblins going to go? Probably right here. Just all the goblins. And this is a great tutorial so that you can really learn how to play this game as you go. And we're just going to let this run out. It's at 20%. The golems are definitely beaten up on the big stuff, while these goblins are taking care of the little things, the gold and stuff like that. They're going to go over to all the attacking devices. This is an archer stand right here, and they're attacking that right now. And now they're going to go for the main town hall, and the goblins continue to attack the little spots. I don't see any defenses. There might be hidden bombs or that still haven't come out, but we'll see what happens here. It's this attack's pretty slow, but as you can see, you can really learn how to utilize your troops as you go. And one thing about this is every now and then they'll actually change how this game works. So you might have this plan of attack, but in 3 months, this plan of attack might change a little bit. So it might be a little bit harder to do it this way or a little bit easier to do it this way because they balance things out as they go. Now, we're almost done here. We got about 74%. And of course, you just watch the attacks and just have some fun with it. You can also join your clans and go with your friends and do a lot of different types of attacks. Group attacks. There was a hidden trap there, so we lost a couple goblins in this attack, so making that just a touch bit slower. And then they're going to go after this one. There might be another. Nope, there was another trap right there. So now we have the giants going after the last parts. This is going to take a while, so we're just going to end this battle right here, and we'll return home. That's practice. You could do that anytime you wanted to. Getting back here, you could collect your gold, your elixir, and your dark elixir. I have gems that you can naturally collect. Sometimes by just uprooting like a trunk right here. So you have one of the builders come and uproot this. We might get a gem. We might get 2 gems. There's a chance we might get no gems. And we didn't get any gems in that one, so you can't see what it said. Let's take care of the second one here. They also initiated what's called clan games, which is really cool. We're in a clan war right now. So, and of course, let's go over to that. We're on the 7th battle here. And with our troop, we're doing pretty good. We actually are on War 7, and we've won the 6 previous ones. And I have a feeling we're gonna win this 7th one. There's also the what's called the Gold Pass challenges, and this month we get this really interesting steampunkish looking wizard kind of guy, and you get daily challenges like give out 15 troops, win one of your battles on the main that's called this is called the I'm blanking. I can't believe I'm blanking. So, and then of course you had the builder base and the versus battle versus the end. Let's see, that's multiplayer. That's what it's called, multiplayer area. You can definitely you can definitely win a lot of these things. Now, if you do the gold pass, it's about $4.99 a month. If you don't do the gold pass, then anything on this top line you won't be able to achieve, but anything on the bottom line, like hero potion, power potion, builder elixir, builder gold, things like that, you'll be able to collect. And then of course you get perks in your season bank when you start unlocking a whole bunch of this stuff. So those are cool things, challenges, and of course it lasts the whole month. So you play a lot, and then you'll get to get all of those perks right there. So let's go over to my builder base. It's a little bit smaller here, and once again, it's set up so for attacks. You can do every 11 hours. You can do a new attack, and let's just do an attack right now. So we're attacking, and let's see. This base looks pretty good, Mr. Almaz, and we're going to kind of utilize an idea that we saw in the other ones. I got 8 archers, 10 barbarians, and 6 giants in this case. So in this case, I'm going to kind of get rid of these big items here. And right before, and the archers are invisible until a certain point, and then I'll bring in the golems, or the giants, excuse me, as they clear out these quick ones. And then I'm going to bring in all my barbarians to attack this area. We're going to try and take out as much as possible so these 3 archers can come in and do a little bit more damage as we go. So as you can see, by doing that, we've funneled a little bit of the attack. So now they've gone into the center, and we can hopefully get this town hall beaten up. It looks like that their clan just got a little bit more in their defenses and offenses than I do. So hopefully we can get the remaining stuff cleared out here. And I have a feeling that we got 1 archer going after the town hall. These archers are going after this stone slammer, and hopefully it will not kill our giant here. Oh, and I guess our archer got killed, so we don't have somebody that'll go that. So I have a feeling we're going to get 65%. That's not too bad. That could actually win this war. So we say okay on that, and we could actually watch there. Yeah, we did win that. We could watch Mr. Almaz's attack on us if we wanted to. So pretty cool. Lots of different things to do. And once again, you can pay for it a little bit or completely free and build up your army. It's going to take a little bit longer. I've been playing this game since it came out. I used to do a show called iPad 365 where I reviewed iPad apps. And in iPad 365, I reviewed this game 2 days after it came out. And it was a first look. You can actually find it up on the interwebs if you look. But the whole idea is that it's there. It's available for you to play however you want to play it and go from there. And you think to yourself, okay, it's been 8 years now. Starting now, is that a good idea? Okay, will it work for me? Yeah, people are still playing it. And of course they're updating it on a regular basis. They just did an update where they added in this new thing, which I haven't worked with too much. Let's bring it. Oh, it's not on this one. They're basically called super troops, which you have to have max troops to begin with, but then these super troops you can build to have attack a little bit more. And like I said, you have the wars, so you have clanmates. You can work with them, learn a little bit about putting together your base, learn a little bit about putting together your attacks and everything like that. Just an amazing game. It's Clash of Clans and absolutely free. Another game that's absolutely free. I like to show free games, and yeah, there is in-app purchases on a lot of these games. The next one we have right here is called SimCity. Build It. SimCity Build It. And of course, if you've played SimCity, I remember SimCity back in the 80s. Yeah, this game has been around for a very, very long time. And SimCity Build It is another version of SimCity. Allows you to just have some fun building your city. It's taking a second to load here. There we go. So now, as you can see, here's my city. It's a nice 3D topographical view. I can turn it around. I can zoom in. I can zoom out. I like how this works because sometimes I want to see how something looks. This is something I wish the Clash of Clans could have implemented, was that 3D turning view. But as you can see, I've built down my my area. Let's flatten it out. Let's do an overhead view. I build materials, so we have some iron that we have to collect, and then we create more. And then I have some wood I have to collect, and then we create more. Over here is some, these are, what are these? I don't know. Plastics. That's what they are. So I've done some plastics, and then of course some more iron. And this time I'm going to create some wood. When you create with that stuff, you go over here and you create nails and you create lumber. So we're at the building supply store. We'll create some more nails, and then we'll do a plank of lumber. And then over here, once you've done that, we'll go back to the 3D view. You can start using those materials to build things. Like, for instance, this place needs nails. We're going to build by the water because waterfront properties are awesome. So we're building up on that. We just leveled up to level 6, and now we can do factories. Did you know that you can now build an additional factory to boost your production? Yay, show me. And then, of course, it's going to say small factory, basic factory. These are locked. I haven't gotten to those yet. So, and I'm going to bring it over here because this is my factory area. You want to be able to keep it far away, close by, but far away, so the neighbors don't complain. And I guess I just do one. Okay, there we go. So we got that, and we can actually start making, let's make some plastic with this one and go from there. So now over here, we've residential building. It's asking for some hammers. We'll do that. Oh, we don't have the hammers. Okay, so my hammer production is over here, which is empty. So let's make some hammers, and we can make a tape measure. So let's make a tape measure. So we got a hammer and a tape measure right there. The tape measure is new for me. Over here, we've got somebody saying, I'm looking forward to my morning walks in the park. So, okay. Then over here, let's think that's, and say times to build the mayor's mansion. We'll do a little bit later. We've got achievements. So we can create achievements, and we've got some check boxes we got to fill out. We can build the mayor's mansion, complete an achievement, and claim the reward, and complete achievements and get rewards. So as you can see, it's now nighttime in my city, and I can collect my taxes. That's up here. And I've got these player bucks, which this is where you can buy more sim cash to build your cities a little bit better. And let's just close that out. And then we can buy simoleons. And you'll use simoleons to build buildings, as you can see. I knew it, Mayor. I knew it. Okay. This play, like right here, it's saying, hey, we need a fire station. And my neighbor's playing with matches. That's kind of crazy, but okay. And of course, you can continue to build and go from there. Lots of great things to do in SimCity, and it's a lot different than the days of SimCity that I remember. Crazy how it's going. Now it's raining, and you can see it's raining. So get yourself an umbrella. Important right there. All right, hold on a second. Sorry about that. All right, let's move on from here. Next game that I've been playing is Risk. And I remember playing this game as a kid by Hasbro. Hasbro has a lot of different games out there that you can play. I know Monopoly, I believe, is out there. Risk is out there. And all the old board games are also available and absolutely free. No, this one is $9.99. Excuse me. So you can play that. I must have used my coins. The thing about using your Amazon Fire HD is you can use coins that you've collected, or you can basically buy from the store. It's having a hard time connecting. I have a feeling, did I connect it up to the right wireless? Let me just double check here. I have a couple wireless couple wireless SSIDs here for which studio I'm in. So let me just check that really quick. Yeah, I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi. No wonder it's having a hard time connecting. Let's connect it up here. And this will only take a second. Feel free to ask questions in the chat, and I'll try and answer them as best as possible. All right, that's working. So let's do that. There we are. We're connected. Now, if we go here, and the other games, there is connection to it, but if it doesn't connect right away, it's not a big deal. But you will need Wi-Fi, especially for Clash of Clans. You'll need Wi-Fi to run. So it won't work on a plane unless you hook up to the Wi-Fi. It'll need some sort of connection. So, all right, now we're back here. Risk. I am a novice. Mac Nelson. You basically create your avatar. You choose your image. I got some mail here. I can join the Risk community server, so I can start playing against other people, just different emails. I can play with friends. There's my profile. I can tap on it to see where I am. I've played one game on this version. Actually, I've played more than one game, but not on this profile. So you can play with friends. So as you can see, you build up your levels so you can do a lot more. You can change your settings, of course. And I always like to take out the sound effects and the music when I start playing a game, so I don't get too distracted on that. I also don't allow for notifications, because if I have to do other things with my phone, I just don't want these notifications popping up. But you might be a little bit different. We're just going to do single player, which you can definitely do. Get to grips with the basics of world domination in this guided tutorial, and then you can do a raid the city tutorial. So this one's pretty straightforward. We're going to just pop in here and try it. It's very easy. Yes, it is very easy, because I played it super easy. Welcome, Mac Nelson. Tap anywhere to start. So battle your way, blah, 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 blah. You can now deploy 17 troops. This gives you, if you've never played Risk before, this is a perfect way to get familiar on how Risk works. You're going for world or global domination. That's the key. So I've got to draft my soldiers and put them somewhere. So if I want to take over, let's say I want to take over the United States, I know that there's a lot of these other people that have 2 troops. So if I really bump up my troops right here, then I can go and do some major attacking. So my draft is over. Now it's time to go to the attack phase. So I will use my attack, and I will. So I'll basically go up here, and it shows that I can go to anywhere. Like, for instance, I'll go to Alaska. Oops, I'll go to Alaska, and then I will blitz them, and I'll basically take over here. Move over some of the troops. So right here, we'll do a nice even number of troops, and we'll go like this, and then we can continue to attack or go to the final stage. So let's do that. We'll just do one more attack here really quick. And my attack troops, their attack troops, we're going to blitz them. Boom. And now we've taken over the Northwest Territory, Alberta, Canada. Awesome. And then we're going to put down, let's see, we'll put down 4 troops. So we'll leave Alaska with the most troops here. So we're done attacking for now. We'll go to the next phase. And that is basically move around our troops to fortify areas. Like, for instance, in South Africa here, we have 3 troops, 2 troops, 1 troop. So I could fortify this area. I could bring troops over here to fortify troops on. But oops. So let's do that. Let's fortify here, and we'll say let's bring over 1 troop. There we go, and we've gotten a card off of that. And that was the draft phase. And then Bertram's, and now they just went And so now we're back to me. And of course, I can continue on and until this whole area is all red, and which is fairly quick to do, fairly quick to play. So you can definitely do that, and you can see all the moves where everybody is in during the battle log. So all right, so that is Risk and Risk Global Domination. And this is $9.99 in the App Store. So you got to pay. There's a couple that you get to pay. But if you've got Amazon coin, you can also use that. If you got people that give you gift cards, you can do that too. Getting a gift card, oh, that's actually fairly easy. Let's do that. Let's show you how that works. So you go to Amazon, and I think it's Amazon gift card, right? Let's just go there and oh yeah, it's right there. So you go here and you go to gift cards right on that line there, and you can say, hey, gift cards, you want an e-gift, you want to print it at home, you want to mail it, maybe it's a birthday gift, maybe it's a thank you gift. Let's say a thank you gift. And then you can say, do we want to mail it? What kind of gift cards do we want? Let's do this one with the little corgi and the cactus. And then it comes in here. You put in an email address. You put the amount in. You put the text message, email, and stuff like that, and your name, and go from there. Let me just add this to the list here. See if I can. There we go. And you can do printed home gift cards. We'll just do the basic gift card here. And we'll return here. We'll go over here. There it is. And we got the $50 amount. So remember, my email is geekazine@gmail.com. If you definitely want to support it and the efforts that I do for creating stuff for you guys to watch and consume on your Fire HD tablets. So, but anyway, that's how you get the gift cards. By the way, I put up all the pages. This is where the tablets are, of course. And that one, okay. There's Clash of Clans right there. SimCity Build It, and you can see the rating on there. We've got over 5,000 people that have a rating around, excuse me, 4 stars, and you can go down and read all the reviews on that and create your own review, as you know. SimCity Build It's right there. And then we have Risk right there, and the next one that we're going to get to right now, and that is the PBA Bowling Championship. And of course, we can't go out and bowl. I'm from Wisconsin. We bowl, drink beer, eat brats, eat cheese, and bowl. We do more than that, but you get the idea. Anyway, so we got this fun little game called PBA Bowling, and it doesn't replace bowling by any means, but it definitely helps if you're trying to keep sane and keep going here. So once again, this is another absolutely free app. You can play, you can practice, and you can challenge other people. So you hit the play, you got the introduction, you can start a league and go into the premiere. Let's just do a game of open bowling here, and there are ads, it looks like, in there. So we are bowling. You got a payout, and you do get tickets. Convert pins into tickets. You got pins. Oops, let's close that out. Cancel. You got pins, which you can buy more pins if you wanted to, and convert if you want to. And then there's looks like some free pins or something like that. Oh, you earn gold pins by basically doing the tasks in here. So, and some of this will cost money. So just watch what you're doing to make sure that you're not doing anything that's going to charge your account a lot of money, because you don't want that to happen. All right. So we'll go into open bowling. We'll hit play. And then playing is pretty straightforward. I splurged for the B ball, And so there's two ways you can do it. You can move the ball left and right. You can go forward to let it roll. And then there's two ways to do this. You can either tilt the tablet, or you can slide your fingers. I think I have slide on this to for curves. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, there it is right there. So there we got 6 pins off of that. And we'll do that again. And we'll do a curve. And we only got 2 pins. And we can continue to play. I can bring it over here like this, and I can go like this, and I can go, let's curve it this way. Oh, we got 9. That's not too bad. And then we'll bring it over here to try and go as straight as possible. We'll get a nice roll. There we go. Got that 10th pin. As you can see, there's a little lightning thing up here that I think that's telling you. I don't think can I click on it? There we go. Yeah, you can also make purchases on that to refill your energy, because when you're playing, your energy can dwindle. Oh, 8 pins. So close. And of course I can. So you can play with friends, and we'll pause this right now. Lanes. So let's do that. Let's go back. There we go. Here we go. This is our device, but we've got screen controls for all of those. So let's go back into the game. Now we've got strike. Do that again. We'll bring this over. Let's see if we can hook this. Oh, there's another strike. Oh, no turkey. Okay. So as you can see, you can continue to play that. I got a 7, so I might be able to get a spare off of this if I do this. And nope. Oh, I missed on that. Oh, well. What can you do? What can you do? You play as you play, you go from there. So anyway, that was the PBA bowling challenge. Great little fun little app that you can get for the Fire HD tablet. So you know, go completely stir crazy. And of course the Fire tablets, I believe, are in stock right now. So you can get them. Once again, they start at, we'll go back here and I'll just do that. And the tablet starts at $149.99. That's for the 32 gigabyte model with special offers, which means that you'll see ads on the screen. But you get without special offers, those ads aren't there as much. Or they're not there at all, but you'll have the interface that will also have special offers that you can choose from. But you choose your poison. If this works with you, then go for it. It's nice and cheap, but getting the higher end one, you can definitely get that. And it looks like I can get mine by Monday. So if you're in an area like myself, you'll be able to get your tablet by next week. And of course, they come in black, they come in plum, and they come in twilight blue. Let's see the plum one. Let's see, so we'll click on that. There it is. So that's plum, blue, white, or black. I got mine in black. So not a big deal. Anyway, so that's it. That's some of the games that I have loaded up on my Fire HD 10. I've got other things that I'm going to be talking about in the future here. I've got, like, for instance, we're going to be doing some cooking down the line from technology with the Heston Q app, and that flipped over. But you get the idea. The whole thing is this is a way to cook without being in the kitchen. I did a video on this, about 6 months ago, where I was in my garage and I was cooking up things, and that's perfect because you never know when let's say you're cooking up a really smelly fish, you can do it in the garage. Let's say you're grilling and you need to make a gravy base or something like that, or something like that you can pour onto your ribs or your steaks or whatever you're cooking. Then you can do that there. You don't have to run into the house, run back out, run into the house, run back out. And that's pretty cool. So we got some other apps. If there's apps that you want me to take a look at, let me know. And by messaging here, you can go into the chat and say hi. You can contact me in many different ways. and we can definitely take a look at everything that is out there for your viewing pleasure, your need, and go from there. So, and I'm always interested to see new apps that I haven't been able to find, and see how they work. And the best part about this tablet also is if you've got the whole Amazon system, you can control all of your lights and your plugs and everything like that, and even have interact with the personal assistant on here that starts with an A. I don't want to activate it, so I'm not saying the name, but sounds very close to Alex. You get the idea. So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. This has been another episode of Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. I hope you had fun. Let me know how you play these games and what you have out there, and we'll go from there. So thanks a lot for watching, and you guys geek out, and we'll see you next time. Take care. Let's do that. There we are. How you doing? Good thing I didn't do that at the beginning. Let's move that over there. There we go. Sorry about that. So anyway, we're just doing the after show. So you can definitely get in the chat and say hi and be a part of the after show here. But anyway, I was showing you the games area of Amazon App Store, and as you can see, these are all the games that I have. Minion Rush, I did not. No, I still have to download it. But of course, the tablet comes with some stuff that, some ideas that you can take off or put on or whatever. You've got, we have Risk and Sonic the Hedgehog, which I could download. Minecraft, I tried to play. I'm still having a hard time. And that's why I didn't talk about it on the show this time. So, but anyway, this is also an app. You do have to pay for it. In fact, we could go here. If you have any ideas, definitely come into the chat and say, hey, this is how you play this game. So, but I know a lot of people really get into Minecraft for their Xboxes, for their other devices. So it's available on the tablet. So if you're not in front of your Xbox or your computer playing Minecraft, you can get on tablet and play Minecraft for a little bit. Do whatever you need to do. As we can see, it's loading up. Spring sale is here. Free map now in the marketplace, and we can unlock. We'll just hit continue here. Here's the marketplace. Once again, this is also, you can buy a whole bunch of apps as you go, or a whole bunch of things as you go, excuse me, and go from there. I know there's, I wish I would have started this a long time ago, but there's a lot of people that have just really been able to build some awesome stuff here in Minecraft. So we got the Realms Plus with a 1 month free trial. We got some servers. I got no friends. But I can set up my profile, edit my character if I want to. And, it's so funny because I remember playing games like this when I was a kid, and this should just completely excite me, but it really doesn't as much as I'd love it to. And that doesn't mean anything. That just means that's my personal preference. I like Clash of Clans. I'm still a big fan of Ultima 4, Ultima 3. I should find those games and download them. I wonder if they have them here. I have to look. So I'm going to go to my App Store. Let's see what I got. Cross my fingers. So we'll hit search and we'll go Ultima. And we'll hit search. There's Ultima Flying Disc. I don't think that's the right Ultima. Las Ultima. Not sure what that is, but it doesn't look like Ultima. The game is on Amazon App Store. That's okay. That was a long shot, but lots of cool stuff here. And of course, if you want to check out some of the games, you can. There we go. They'll have a lot of features up on top that allow you to find programs pretty easy. Candy Crush. I play a little bit of Candy Crush myself. Especially that's a great game that on a plane. Yeah, and one thing that I've always thought to myself is this would be perfect if I was Candy Crush. It'd be nice, or it would be a good idea to talk to like the airlines and say, hey, you've got the onboard Wi-Fi. Excuse me, you got the onboard Wi-Fi. What if you let people hook up to our servers and play Candy Crush? Because I think a lot of people would then start playing this game again or for the first time while they're on a plane flying from Detroit to wherever, California or Vegas or whatever, when we start flying again, that is, and be able to play Candy Crush the whole time. Because the one thing about Candy Crush is you get like 5 lives, and once you use them, it takes 20 minutes for a life regeneration. And unless you've got some sort of special feature that you've paid for before you left Detroit, then you'll be able to play more or less. But once you use those 5, you just got to sit there and wait. Now, see if Candy Crush hooks up to the Wi-Fi and uses it without you having to pay for that full internet bill, you probably play Candy Crush more. They'd probably make more money, and then they'd be able to justify working with the airlines on that. Personally, I think that's a great idea. But that's just one of those things that they'll have to figure out themselves, I guess. So, but lots of cool apps here. Forge of Empires, you've seen that on TV, where you can build up lands. Clash of Kings, which I believe is very similar to Clash of Clans. This was around on Amazon before Clash of Clans. In fact, I think I'm not sure when Clash of Clans finally made it to Amazon Fire, but there was a point where you couldn't get it on Fire. And now that it's here, I'm really happy about that. Let's see. Castle Clash. Got a lot of clashes. Army Men Strike. Clash of Clans. The Supercell that makes Clash of Clans also makes another farming game called Heyday, which you can also download on this tablet or your tablet, either tablet, doesn't matter. So we have a lot of stuff here. We've also got some cool videos if you want to watch it. If you got your Amazon Prime membership, it's recommending that I play Roblox, do a Zoom cloud meeting. I did a Zoom cloud meeting about 3 hours ago, and it got Zoom bombed very quickly. It was a public meeting, so they've since worked on some of the privacy issues that they've been encountering. Township, let's see, Dragon City, The Simpsons. I played this Simpsons game. I played this back when I was doing iPad 365, and so I have my Simpson. I'd have to figure out what my account username and password is on that. I could be able to do that. Homescapes. These are interesting games where you have, let's see, it's got a video right here. Go watch with Amazon Photos. Just once. And basically it's saying, okay, you've got tasks, things that you have to do and how to do them. You can play and win. So it looks like a little bit of like a Candy Crush looking thing. It's up to you. Build up your house. So a little bit of everything in this one. I'm not too keen on it personally, but that might be a game to go. The Sims, there's another one. Lords Mobile, there's another one. Fishdom, is this building your fish tank? Yeah, this is building a fish tank, and you can share your pets. That's pretty cool. And of course, you got slot machines and pokers. I stay away from that stuff. Gambling stuff, it's okay. But and it might be something that you might want to check out as you go. So All right, what else we got? We got some great downloads. If you're into like I said, the Zoom cloud meetings, Disney Plus. Do you have your Disney Plus yet? It's lots of content right there. Facebook, of course. Pluto TV. This should be one of those apps that you just get because it's free and it's got thousands of thousands of movies and TV shows. Excuse me, hundreds of channels like the Cat Channel. And let's download it. It's free downloaded, so let's down. And it's preparing. So yeah, we watch the Cat Channel every now and then. I watch Mystery Science 3000, mostly because MST3K has a lot of local ties to Madison here, and they had the new one, which was on Netflix, and it was okay. But the old MSTK 3000 and the Rift Tracks, which is the not the same thing, but the same thing from the same creators. And then, of course, you got TV Spotlight. I better get off of this so I don't have any copyrighted content on here. Let's do the guide. I think I can get a guide here. Let's see. We'll do that. Unable to activate picture-in-picture. Okay, hit settings. Let's see. I want to list the channels. We got Pluto Reality. It looks like I'm not sure what this is playing. Find My First Love. Where are they now? Not sure. That must be a TV show. NBC News Now. We should be able to play this really quick. So they're talking about the coronavirus update, as we go here. Let's see what else we got. We got Lively Place. So lots of cool shows, lots of cool content that you can get on your from Pluto TV. As you can see, we got this one, and they just updated the logo, looking pretty nice here. What else we got? 007. We got Les Miserables. We got movies, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. So you get the idea. Lots of cool movies, lots of cool stuff that you can just sit and watch. And we use Pluto. Like I said, we got the Cat Channel. I want to figure out how to get the guide. There's usually a guide that I can get. And I thought I could swipe left or right or something like that and get that, but I don't see it. Let's do that. Can't do picture-in-picture. I can do closed captioning if I wanted to. I can, so with the closed captioning right there, you can disable it or you can say English. So you can get that going as well. And I'll have to play with that a little bit more because I just downloaded it. But anyway, that's a great app to have onto your Amazon Fire HD 10 or HD 7. I actually have a 7 here. And it controls my mixing board, which is way over there now. So if I've got my headset and microphone on, then I can control the mixer from the distance and go from there. So that's pretty cool. Let's see what else. I also have my Dropbox on here, which it allows me to pull files from one computer to another. I guess I haven't signed up with this just yet, but anyway. You can basically, it's a way for you to have some sort of cloud storage, and that's a great app to have. Let's see. I talked about the One Smart Piano, which is the learning piano. It's one of the other live events that I did, and that was you can get that on here as well, and you can learn how to play the piano. So this is the app right here. I don't have a piano hooked up to it, but you can definitely watch some of the tutorials and getting started videos and play some games once you do have the One keyboard hooked up to it. So that's a pretty cool app right there. I talked about the Eros scale. I think it was last week, which is a Bluetooth connected scale, and you can put that app on there. Let's show you that. It's going to be sideways because let's see it. If I turn it, no, you won't be able to see it. Let's just leave it at that. But anyway, you can check your BMI, you can check your water, you can check your visceral fat, you can check your muscle mass, things like that. So you really have a good way to track everything. Whoops, I closed out. I hit the wrong button. So I hit the tracking. There we go. So you can kind of see how you're progressing with this app. I can set up my printers through the HP Smart app and print out some stuff here. It's finding the app right now, or the printer right now. There it is. So that's the printer in the other room, and I could print out pictures or whatnot. So lots of cool things you can do with this app, and then find more. So if you find anything that you want to see on here, just let me know. And I can definitely try it out and put it up there. So let's see what else. So we can let's just see how my Clash of Clans is progressing. And that's the one thing about Clash of Clans is you can continue to go back into the app and do some more. So let's see, it's loading up. There we are. As you can see, I'm doing my farming. I've got 3 things I can upgrade. I've got 4.1 million and 2.2 million in elixir, and then I can upgrade my Barbarian King, which I think I will do right there. Upgrade them to the next level. Takes about 2 days, it says. Let's see what else can I upgrade. I can actually upgrade my Archer Queen as well. Let's do that. Takes 2 days for Archer Queen. There we go. We're upgrading. And then I'm going to leave 1 because if I need to do anything extra right away, I always like to leave 1 available. Over here on the builder base, let's see if there's any upgrades that we have here. It looks like we finished a challenge. Which challenge do we finish? Start 2 building upgrades. We cleared that out. Good for us. So now we can go into our area here and get a hero potion. It says we already have a hero potion. You want to sell it for 10 gems? Yeah, sure. So now I got 10 more gems, which I can use for whatever I need to. Let's see how the upgrades are going. Let's take a look at the research for our star laboratories. Let's research this, and we don't have enough elixir to do any upgrades of the troops, but we can go to our builder and we can find out, hey, we got an elixir collector, elixir storage, hidden Tesla that we can upgrade. Let's upgrade our hidden Tesla. So we got more power right there. There we go. And we have the ability to finish now. I'll just leave that for later. Might need it for something bigger. And we'll go back here. Just have some fun with this. This was Clash of Clans. We'll go over there. Anyway, so lots of cool farming here. I can upgrade, do some wall upgrade. Looks like I have an upgrade ring, so I can do it that way. Let's see if I can do it on this one. Yeah, I'm trying to upgrade these walls better or more. So let's upgrade some walls. That one gets upgraded. That one gets upgraded. That one gets, I don't know how many rings I have, so we'll just go until we don't have any rings left. How's that? Yeah. Let's go the other way. Let's get this whole line of wall done. And if I go here, yeah, we just used all the rings. Oh wait, no, we have 1 more ring. Let's do that. And I think this now would be 2 rings to upgrade this, but I've done a pretty good wall right there. That's awesome. And let's see, I have these upgrades at 2,500, and this is at 1,500, so I could start doing the outer walls, and I could even do this upgrade. I've been meaning to move this over as we go. So, and that's that game. We'll go back to SimCity because some of our stuff is ready to collect. There we go. Okay. So now we got hammers. Talked about hammers. And we got that tape measure. Castle offer. Not yet. Tape measure. So we'll bring that over there. We'll put in a new hammer, a new tape measure. Build that up. We've got this. What is this? Oh, this is our challenge. So let's get our nails and the wood, and then we'll do it again. So nail, wood. And then we'll go over here. Our plastic is ready. And over here, we're going to put in iron. Over here, we're going to put in wood. Over here, we'll put in another iron. And over here, we'll put in another wood. And then, because we now have this new factory, we'll put the plastic down there. And it looks like I have parks and fire that I have to think about. So let's start with parks. And it looks like a Casino City sign. Ooh, let's put that down. Put it right there. Not enough sim cash. Oops, okay. Well, we won't do that then. And it looks like we have, whoops. I worked a deal. Megacorps has agreed to buy the wood for 90 simoleons. So I'll say, I'll do it. Yeah, what the heck. We'll collect some taxes. They're abandoned building reason no fire safety. Oh, it looks like it's on fire. That's interesting. Let's get a fire station in there. Small fire station. Right in the corner. There we go. Now we've got fire safety isn't something to keep on the back burner. That is true. And we just collected something off of that. So hopefully that will clean that area up. Just click off of that. And we've got this. We got the hammer. Let's upgrade this in our tiny town. And that's going through an upgrade. I think that's we got some pretty good upgrades here. We got some more residential area that we could put in. So let's put it in a residential area right there. Yeah. And then one more. Let's put one right here. There we go. There we go. We got some residential going. This is looking to upgrade, so let's do that. And then we can put down some road. We'll put it down right there. There we go. Now everybody wants something. What do we got here? It's handy that the hardware store is so close. Nice. Okay. And this is basically saying you need somewhere to live to. Oh yeah, that's the mayor mansion. We'll deal with that later. So, and we got the iron is ready to go, or the steel, or whatever it is. Is it steel? It's metal. It just says metal. The metal rocks. Yeah. And then we're gonna move this over to wood production. We'll do the first two metal, second two wood, and then plastics for the next one. And it looks like our new building looks pretty cool. It looks like we need water. So water. And we'll just put in a basic water tower right about there. Not enough simoleons. Okay, I'll have to get some more simoleons to do that. So anyway, I think that's pretty much it for now. So these are some of the games on my Fire HD 10. And I hope you enjoyed this. Thanks a lot for watching. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Let's put all this up again so you know where to find me. You can find me over on the socials, over at Geekazine. I think Magazine put in a geek, you got me. So thanks a lot for watching and playing along with me. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to take a look at a very cool product from our friends over at IK Multimedia. It's the iRig Pro Duo IO. It's an amazing thing for some of you musicians, podcasters out there to do 2-channel recording on the fly. And we're going to talk about that next. Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in a geek. And you got me. And here we are. We're here in Studio B. It's been fun trying to get this all put together. Socials are right here, by the way, if you have any questions. I wanted to get this out to you today so you can see what this is, the iRig Pro Duo. It's an amazing product from our friends over at IK Multimedia. Now, first of all, before we start, I do have to say IK Multimedia gave me product to show off. They have not paid any sponsorship fees or anything like that. All opinions are of Geekazine, and we do have the review policies over here that you can check out if you have any questions. Technical support, I'll try and help a little bit, but your technical support should be done by IK Multimedia. These guys are awesome. They'll respond to any problem they have. And of course, they have a ton of stuff for the musician, whether you're doing keyboards or you're doing vocals or you're doing guitar. I was introduced to them first of all when I started playing guitar, and they had this app called Amplitude, which allows you to create the perfect pedal board and set up from there. And of course, this works with Amplitude. You can get it for your PC, for your Mac, and just amazing. These interfaces, I've had many different versions of these interfaces, and it's just been amazing. So I'm really excited to unbox the iRig Pro Duo IO and get that going as we go from there. So with that out of the way, let's take a look at some of the specs on the iRig Pro Duo. First of all, it's a mobile 2-channel audio device. It also has MIDI interface, so if you want to connect up that way, you can do so. You can connect to any recorded device. It does have phantom power. It's 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. And it costs you only $199. And here it is right here. This is the iRig Pro Duo IO. It is, as you can see, it's got 2 channels in. We've got 2-channel audio and audio adjust as we go. So, and of course, you can start learning your French by saying Interface mobile audio MIDI et tu Kenya. I think that's how you say that. My French friends are probably going, what are you doing, you crazy, crazy person, you. So anyway, we're going to monitor the chat. If you have any questions, let's go ahead and unbox this thing. There's many different cables in here, and it's important to keep the instructions and keep the cables close by in the box. Let's open up the box here. And this is what I mean. The first thing is you get this thing from IK. This is more than an instruction manual. Do not toss this, because it will most likely, as others do, have serial numbers in there, inside here. And I'm not going to show you too much because if I got my serial numbers on here, your registered product information. Now, if you end up uninstalling this and reinstalling this, you want to have this product information close by. Plus, it's all QR coded, so you can just take a picture and download it. And then there's apps that you can download with this. So this it's something you've got to keep. Here we go. We've got the iRig Pro right here in the bag. We'll just kind of do that. And there it is right there. Let's take a look at it a little bit more. To start with, we've got 2 dual. They're XLR and 1/4 inch inputs. So if you've got an instrument or you got a microphone, you can plug it into either of those. On the side here, we've got 48 plus 48 phantom power. We've got a volume control right there. And then we have a left and right out. So you can actually set up 2 monitors to this if you want to. So on the top here, we have a power source, which I think that's sold separately. We have what's technically a breakout cable, but there's going to be several different cables to that. And then we've got the MIDI in and out, and they look like 3.5-inch jacks, but the cables, you'll see them, it'll actually be a conversion cable to MIDI. On the side over here, we've got headphones, volume, and then a direct monitor, which you can turn on and off as you go from there. On the front face, we've got 2 dials to control the volume of each channel. And on the back is a area where you put in 2 AA batteries. In fact, the 2 AA batteries are right here. Let's go ahead and put those in right now. Now the battery life, my understanding is the battery life is pretty good on these. And of course, the DC power option, positive shield, negative tip, they definitely sell those as they go. So, all right, let's move on. Let's see what else is in this case right here. We got the plastic insert. We got a little box here. We'll just set that here and set that over here. We'll set the important stuff in here. And then we'll open this up. This is where all the cables are. All right, these are the MIDI cables I'm talking about. They look like headphone cables on the first side, but the other side, they have the large MIDI breakout connector. So you basically plug these in, and then of course you plug in your MIDI cables to a keyboard or another device that has MIDI input-output. In individual plastic, the first breakout cable is a lightning cable. Second breakout cable is a USB-C cable. And this, they've had previous versions that had older versions of USB cables, so you could probably even get a 30-pin, but I don't know if you have the old 30-pin iPad. I'm not sure if it'll work or not. You can definitely try it out and see if your older iPads will work for that. This is just a regular USB. This will connect, you can then connect this to a Mac or a PC. These are all the cables right here. Basically, we're not going to be hooking up anything MIDI. What we're going to do is we're going to hook up a guitar and a microphone. And I've got the guitar and microphone over there. And we're going to use the USB breakout cable. So hopefully I'll be hooking it right up into my system here. And then you'll see, we'll move the tables and I'll play one of my original songs. Down here in the breakout cable, you have, it's basically, it looks like an old mouse or a keyboard connector like you have on the back of some computer PCs. So you just have to align it. There you go, simple as that, and then we can hook that up to the PC. On the bottom, like I said, we have the XLR and the 1/4-inch jack input. So we will put the vocals in one. We're plugging in the 1/4-inch jack, and this will go into the guitar. I'm also going to be using the Shure Beta 56A. There's phantom power to this, so if you have a more powerful microphone or a microphone that does use phantom power, you can hook that up, but we're just using a regular dynamic mic in this situation. Now, and of course I showed you the IK Multimedia iRig on its own, but you know, there is a bundle there with microphone if you want to start doing some podcasting. Of course, in this day and age, we're all just trying to figure it all out. I'm gonna move this table, I'm gonna hook this up into the computer, and hopefully we'll get some sound. Hopefully we won't crash the system while we're doing this, and I'll play you a song. Well, it's 4 o'clock, the day's done. It's time to have a scoop beer. Wait for my buddies to get done. Well, look at that, coming over here. We take the same old corner so we can check out all the girls. Dance it to the jukebox and come on up and ask for a whirl. Then we lay our glasses down and we sing. Thank God for happy hour, where we buy drinks all the time. Treat your friends to a couple of brews and head home before the night. Enjoy a story, a song or two before you had to fly. Thank God for the happy hour. If I didn't have that, I think I'd die. Or maybe I'll just play in the background. can't wait to get this on my iPad to try it out with their software. I can throw it in there, use GarageBand and do some recording, 2-channel. And then I could actually send the gear over to my friend's house, and he could record a bass line and do some harmonies. And then send it out to somebody else who could do the drums, or maybe I'll come back and do the drums. I don't know. And then maybe we'll get guitars in there and keyboards and all that other good stuff. Have people from all around the world create tracks for your songs. That's pretty cool. So anyway, that is the iRig Pro Duo IO. It's a nice little product. I'm having fun with it already. I can't wait to get into a recording situation and do a couple songs, and of course do some live streams on there. I can plug it into the iPhone cable and hook it up. I don't need to use my system here. I can just do a straight up guitar and singing and just have some fun. And that's this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. We got a lot more stuff. You got me in the socials. Think Magazine, Put in a Geek. And what do you use to do your recording, do your practicing with? Let me know and tweet me over there. We'll talk and go from there. Until next time, you guys geek out. We'll see ya, and let's have some fun playing guitar.
What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today, I'm going to take a look at something here that I've been doing a little bit of searching on because I always search and look for Geekazine. I think it's a very important part when you're building a brand to make sure that nobody else is building their brand around your brand. So I conduct regular searches for my name. Now, the cool thing about Geekazine is it's easy to search for because not too many other people use Geekazine because why? It's a unique name. And when you build a website, a lot of people say, try and stay away from the unique names. Have something that's solid, even if it's like 2 or 3 words, like the big trees or something like that, because then it's more easily searchable. But the fact that my brand pretty much created its own little corner on the internet, it's been nice and great to search for, because then I can find myself. Like, for instance, if I search for Jeffrey Powers, I get a swimmer, I get a lawyer, I get a French horn player, I get, and of course I get myself. But as you can see, the water's a little bit murky in specific search results. However, when I search for Geekazine, it's pretty much bare. I mean, you get the random stuff, and I definitely see websites out there that have used Geekazine's content, and that's the best part, is they're using the content, and I love that. But when they use the content incorrectly and they fake things, I have a problem with, and that's what I ran against. So what I did was I did a search, and I didn't use Google, or I didn't use Bing. I didn't use those. I used a search engine that's a little bit more open, and well, open's probably not the best word. A little bit different, and it's called Yandex. And it's a simple web search. They've got mail, they've got maps, they've got video and stuff like that. They're also in Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Uzbekistan, and Turkey. You get the idea. So I decided, okay, I'm going to do a search of Geekazine and see what shows up here as opposed to something like Google. Because you got to remember that sometimes when you get bad sites, Google decides, okay, we're gonna knock that out. And so it doesn't show in their search results, and rightfully so. But in this case, I want to see those sites. I want to see this content. And I also create Google alerts for myself. So when new content shows up, it'll pop onto Google alerts. And I've seen these things before. And a lot of times, you know, they're fly by night. They come and they go. And it's not a big deal. But this one doesn't seem to be come and go here. So I did search, as you can see. And it's got, you know, Geekazine's the first top result, which should be geekazine.com, and then my YouTube page, which makes perfect sense. And then so they show some of the images that you can get from Yandex, which is the same images you can see on Google or Bing. Perfect, no problems. My Facebook page, my Twitter profile, soundboard. I must have signed up for soundboard at one time. It looks on the up and up, so no problems there. My Twitch channel. See, and then of course some of the videos that they've indexed on Yandex. So that's all well and good. We get to about the third page. We're going to skip the second page. We get to the third page, and this is where we're going to see some really interesting things. And we start with this thing, uaclips.com, and I don't know if I have that first. I don't think I have that. Yeah, it's not up there first. This is there was one before this over on trvid.com. That was it. But you see AZ clip, you see LV clip. In fact, you're going to see a lot of them that are even going to be something clip, like DE clip. I think that's for Denmark clip, or vid, something xvid, or something like that. So, but it's very, it's either vid or clip is in the names here. So, all right. So we go to some of these sites, and as you can see, we'll see some of the videos that I do. But you're going to see something a little bit more than that. And we'll go to this first one here. Let's bring it up here. And as you can see, this is the trvid.com. And as you can see on the top here, it kind of looks like my YouTube channel, but it's not my YouTube channel. In fact, here, let me just show. Did I pull up my, yeah, I didn't pull up my YouTube channel. Let me do that really quick. So let's just give you the reference here. So we'll go to youtube.com/user/geekazine, which is the official name for it. But anyway, so as you can see, there it is. And I've got TubeBuddy on here, so you're going to see a little bit different. And then, of course, is me signed in. So let's do it from an incognito window over here. So we'll bring that in, and I'll bring that up, and I'll bring this over here, and then we'll bring this over here. So now this is what you guys see. The subscribe button, and you hit subscribe, you have to sign in. The videos, the home button will let you see that I have a live video going on now. But as you can see, my videos are going up here. Now, let's go back over to here. You can see my videos. In fact, you're seeing the latest video. Now, that was 3 days ago that I posted this video, configuring a Stream Deck for Wirecast. But as you can see up here, it has my description. In fact, if you go over here, and I think it's in the About area, there's that description right here. And of course, it's all set up so people can index me, find me, and go from there. So it's all set up like this is Geekazine. Now, here's some of the big differences. And this one right here, there's no sidebar on this one, but we'll show you some sidebars in a second. And of course, they have a unique logo here, which is great, but everything else, if you want to subscribe, this abone of, which is technically subscribe. Let's try on Slate. Yep, see, subscribe. You hit that button and it just says subscribed. You remember what happened when we did it on the other one? It basically said, hey, you got to sign in first to subscribe. So, but everything here, it'll say that I have 1,812 videos, which is probably right. I got 1,812 public videos, 6,100,000 views, which is probably right. And then looks like 100 comments, but I don't know if that's right or not, because I have a lot more than 100. So as you can see, it's pretty much trying to duplicate, and even down here, it's even pulling the comments from my site. It's weird. And sometimes they'll link, sometimes it depends on the site. Sometimes they will link, sometimes they don't. This one doesn't seem to link. But as you can see, looks like last 50, 60 videos I did are all here. And if you click on them, they're going to take you to a page that looks like a YouTube page. And we're just we'll bring down the volume here really quick. But anyway, it looks like my page. The only thing, this is interesting. Right down here, right here, it has my old Geekazine logo, not my new one that you saw on the previous page. But as you can see, they've got their own ads. Finding single girls and new diabetes leaves doctors speechless. But down here, this is where I have the problems here. First of all, the description exactly the same, except they're not linked. So I have down here, check out the gear I use over at geekazine.com/about or /gears-I-use. They can't click on there to get there. Whereas on my channel, you can click on that to find out the gear that I use to create these videos. The other thing is this one right here. This one has an interesting sidebar. So this is the let's translate that. We can share it, and it's going to share to trvid.com. It's not going to share to YouTube. And of course, the comments, and they got the share link. It's got a download option. It can download HD 720. Now, you can get a third-party piece of software to download your videos. I've done it before, especially when you can only download 720 videos on YouTube, and I have 4K videos, and I need to pull that one back down. So I'll use that to pull it back down. But this one, it will download, and it looks like I think this one was in. Let's see the settings. Where'd the settings go? Oh. Do that again. Settings, quality. It's not going to show me. But anyway, I believe this one is in at least 1080p. I don't go under 1080p. So this has got to be what they can pull out here. And then they have this ad here. So this looks like a watch list of some sort, or a remember to play. And then of course, there's no log on here. Up here, we can favor the video. We can watch later. We can post. We can put the My Place subscriptions and trends. Now we'll hit trends, and that goes to trend videos. So not my video right here. So as you can see, it looks exactly like my video, my channel. The only saving grace to this is the fact if I click on the YouTube right there on the video itself, it'll actually take me to my YouTube channel. And as you can see with my YouTube channel, we'll show more. There's all those links I was talking about. So if you want to find out the gear, you click on there, and that goes to geekazine.com/about/the gear I use, which I need to update. So as you can see, that's doing exactly what it needs to do. So that's the only saving grace, is you can then get to YouTube and then continue on with the videos. But in this case, you're watching videos and it's looking like this is my channel. And then it's taking likes and comments, because you can, in some of these, you can actually sign in. And then when you sign in, you're allowed to comment, you're allowed to like. And all of a sudden, those likes, those comments, they don't show up on YouTube. They show up on their site. So now I have no idea. They might be talking about things. Somebody might be asking questions about this video. I have no way to answer them because they're commenting over there. Some of them have a Facebook Connect. So you'll get somewhere they're connected to Facebook, and those comments are somewhere on Facebook. And in a couple of those cases, I haven't found out where the page is, because it doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't link to the page, which is really weird. So so there's different ways that they can create the comments, bring the comments over, and stuff like that. It's really weird. But the thing about this is this one right here, I'm showing you this one first because this doesn't look like the other ones that I've run across. So this was the trvid.com. Very unique. Now let's get to something that looks a little bit more like YouTube, and that's this one right here. And that's uaclips.us. And in fact, if you go over here, you go to azclips.us, lvclip, declips, the xvid. You see that? So, and as you can see, my banner, this banner, I put this banner up 2-3 days ago. Actually, I updated it to put in a little bit more on the graphics. And I did that. I think I did that yesterday. As you can see, it's up there. In fact, I see anything about 12 hours. There's a 12-hour delay on that. And here, let me show you. This is the perfect example to show you. We'll go over it. This is NBC Nightly News, and we'll refresh it just in case they added anything new. And as you can see, their latest video is this one. These two right here. Swimmer Lewis Pugh to take frigid Antarctica plunge, and the NBC Nightly News for January 1st. Now we'll go over here. And as you can see with the videos, they're 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, this Antarctic plunge was posted, and it's already been ripped and moved over here. And if you go over here, we'll click on both of them. And think about this. This is the other thing is this is in incognito mode. So we're going to get ads on this, but we're not going to get ads on this because it's an embedded video. Now, embedded videos do have ads to them, and that's good. But for somehow they're finding a way to forego the ads. And I'm not sure how that happens. There's probably some sort of programming trick you can do to make sure that the ads don't play on here. I know at one point there were some embed videos where it wouldn't play ads at all. But in this case, none of these channels, none of these websites play ads. So now, if you're using this for your ad revenue, you're getting the views. You're not going to get the subscribers. You're not going to get the likes. And you're definitely not going to get the ad revenue because it's not showing up here. For some reason, they can block these ads. And it looks exactly the same. And this is, once again, this is not just Geekazine. This is everything. This is, like I said, this is NBC Nightly News. We find the most recent. We'll go here, and we'll go to this drop down, and we'll go to, I believe this is trending. It's in Russian, so let's just translate it really quick. And they have it as popular. So that's their popular videos right now. So we'll go to YouTube and we'll go to trending. And as you can see, there's a little bit difference between them. But 2 days ago, these videos came up 2 days ago, and even the live channels. Geekazine goes. We're live 24/7. Over at youtube.com/Geekazine. So you can watch all the same live channels there. And once again, if you click on any of these live channels, hopefully we're not going to click on anything questionable. It goes straight into the video, and you can get to YouTube by clicking on YouTube, and it'll switch you back over there. And there's ads playing. So as you can see, you lose on that. And then they gain because they've got their Russian princesses that you can click on. There's probably more ads down here. I won't get into too much. But doesn't this look exactly like a YouTube experience? Not totally, but it's definitely got something close to it. And in fact, let's go to live stuff. There's a live link here. They've just, in the last couple of weeks, they've just changed this interface. So, of course, you'll see this looks more like the older interface of YouTube. And then they switched this stuff around a little bit. So I don't think we're going to find the exact same video that we do here. Let's just see if we can find something close. I don't think we can. Okay, we won't get into it too much. But as you can see, anything live that's on YouTube is on here. Now let's move on. Let's keep going here because once again, here's the other thing. Let's go to one of these videos. This is on the xvid.us. And we'll pause it. No ads. All links. Here's another thing that I want to show you. When Geekazine shows up here, it is linked, but it will link back to the xvid, UA clips, FR clips, whatever the websites are. None of my links work. They pull my comments. Those don't even link back. And in fact, they're even doing the verified marks too. So it looks exactly like a YouTube page. But here's another difference. And this is not the replay here. Maybe this one doesn't have it. If I hit subscribe, as you can see, it turns blue. And that's not what YouTube does. If I hit the link here, it turns blue. And that's not what YouTube does. I can add to my playlist or watch later. I can share it. And this one just does the embed or share, but they're all links to xvid. They're not your links. Now there is one, I want to show you one that does this and maybe they took it off, but even 24 hours ago, they had this. Here we go. Let's hit that translate button. Download this video right here. You click on that, you got an MP4, you got a WebM, you got an MP4. Medium, I'm guessing, is 480, but the most you can do is 720. So now somebody can natively download your videos and then put them wherever they feel is necessary. And that's a problem right there. I know, like I said, I know that there's third-party programs that allow you to download your YouTube videos, but to have it right here, and in fact, if I click on it, it's gonna download it. I'd have to right-click. In this case, I'd have to right-click and say Save As, but I can now download and save that file. And that's not right. It's absolutely not right. And whereas I got 85 views on here, if I go to YouTube, I got 85 views. But I don't see, I think what they do is they find out how many views I have here, and then they port it over. But then when you watch it, those views aren't going back to YouTube. Well, in that case, they are going back to YouTube, but I bet you that they're even counting in there. They got a way to count them. And when you like, those likes aren't going back to YouTube. They're staying right here. Any comments, they're probably not going back to YouTube. They're staying right there at DE clips, at LV clip, at AZ clip, at UA clips. I don't have a problem with a website pulling my embed videos. And in all reality, I even don't have a problem with the ads not playing on the embed videos. But when they rip the channel completely word for word, making it look like a YouTube channel, in fact, even with, it looks like the YouTube logo up on the top corner. The only difference is instead of saying YouTube, it says UA Clips. To have that look exactly like the channel is just, it's amazing. And so what I've done is I've talked to YouTube about this, and I've asked them, what do we do? What can we do to stop this? And they said, well, you can do a copyright infringements post one. And I said, well, that really doesn't make sense because they're not infringing on my copyright for the video, but they are infringing on the text. Because text, that's technically plagiarism right there. Because they're taking word for their website. And they're not attributing back to Geekazine in the way that I feel that they should. And then I talked to them and they said, well, that's not really copyright infringement on your part. And they said, yeah, you're probably right. So now what do we do at this point? How can we make sure that these websites aren't pulling ad revenue and off of your videos, off of my content? In fact, I go on there, you look and you'll see lots of content creators, even the tech savvy ones. I bet you if I go here and I go, let's do this. Let's go Marcus Bromley. There. And wait for it. Look at that. Well, there's Marcus Brownlee channel. He's got 10 million followers. MKBHD, 10 million followers. And so when this, like for instance, this one 3 days ago about 2020 tech he's ready for, 2 million views already. 2 million views. And from that, how many views are coming from here and how many people are using this as a YouTube channel to pull their information, and how many get to forego the advertisements. So I click on the YouTube part and I'll most likely get, well, maybe I didn't get an ad. Maybe this one doesn't have ads to it, which is surprising because I would figure that there'd be some sort of ads on it. This might be a sponsored video, so that might be the reason why. But as with any other video, the ads ads have less of a chance of showing on the embed video, and I have yet to see an ad pop up in any of these websites. So they must be doing something to make sure that those ads aren't playing at all, which is wrong, completely wrong. So what do you guys think about this? I know for a lot of you that just watch YouTube videos, you're like going, oh, great, now I'm going to go over to this site because now I can watch these videos. Got to remember that there might also be some tracking stuff on here. And if they ask, because just like regular websites, you know, the top pop-up that says, hey, we use this tracking thing. You want to be informed when new videos showed up, just hit the allow button. You shouldn't do it. Hit the block button and just move on, because now they can communicate with you to keep you coming back to this channel instead of to YouTube. And that is the key right there. And for me, I have, like I said, I have a problem with this simply because of the fact that I'm a content creator. I'm making nickels and dimes. That's how I make my revenue. I have multiple revenue models, including affiliate links, including extra work that keep my business alive. But a chunk of it is AdSense. And AdSense does pay for a few of my bills during the month. And even if it's 1/10 of the traffic that comes through each of those websites, well, maybe not 1/10, but let's say 1/10 as a whole from all of those websites, because it looks like it's from the exact same creator. And in fact, it even comes down to, and I haven't showed you this part yet, and that's down on the bottom here. And that's the bottom, which still looks like YouTube stuff. They have their links, which I have to translate once again. Whoops. Hit the wrong button. Let's translate it. They have info, conditions, piracy, help, and contacts. If you go to info, it'll give you the information of what UA clips. It says that copyright UA clips, and of course this will say copyright AZ clip, and this will say copyright LV clip. You get the idea. And in Russian, so I got to translate again. Conditions takes us to a terms of service page. Privacy takes us to a privacy page. Help. Let's see if we can just click on help before it goes. You know it does. Oh, there it is right there. So let's go to help. I think that was this one. Translate it again. Help. Seems to be going to the same page. Let's back up. Probably just a small glitch on their part. I don't really care. I'll go over here. Translate. Help. No. Okay. So the help page, it's just a dead link. We'll go to communication. This is the exact same one you'll see on all these pages. Communication, you can put in your name, your email. The CAPTCHA, they don't have the right certificate, so the CAPTCHA doesn't work on here. So your message probably goes absolutely nowhere. But once again, this is all stuff you can do. And then of course, right here, you click on that blue button up on top, you can sign in with your Google account. I wouldn't do that, but that's up to you, however you want to do it. But as you can see, this looks pretty darn close like a YouTube channel. Live channels, content only a few hours old as new. We got to figure out a way to stop this, because this is not right. And that's why I'm showing this, because I did a search to see if anybody else was talking about this. I found nothing. I don't know why. This is a problem. This needs to be taken care of. If anything, once again, I don't mind if they take the video and embed it. And if ads don't play, that's fine. But if I have a description and you use that description word for word, and there's links there, those links better be coming back to geekazine.com. Those links better be going back to the area that I want them to go to. And I definitely don't want that download button on any of these sites to download my videos. Not that I don't want you to have the free videos, but I don't want to lose money because some people are going to download them, and they're going to upload them somewhere else, and then we got to go chasing down for copyright. That's always a fun thing to do. We won't get into that here. But bottom line, you can see what I'm talking about. This is wrong in so many levels, but I don't know what to do. And just the amazing fact that it looks exactly like my channel, and I click on the links. Now here, okay, so it shows my old logo and not the new one. So that's the old one down here. Me looking to the left, and then this one with the Geekazine logo. That's the difference. So anyway, tell me what you think. You think we need to deal with this, or is this something that's like, okay, maybe this is free advertising, go for it. Let me know. Comment down below. I need your comments. Go ahead and like this. Don't like this on those sites because I'll never see it. And then let me know what you think here. And of course, you can subscribe over on youtube.com/Geekazine. Hit the bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. So it goes to YouTube, doesn't go to those other sites. So anyway, thanks a lot for watching. My name is Jeffrey Powers. I hope this has opened your eyes to doing searches on your content to make sure that your content isn't being monetized by somebody else. I hope this opened your eyes on that. So thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out and take care.
Thank you for coming to my press conference. I'd like to talk a little bit about fears and travel restrictions because, you know, hey, we've got some travel restrictions here on Geekazine.com. Today we're going to talk about podium mics for conference calls. Basically, you're probably going to have to worry a little bit about what's going to happen with your job, and some of you do a lot of travel. I do a lot of travel when it comes to going places and meeting people, because that's what I do. That's how it works. But with a lot of conferences canceling and a lot of companies now putting on what are called travel restrictions, so you are very restricted in your travel for your job to make sure that you stay safe and the company can make sure that you're safe and everything like that. So what they're doing is now we're looking into more video conferencing. And so some of you which rely on face-to-face, now we're going to have to find this new reality of conference calling. And maybe your computer is not set up for it. Maybe you have an older computer. Maybe, I'll try and do some phone conferences using just, the speakers and the microphone and all that. And that doesn't work. So basically in this little review, we're going to do a couple videos here. The first one is about microphones, podium microphones. These are simple microphones. Two of them are USB, one is XLR. And the idea is to show you having a external microphone source, what that can do when you're doing a lot of phone calls, a lot of conference calls as you're going. Now, the one thing I like about podium microphones as opposed to those big old microphones you see podcasters use, like on the stands and stuff like that, is just basically the fact that they're very slimline and they look kind of decent when you're in front of a camera, because they're just so small and they show that there's a microphone there, but it doesn't have to be empowering the whole view. So you can see my face, you can see the microphone, and when you go face to face with somebody, there's no microphone involved there. If there is, it's so small you just don't see it. So that's the same idea. So you can look at a camera and look at the person you're talking to. They can see you as close to eye as possible, and you can speak clearly, and they can understand you. Now, these microphones aren't going to be the best microphones in the world, but they're affordable, and that's the key right there. Now, what we've got 3 microphones. Let me show you the 3 microphones. 2 of them are USB based, and 1 of them is XLR based. XLR, of course, being like like a regular microphone here. Whoops, wrong one. Let's do that. There we go. Being like a regular microphone that you would hook to a mixing board through an XLR cable, so you can control it through the mixer. Now, I've had this one for about a year and a half, and I use it from time to time when I don't want to put on the headset mic and just get some information out there. These 2 I just picked up on Amazon, and I do want to tell you that first of all, with my review process, all of these microphones I purchased with my own money. If you have any questions, I want to know more about that, go over to geekazine.com/review, and I'll lay out all the rules and regulations, what I do for reviews. So no money has come through. All opinions are of Geekazine as always. So we're going to start with the pile since I do know it best, and we are talking through it. And of course, we will talk through the other microphones as well. The key of this is that we're going to try and keep it as clean as possible, which means no post-processing. Right now, this microphone is set up for post-processing. There's not much you can do with a mixer because you'll have to set the gain and you'll have to set the levels. But once you do that, you can control compression, you can control gating and stuff like that. And right now, that's all set up right now. So I'm going to turn that off in a second here and show you how this sounds without gating. And I'm tapping on the table and I'm getting kind of close so you can hear the plosives. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. You hear the pops. That's not much you can do on certain microphones. You just have to figure out how to deal with it. That's why a lot of people have windscreens. And 2 of these have windscreens for it. The third one here, this third one doesn't come with a windscreen that I saw in the box, but you can easily get some sort of windscreen if it becomes a problem. Now, a lot of you are just going to be doing conference calls. It's still important to be able to have your voice heard and reduce the room echo. And that's a key right there. Now, my room here has a little bit of sound control to it, so it doesn't echo like, a lot of rooms that you would get into, a conference room or something like that. But you definitely want to put that into consideration when you are choosing your microphone. So we're going to just test the 3 and go from there, show you the features and everything like that. Like I said, we're going to start with the Pile. This is the Pile PD Mic C5. And you can get it on Pile's website, or we do have I'll have a link to Amazon there. It is basically a wired XLR microphone, podium microphone, that does require a mixer with phantom power to use. But if you have all that already set up, it's not a big deal. There is a 9-volt battery that you can put in there, but with the phantom power, you don't need to worry about that. So let's see. Well, we got the PD Mic C5, and it's got I had the range right here, which is something like 20 hertz to 14 kilohertz. No, 40 hertz. There we go. 40 hertz to 16 kilohertz with a 200 ohm output impedance and a sensitivity of minus 40 dB to 2 dB. Now, you might not know all that information, what that information means. It just means the range. So this microphone is not great if you're miking it up on a bass drum for something with a low sound to it. But higher end voices, female voices, will work really well on a microphone like this because it gets up to about 16 kilohertz. So it's got a decent range for vocals, and that's the key right there. 40 hertz to 16 kilohertz. Perfect right there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the compression, the EQ, and the gate, and you're going to hear this in its raw state. So let's do that right now. All right, there we go. So now I've killed the EQ. I've killed the compression. I'll do a Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers and Sally sells seashells by the seashore. So you hear what this microphone sounds like as we go. So I'm going to turn those back on as we move to the other microphones. Now keep in mind, this is the only microphone that has any type of effects set to it, simply because of the fact this is what I normally use, and I've already had it set up that way for a very long time. The one thing I do like about this microphone is Pile's support. Now, this is not the first one I had in the line. The first one I had actually died. And so I called up their support. They have 1 year support on it. They sent me another one without question. And they basically said, well, keep the other one. I threw it away because it was broken anyway. But the support they got within 30 days, I got a replacement microphone. So that's pretty cool on there. The price on this is about $33. And of course, that depends on when you purchase the microphone. It could go up, it could go down, you don't know. But the idea is that this is the microphone right here that will hook up to a mixing board. So if you don't have a mixing board with phantom power, you'll need to add that. And of course, figuring out how to bring it into the computer. So that's the Pile PD Mic C5. Let's move on from there. Let's go over to the CM Tech. That's the one over here, the smallest one. We're going to move this slightly over. Hopefully you don't hear that too much. All three of these microphones will have noise, so if you tap the table and things like that, it's going to pick it up. But there are ways around that. You can put these microphones onto like a towel or something like that, maybe a small box, raise it up so it reduces that type of noise. But the cool thing is, and things that people don't realize, is when they're talking on a laptop microphone, they start typing on the keyboard, and all of a sudden everybody else hears that in abundance, and it's just annoying. The other thing, of course, is echo, and that's because the microphone is so close to the speakers and you're not wearing headphones. Then all of a sudden you have this feedback, and everybody hates that feedback. But the originator doesn't hear that feedback a lot of the time, so therefore they don't know how to fix it. And then somebody's saying somebody's microphone is going crazy, and then they spend 5 minutes trying to get that figured out. And so that's one of the great reasons of having an external microphone. And a podium microphone, you can be a little bit freer, so you can sit back a little bit or come closer to the microphone if they can't hear you, and really express your ideas and things like that. So going to the CM Tech, we're also going to move this microphone over. CM Tech will go over to the PTZ. This is the CM Tech right here. It's not on yet. Some of the key features right here is it does have a mute button up here. It is USB based, so that means that it's you can just plug it right into your laptop and go from there. And it does have some electronics in there to do a little bit of noise cancellation, to do a little bit of control. And the other thing is it's got a fully adjustable gooseneck arm. So you can bring it up to you, you can lift it up a little bit, get it away from you, bring it back if you need to, and then go from there. This is the smallest of the three microphones, although these two are pretty comparable in size. So it's tall enough to get as close to your mouth as possible, but it's small enough where you could actually put it into a bag. Now, I'm going to flip over to the CM Tech, so this might be a little pop here. And now, oh yeah, you can hear you. Why? I should probably mute that. Now you are hearing it from the CM Tech microphone. As you can see, when you're talking, the light is blinking right there, the green light. Now the mute button's up here, so if I hit the mute button, this will turn red, and then you won't hear my voice. I'll count to 10. 1, 2, 8, 9, 10. Simple enough, right? So you can see that it's plugged in with these nice blue lights. So if you don't have if you don't have the lights on full, if you're not doing a video conference call or a podcast for that matter, then you know that this is on. Of course, you know that it's working because of the green light, and then if you're in mute, this turns just like that. Now, a little bit of tapping on the table so you can hear that. A little bit of plosives. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, and that's pretty much it. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Now, once again, this is without any extra setup or anything like that. You can get some apps depending on if you're using a Mac, if you're using a PC. Some of these microphones, I haven't tested them up, hooking them up to iPads or iPhones or anything like that, but they might be able to work through those devices. You can test that out on your own. But these are microphones that will work great for the Mac or PC, and go from there. And then, of course, you can get apps that can control the sound a little bit more if you need that control. And that is right there, this one, the flexible gooseneck 360 adjustable. And you're still hearing it from the microphone from CM Tech. All right, let's move on from here. We are going to, and we're going to flip back here to the main one, which is the pile. There we go. Check, check, 1, 2. Yeah, there we are. So now we're going to move this microphone out of the way, and we're going to flip it over to this microphone, which is the Fifine, F-I-F-I-N-E, podium microphone. Now, keep in mind, some of these, I found these on Amazon. They've got some interesting names to them. All three of these have their own company web pages to them, and I found them on those as opposed to an Amazon page, as you're seeing right now. So when I go to search for lower end microphones like this one, I try to see if they have a website, and that's very important because there's some companies that will buy stock of a certain device, and then they'll slap their name on it, and then they'll send it out and saying that's theirs. They still do that here, but at least they have some sort of accountability, some sort of way to get a hold of them. And these companies do more than just this microphone. Like, for instance, as you can see with the Fifine, they have wireless systems, they have USB microphones, they have recording and video conferencing, gaming stuff, live performance stuff through that. Going back to the CM Tech, they have desktop microphones, gaming microphones, vocal microphones. So they have, and of course, Pile does a lot of audio visual, not only podium microphones, but wireless microphones, but speaker systems, mixing consoles, and all that other good stuff. So with this, that was the kind of the criteria on getting these microphones. Now we've got the Fifine, and let's take a look. This is one I'm impressed because it's got one other feature that the others don't have, and that can really help. And that is, it's got a volume feature. Now, with the Pile, you don't need to have a volume feature because that's what the mixing board is for, to improve the sound by pumping up the volume a little bit more. With the Fifine, this is a USB microphone, so the volume is right here. Of course, it's got the mute button, just like with the other one. And then it's got what's called a double gooseneck. So there's a small gooseneck down here to bring it up and down here, and then an upper gooseneck to tilt it like that. So we'll get close to the voice. We'll come back to here, and now we're going to switch over to the Fifine microphone, and I got the volume down to nothing, and I'm going to go all the way up to 100% and then back down. So stick with me for a second here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's get it at a decent level here so we're not blowing out your ears from the other ones. It had the mute on when I started, so let's turn the mute. Let's do the mute again. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. So it's got the ability to mute the microphone. It's got the ability to change the level, so you can go into like a Skype or something like that, and you can adjust the level right from there, and then you'll have a microphone ready to go. So the Fifine microphone, it's actually the smallest of the three, although with the gooseneck, that doesn't make it the most portable. The CM Tech one can be moved around. As you can see, I can adjust it, so I could put it into a bag, but this one will basically lay down. and then back up. So this might be perfect for not as much travel as, something that you have on your desktop ready to do any type of talking that you go. This one, like I said, you could put it in a bag. This one I believe is also working for gamers, and it's got a cool look to it for your gaming, your vlogging experience on whatever, Twitch and things like that, and go from there. So this is the Fafine. Once again, no extra stuff to it. It's what you're hearing is what I'm saying. Let's do a little tapping. So you hear that. And then, of course, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Now, with that said, these are the 3 microphones. I'm going to switch back to the pile here for a second. All right, we are back to this microphone. So I don't know how these sounded because I wasn't listening to it as I was speaking. So these might go completely crazy. These might go not too bad. I'll talk about it in the show notes, how I felt that they sounded. And then, but you've got a good idea of how they sound for a voice like mine. If you've got a voice similar to mine, then it's perfect. If you decide that, if you have something on your voice that's higher or a voice that's lower, then you might want to check out the different specs of each of these microphones. But these are the microphones that really work, and they'll just connect up. If you got a Windows or a Mac machine, there shouldn't be a problem in them connecting up. They both connected up to both Windows and Mac easily. All 3 of them, technically. So it's not a problem on that. Of course, if you have a Mac and you got a newer Mac, you'll have to get the USB to USB-C connector. But once you get it connected up, there is no problem with using these microphones in any situation. So these are 3 of many you'll definitely find on Amazon. In fact, if I go to Amazon right now and go podium microphone, you're going to get a ton of options here. And we'll go like right here. Everything from microphones like these are really cool microphones from Neat. I interviewed them at CES a few years ago, but then you get into some of these other podium microphones. They'll have 3.5mm jacks. If you've got a laptop that has a 3.5mm jack, make sure it's not a triple pole, like an Apple headphone 3-pole type thing, because the microphone might not work correct if this is only a 2-pole 3.5mm jack, or what's called a TRRS 3.5. But as you can see, here's the pile right here. There's more slimline ones in XLR, in USB. Of course, if you need a USB, just add USB to the mix there, and go from there. There's also area mics, like for instance, this Audio-Technica Pro 44 cardioid boundary microphone. I've got one of these, and these are nice too because it's also XLR. But basically, you'll definitely want to have a towel or something to put on there. But then you can put it right on the desktop, and then you could talk, and nobody sees a microphone in your frame, but they can still hear you. So that's nice. And they have USB versions of that microphone as well. So as you can see, there are many different options, starting at around $12, $13 all the way up. And then, of course, if you do have the standard podcast microphones, you can definitely use them if that's what works best for you. So that's it. That's our gamut. That's what we're looking at when it comes to podium microphones for conference calls. What do you think? What do you use? Let me know. You can tweet me over at geekazine@gmail.com, all that other good stuff. It's right here as we talk about that. Definitely want to hear your thoughts on what you're going to use for microphones. If you have to do more conference calls, if you have any questions on that, I'm actually going to be putting out a video on some strategies to make yourself more presentable inside of a conference call, especially if you're doing podcasting and you want to get yourself in front of that webcam on the top of your laptop. You can definitely do that and a whole bunch more. So thanks a lot for watching. You guys have a great day. Geek out, and we will see you next time. Take care. What up, my geeks? Here we are. We've got this thing from Singular Sound. It's the Beat Buddy. We're gonna rock now. You're gonna see, and I'm just not a good beatbox rapper there. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, and we are looking at the Beat Buddy by Singular Sound. This is a Geekazine review, of course, of the Beat Buddy, which is a drummer in a pedal. They have a few of those out there, and I saw this at NAMM last year. Of course, this has been out for a few years. They have a few different versions of the product, and pretty impressed on what you can do with this little pedal right here. Getting back and forth with sounds and with buttons and stuff like that. And of course, Singular Sound, they sent me the Beat Buddy to review. I got a product to review, but of course, all opinions are of Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review to find out more about that. All right, so this is the Beat Buddy. You're hearing it in the background. Let's get over there. This is the Beat Buddy right here. It is a pedal that you use, that you hook up in your guitar chain or vocal chain or solo, just like I have this. And you can use this to create drum beats, whether it beatbox, whether it be a rock beat, a jazz beat, or whatnot. The pedal is what you get alone. Of course, they also have the Beat Buddy foot switch, which adds extra options to your beats and stuff like that. Let's get this turn this off for a second. Let's take a look at this thing really quick. So what it is a simple pedal that you can do different beats on. Let's zoom in on this this pedal really quick, and we'll show you everything that it's got. First of all, it's got a really nice LCD display right at the front that's going to tell you everything that you need, what you have on your Beat Buddy, what drum beat is playing right now, what kind of drum set you have, your volume, your beats per minute. We have the volume right here, which turns that up and down. We've got the drum set, so we can actually change the drum set. We can do, we got a voice, but we could actually change that to Latin, and then all of a sudden beatbox with Latin. You get the idea there. So we have the drum set, and of course we have the tempo, so you can change the tempo from there. Let's bring the volume back up to a good sound. There we go. And as you can see, I'm pressing this pedal to get this intro started and outro started. We've got 4 buttons right here that will get us into the interface that'll tell us which drum set or whatnot we're into. On the back here, we have the SD card. This is where all the drums and all the beats are stored. If you don't have the SD card in here, you got no sound, and that's simple. Simple as that. So it does run on power. It does not run on batteries, unfortunately. So you will need a 9-volt power supply. But of course, if you put this into your pedal board, you'll have that with your USB connection. We'll talk about that in a minute with the software. Over here, let's just unplug the drums here for a couple seconds here. We have a MIDI sync, which is this cable that you get. It's a small mini cable to 2 regular MIDI hookups, so you can actually connect it up to a keyboard. You can connect it up to drum pads or anything like that, any type of MIDI device that you have. So you can add to the button system. So if you want to start, if you're a drummer and you want to start by hitting a pad or something like that, you can do that. They also have the MIDI Maestro, so you can you'll have multiple buttons from there. We have 2 output systems, so you can go straight into a board and then to your guitar amp, or maybe your guitar amp and another amp for the drums. I don't know. We got a headphone jack, so you can hear the drums straight up for practice if you wanted to. Over here, we'll unplug this for a second. We have a headphone volume, which also controls the main volume. So you have to watch if you got this volume and this volume going, you might have to do some adjustments to get sound out. We have 2 inputs, a mono input and of course the stereo input, and then the foot switch, which I just had plugged in. So we'll plug that back in. So now we have the Beat Buddy ready to go. And like I said, we can put the guitar, and I'll show you some. I'll play a couple songs in a few minutes here, showing you all the things that you can do. All right, let's look at some of the beats that you have from the card. And you can also get another card which has a lot more beats to it. And there's a whole group, a community that are making songs, making beats, because you can use a MIDI editor to create songs and put this in here. So what you have is an intro and an outro. You have the main beat. You could have multiple beat variations for each song. So if you've got a very complex song that goes from 4/4 to 5/4, if you've got a song that does a hand percussion to a drum set to a drum set with cymbals to a drum set with all crash cymbals in the sound, you can do a lot. It'll also have some transitions in there. So, and of course there'll be a few different transitions, so it doesn't sound the same type sound every time you want to transition or put in a drum fill. So lots of cool stuff here. So let's go in here. Oh, and the middle button right here is also the ability to tap the tempo. So if you don't know the exact tempo, you can tap it to get there. So we go in here, and so we hit the left button to get into the menu. We'll hit the right button to get to the main folder. So left and right, and then we can go up in the different folders, or in this case, genres. So we can start with blues. We hit here, and we got blues 1. We bring it in. You're going to see if it needs to load the drum set, you'll see a blue line come through here. But in this case, it's still got the Latin drum set, so we're gonna go back to the blues. We'll go rock drum set. Now see, it's bringing that blue line, saying that it's loading the drum set. So we got to wait for that to come in, so we get all the sounds. And these are all actual wave sounds. All the drums, from the snare to the bass to the cymbals. And so you can actually put in wave sounds yourself of your drum kit, or your drummer's drum kit, or whatnot, to give it that more authentic sound. And so they have this. We have it now set up for Blues 1. Now I'm going to hit the button, and it will go through an intro. And as you can see, it's keeping time. We've got a good tempo. Let's bring it up a little bit to about 110. Here we go. So we got a good beat going. And if I want to do a transition, I hold it down. And that will transition to, and I hear a cymbal, ride cymbal, rather than just the hi-hat. Now, if you just do a click, it'll do a drum fill, and it'll choose between the different drum fills. So I'll do it again. And there's a third one. And they're not all the same. And as you can see, when I hit the drum fill, it started the fill at that point. So you have to be a little bit careful if you're trying to preempt the fill. But you get the idea. You can start the fill on 1, or you can start the fill on 4. And go from there. Now the pedal adds extra sounds. This one will pause the sound. And this one will give you a cymbal, or whatever you designate it to be. In this case, it's a cymbal. I know that gets a little annoying, but the whole point is that you can then make it sound a little bit more like this, not coming as a pedal for rock. Now, to end it, you just basically double tap it. So as you can see with the original card, you get a whole bunch of stuff, but you can create your own drum beats as you go. And I know you can't see that right now, but you can create your drum beats as you go. And that's basically by connecting in the MIDI cable. We'll connect the MIDI cable really quick. And it says USB device connected. I'm showing as a USB drive on my computer. And this is what we see. First of all, I want to show you the page here really quick. This is the Beat Buddy page, of course, over at singularsound.com. The price is $299.97. That's not without the foot pedal. The foot pedal costs a little bit more, but it's well worth it. Some of the extra stuff, the foot pedal, $49.97, 2-button foot pedal. I've tried to do other button foot pedals and they don't work. You got to have the Beat Buddy singular sound foot switch with that. They also have the MIDI sync cable if you decide to hook it up into your keyboard or whatnot. All right, so this is the interface that you have when you connect it up to the Beat Buddy. As you can see, you have an intro and an outro right here, which you can create, or you can bring in in this case, the blues fill. You have the blues beat straight eighths, and you can hear it by hitting the play button here. Or you can use the button up here to get, you know, the Beat Buddy like it's an actual Beat Buddy. All right. We have different types of song shuffles that you can go through, and you can rearrange this by simply moving things over back and forth. It's very intuitive area here. We have the transition fills right here, and we have the accent hit right here. So if you don't want a cymbal on that foot switch, you can change that to a cowbell or a claves or something else, and go from there. You can add multiple sections. So all we have to do is hit the add button right here. As you can see, another section, another section, another section, another section, another section. We keep going. If we try to save it at this point, it's going to say, hey, you don't have anything in these sections, so we're not going to save it. So let's just delete these sections out. Pretty straightforward. It's this part that gets a little bit more intense, and that is the actual editing of the beats. So we'll right click and we'll say edit, and it's going to say, yeah, it's going to be quantized. So they recommend that you do that now. So we're going to say yes. And here it is. You're going, well, where's the drums? Well, you have a lot of drums here. So we're going to bring it down to where the beat is. Now, in this case, they're using 16th notes, and you can split these up into 30-second notes. You can bring these together to eighth notes or quarter notes or whatnot. But in this case, they just have them set as 16th notes. So we're going to go down to the beat. And as you can see, it's got this is the hi-hat closed and the kick drum. So we can change this at all by just basically clicking on the square and bringing it down to 0, which will turn it off, or bringing up to a whole 127, which will make it the loudest sound as possible. We'll put it back to 104. So let's bring something into here. Let's bring in a bongo. Let's go high bongo, and we'll go 75, 75, 75, 70, something like that. So as you can see, that gets a little bit tedious, but as we play it, you just heard the bongos. And we'll do it again in a slower tempo. As you can see, I changed the tempo on the top here, so we could go fast. But you can do all the editing right from here, and when you're done, you just save it and write to the Beat Buddy, and then those extra beats will be in the inside of your device. Now, and that's through the apply and cancel down here. We're going to hit cancel because I don't want to save that stuff. But you can basically create a song right from here if you have a little bit of time and effort. But you can also use one of your favorite MIDI editors to create a drum loop, or go down in your studio with your drum set, your MIDI drum set, and drum out some beats, record it to a MIDI editor, import it in here, and go from there. And that's what a lot of people did with their songs. Now, the pedal's really cool because you can use it with practice. You can use it if you're doing an acoustic solo or acoustic duo, or you could actually put it with your band. As a drummer, you know, it'd be nice to actually have something else keep the beat, and then I don't have to sit there and play. I could actually bring out some more. Like, for instance, songs that have alternate percussion in it, like anything from Santana or anything from, you know, big bands, Brian Setzer Orchestra or John Cougar Mellencamp, where they just have all these drums playing, and you're just one drummer, you're trying to do it all. You could actually put the beat in here and then play along with that. Now let's take this Beat Buddy to the floor. Let's put on the guitar and let's rock out to some tunes. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook it up to my iPad. My iPad is going to be running the IK multimedia software, the Amplitude software, to give me more of a rock sound with my guitar, since I don't have any of my amps or pedals up here. And then I'm just going to run it from the iPad for the guitar into the Beat Buddy, and then of course that will go into the mixer so you can hear the sound. So let's do that next. All right, so this is the Beat Buddy down here. We got the Beat Buddy and of course the foot switch. I'll bring this over just a little bit so you can see both of them in their glory. We got a rock, we're on rock 2, and I'm just gonna play along with the song a little bit. And that is the Beat Buddy by Singular Sound Geekazine review. What'd you think about it? Do you have the Beat Buddy yourself? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Let me know what you think about this little pedal in a box, in a pedal, or this little drummer in a pedal, by tweeting me over at geekazine, geekazine@gmail.com. The socials right here. And of course, go over to YouTube. Go ahead, like, subscribe, comment there. Hit the bell notifications for the next cool video coming out from Geekazine, because we do a lot of consumer tech, a lot of music tech, and a lot more. So, and of course, we're over on Twitch live, twitch.tv/Geekazine, to watch all these videos as well. Thanks a lot for watching. Till next time, you guys geek out, and hey, rock on. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Today we're going to take a look at this right here. It is the Moto Drum modeler from IK Multimedia. It is a program that allows you to create drum sounds in your DAW, in whatever you need it to do, and a whole bunch more. Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, Put in the Geek. You got me. You can find me on all the socials, including Twitch and Twitter and TikTok and all that other good stuff. And today we're going to talk about the Moto Drum from IK Multimedia. Now, I've reviewed a lot of cool stuff from IK Multimedia in the past, and this is no different. It allows you to create drum beats. If you're not a drummer, you can create drum beats. If you are a drummer, you can create drum beats. You can attach it into your system, create MIDI, add these really specific, great sounding drum sets, and continue on however you want to do it. First of all, we got to talk about this. I did get a copy of this software to review from IK Multimedia. They did not pay me for this review. They are not editing this review. And of course, all opinions are that of myself and Geekazine. You can go over to geekazine.com/review to find out more on that. Now, let's get into this. Let's get in here. First of all, hey, you know, you can customize your sounds. You've got multiple kits and multiple drums that you can use. You can sync to multiple MIDI units if you want to. I got a couple MIDI units that I'm using, or going to be using today. You can do real-time sounds. You can do pre-made grooves, and a whole bunch more. The price, $299.99. Now, you might think to yourself, well, that might be a little bit too much, but for what you get, it really is not. It's just amazing. Now, I do have to tell you that I did get this software back when it did get released, and that was back in, I believe, September, August timeframe. The program was pretty solid. But when I was attaching MIDI devices to it, I wasn't getting the responses that I really wanted to see for this. They've since then not only have updates come out from Moto Drum, but also from the MIDI providers, updating it using for Catalina and for the latest Windows 10, and things have gotten a lot better. This is the website over here, Moto Drum. They have a full specs range, but we're going to take a look at the most important specs, and that is if you are a Mac user or a PC user, you can use this on either machine, and they work both great on either machine. For a Mac, you need a Core i5, support for AVX instructions, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 20 gigabytes of hard drive space, and it is a 64-bit plugin. So you'll need any program that uses a VS2 or VS3 or AAX. What we're going to use, we're going to keep it as simple as possible. We're going to use GarageBand. Just going to open it up in there. Of course, we're going to show you the interface first before we do that. Let's take a look at this a little bit more. For Windows, Core i5 also needs AVX instruction, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 20 gigabyte available hard disk space on Windows 7, Windows 8, or Windows 10. ASIO compatible sound card USB port 3.0 suggested, and I highly suggest that you download the free ASIO. It's right here. I'm going to put that right there. And that's basically an ASIO driver that has the lowest latency that I've ever seen. Now, like I said, you need to have a program. If you want to use this for any program, you need to have a program that'll allow it to come in as a VST instrument. We're talking GarageBand, we're talking Reaper, we're talking Cubase, we're talking Ableton Live on there. There's a whole bunch of programs that are on there. You might want to look at your program first to make sure that it can accept a VST, an external
third-party VST instrument. Adobe Audition does not have MIDI support, so Adobe Audition, you can't use it on this. You can't import the tracks or anything like that. I really wish that Adobe would get something in a MIDI editor that would even convert it to audio so I can put it in a little bit easier in my programs, but that's neither here nor there, just so you know. But we're going to use GarageBand. And if you've got a Mac, you've got GarageBand. Simple as that. And of course, Windows, you'll have to get some software to put on for that. But there's many different MIDI editing programs out there that you can use to create that. Now let's get into the program itself. Here it is right here. This is the Moto Drum, and we have it on studio mode. Straightforward interface. We have our models. We can customize it. We can do our play styles, our room, our mixer, our grooves, and our mapping. These are all the drum sets that come with Moto Drum. We've got a studio set, we've got a jazzy set, a rock custom, a grungy reference. So you got a pretty good amount of sets. We're going to start with the studio kit. It just looks like a standard 5-piece drum set with a couple cymbals, hi-hat, and ride here. Now, this is also completely customizable. That means that you can completely customize the types of cymbals, how many drums. If you need a double bass drum kit, if you need a China cymbal, if you need a gong, if you need a cowbell, all those drums are in there. You just have to set it up that way. So we can go studio, we can go rock custom, and as you can see, it's going to load the preset. Now we got the drum set. What I have set up here is on the Axiom Air 32. As you can see, I've got that all set up there. As you can hear this, let's go to the jazzy set really quick. And then we can go a little grungy. I'm not going to go through all of them. You'll get a good idea. And then let's just do plexi as one more, because we like plexi. I like plexi drums. Going from drum set to drum set is actually fairly straightforward and easy to do. Now, like I said, all of this can be customized, and we're going to go through those screens really quick. We're going to start with the customize. Here is the drum set. As you can see, you have all the drums. You have your snare, you got your bass drum. That's what's lighting up. We got some toms, and then the cymbals and the hi-hat. As you can go from there. Now, you can take all these drums, as you can see on the top, that's actually switching around. So if I want to use this flexi kit, but I really like this Black Oyster shell for the snare, there it is. Now let's say I do D Gentleman. We got that. We can switch that out. We can switch these out. Same thing with the cymbals. We can go this type of crash. We can do this type of crash, or this type of crash, vintage. And ride cymbal, if you want a little bit more plated sound, a little drier sound right there. You got that, and you got a little bit more firm. And as you can see, as I'm tapping on the edge, you get an edge sound. If I'm tapping on the bell, you get a bell sound. We can customize this further. Let's just go through the buttons here. You have the play style. Now this is really cool. I can set up for the different types of drumsticks that I use, the different where I hit on the drum. Like for instance, let's say on the snare drum, I have my left over here and my right over here. So when I hit on this snare, as you can see, I'm just hitting using a keyboard, so it's not going to do too much on that. But we can bring that on a little bit. You see that circle get a little bit smaller? That's the area that we use for our drum. And of course we can go nylon tip. We can have a little bit of different sound there. We can change the arena area for that. And we can do the snare drum, we can do the toms the same way. We can bring I like to usually hit from down towards the middle there. And then of course the bass drum kick. We can change the beater here. Let's if we don't want felt, we want plastic, we want a little tacky sound. We can bring that in. We want a little wood sound for even more tack. We can do heel up, heel down.
You can make all the changes there, but we'll just stick with here. We can change our room, so we're in a large studio. Let's go into a mid studio. We can go to a garage. We can go to a booth. We can go to cathedral. And with that, we can change that all from here. Bring that down. Bring it up. Or more and less. So you get the idea from there. We got the mixer here, which is pretty straightforward. You want less snare, then we bring that snare down. Bring it down. And then, of course, ultimately the main mix is right here. We can put in effects. Like, for instance, let's say with this one, we want to put in a steel crusher on this tom. And we can edit that. So you can see how that changes a little bit. Bring in a little bit more. We can change the cutoff. Went the wrong way. So less ring, more ring, more ring. So you get the idea. And then when we're ready, we can just say, okay, I don't want that on anymore, so I'll just turn that off. And there we go. We can add. This is just a regular mixer, so it adds everything: cymbals, toms, and cowbell, and whatever other instruments you have there. Next, we have grooves. This is all predefined grooves, so we'll just do Ace 102 really quick. And so you get the idea on that, and you can change that up. And these are the grooves that you'll basically drag and drop into your DAW. So let's say you just want a straight up beat, you can just drag it into the DAW. I'll show you how to do that a little bit later. And then, of course, we have mapping. Now, this is very important because not all MIDI devices are set up perfectly. So, like, for instance, I'm gonna grab a drumstick and I'm gonna hit the bass drum with on my DTX. Now I'm seeing that registered at the C1 level. I can go over here to kick and I say, but I want this to be something else. So first of all, I'm going to map it. So I hit this button right here and then I map it for the pad. And so basically I clicked on here where you see the little MIDI, and then I hit the pad and now it's mapped for that. And then I can change that. Let's bring it up a little bit. We'll say yes. Now it's not registering as anything, so we can bring it back down. There we go. Now in this interface, we can do a lot of different changes. Like we can do a velocity curve, basically drag and drop. And then we can save this or remap it. We can bring in more drums. There's the other bass drum. So with kick 2, we don't have anything assigned. We can assign it there. Let's say yes. There we go. And with that, we bring this in. So now you see, if we go back to customize, we have this drum right here. There's also a way to bring in the drums over here, and we can change this out. So let's say we want that as the Blue Oyster one. It's the edit kit. Now you're seeing all the drums, all the cymbals with that. So we can change this out. We can bring in this China. We can bring in this crash, a little splash. And now we've got a bigger drum kit that we can use, and we just basically have to go into the mapping and map those. So we'll go like that, and we'll go. You get the idea. So we can bring in a very big kit for whatever style you have. Now, going back to the customize, we can do a lot more with the customization. That is over at the edit element.
Now, this is where you can really have some fun with this. You can tell it what type of edges you have on your bass drum. You can tell it the diameter of the bass drum, the depth of the bass drum. Let's see, it can go from 12 inches to 24 inches. We got a diameter of 17 inches for a smaller or a really big drum. We can tell it what type of heads we want. We want a clear or coated head. Or do we want, what do we want for the resonant head? Do we want more volume on there? For our resonant, do we want dampening on there for our resonant head? Do we want to tune it a little bit to give it that poing sound? Or just reset it back to default. On the edges of the shell, they're usually got a small bevel to them. It's less wood touching the drum head for a better sound. So you can change those. We can go sharp. We can go point. Or rounded. And they all add different sounds to the drum there. So we can totally customize that. We can switch it up. Let's go to the snare drum. And we'll do edit element of the snare drum. With this, once again, we can change the heads. We can get a nice coated head. And different sets will give you different options. The type of snare. Do you want a large snare or a medium snare? Do you want a shell of diameter, a bigger shell with a bigger depth or a smaller depth? And all these, you get the idea. So there's full customization as to what you're doing with this drum set. And you can really just sit there and fine tune the sounds of each drum. So there's a lot of different sounds in here. We haven't even gotten into the best parts, and that is putting it into your DAW-based program. So, but first of all, like I said, everything right now we've been going through here. So as you can see, I have the DTX Multi-12 here from Yamaha, and I have it set up for MIDI, so I can use it. So we have a couple different ways you can do that, especially if you have an older drum module and you want some better sounds to it. You can bring those in using this program. Now let's bring it into a DAW system. And like I said, we're going to use GarageBand. We're going to try and keep it as simple as possible. So we're going to close this out. And we're going to go into GarageBand. We're going to say, this says a new thing, software instrument. We're going to go drum kit. And we'll just say, let's do Bluebird. But we're going to change that up here. Because what's going to happen is we're going to go down here. And we're going to see a thing that says plugins. And this will be like this when you start out. Do the drop down, hit the drum kit, and then you'll see Moto Drum in the list. Or it might say IK Multimedia sometimes. So either way, you'll go into Moto Drum and you'll hit stereo. And it loads the plugins. And then the Moto Drum shows back up. And we're using the drum, and we can change that up. We'll go to the Babinga. So we can go in here. Let's bring this down a little bit. We got the metronome ready to go. Let's record something really quick. And with that, we'll bring it's all in here. So we're going to hit this. Oh, let's take that metronome out. So now. There you go. And of course, with this, you can go into the MIDI patterns. You can change the velocities if you don't like the way that that you hit the drum or anything like that. And really depending on what module you use, they can register velocity. So it can register a light hit or a heavy hit, or maybe even a drum roll or things like that. And you might have to go in and do some tweaking into your MIDI editor to get the sound you want. Maybe you're doing like little flams and things like that. You'll have to make the adjustments because not everything, it won't understand everything, and that's any program. So you'll have to go into the MIDI editor and make some adjustments here and there. So expect that to happen. It's not going to be 100% perfect. But the cool thing about this now is I can go in here, and with this drum beat that I do, and I'm going to loop this drum beat. Now I'm going to go to Rock Custom, and I've completely changed my drum set. Go to Jazzy. And once again, you get the idea of how that all works, because they're MIDI hits. They're not, you could put a piano to this. You could put a saxophone to this. It'll sound weird, but you can still do it and have the sound. But bringing in the Moto drum, it'll give you past the drum sets that something like GarageBand or Reaper or Ableton Live can offer, and give you different options so you can really tune it in. Now, you can also, like I said, you can also set it up onto the DTX. I have my Roland TD50 downstairs, and I'm still doing a little bit of tweaking on it. Like I said, never perfect, but you get it as close as possible so you can do some multi-track recording, and then you can bring in those sounds into whatever recordings you're doing. Now, the one other thing I didn't show you is that groove style. We'll go back over there. So with the same groove, we can sit here and we can just bring this up. It's basically a little drag and drop. And it's asking if we import the tempo information. We don't want to import the tempo. So now we can bring that right there and zoom that like that. And now we've got a pattern that works a little bit better because it's already been done and been cultured out and set up for all the hits and all the velocities in the right spot. So there you go. You get the idea from that. So that is Moto Drum in a nutshell, as best as we can in what we're doing at least 20 minutes here. Thank you guys for sticking around with me on this. We got a lot of great stuff here. If you want to check out more, I'll have the links in the show notes that you can get yourself your Moto Drum. And of course, if you go over to geekazine.com, you can get the Moto Drum information there as well. So you have been watching. We've been talking about the Moto drum modeling. Really quick, what do I think about it? It is, like I said at the beginning, I was happy with the interface, but when importing MIDI devices into it, I had a hard time. There was a big set of latency, and this was on the Mac and the PC as well. That has been fixed with the newest version, and of course, as they continue, there'll be newer versions and updates coming through, and probably even more cool stuff that you can use to bring your drums into your music and make the sounds that you want to. That's it for this video. What do you think? Do you use Moto Drum? Do you have another program that you use that you really like? Let me know. Of course, check out all my other reviews of IK multimedia software and hardware. YouTube, go ahead, like, subscribe, comment, and that little bell notification to let you know when the next video comes in. We do a lot of tech, consumer tech, a lot of music tech, and a whole bunch more, and some geekery too. So Jeffrey Powers here. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and drum on. All right. Let's talk about music. Let's talk about bringing in music into your live streams, and let's talk about music that you can use without somebody coming up to you and say, hey, I want some money for that. You're using my song. What you're hearing right now is a song I actually created on my iPad. Whenever I fly, I like to pull it, and I have the phone or the iPad available. I pull it out and I tinker on it. I get ideas. And then of course as a musician, I use those ideas when I
create songs. Now, not everybody's a musician, and that's okay. There are still ways you can do it without having to worry about, well, how do I do fourths and fifths and major sevenths and blah, blah, blah. Like, for instance, I could bring in a hip hop beat. And I can use this beat and I can actually control it if I want to by little bits and pieces. So you get an idea that there's change to it. And then, of course, I can stop it altogether. So there are different ways to do this. And once again, these ways so far, there have been no copyright to it. Nobody's going to come to you and say, hey, you got a copyright strike because you're using our music. Hey, you know, it's just not going to happen. And if it does happen, you can say, no, this is my original music. So go away. Now, keep in mind, you can't just take like a Billie Eilish song and then create it using one of these programs and then think that you can use that. It's got to be your own creation. I'm going to show you 3 ways you can do it. And even if you're not a musician, these ways will help. But there's many other ways. Now, first of all, before that, we'll talk about some other ways that you can get music in. But keep in mind, if you're using it for live streaming, if you're using it for anything beyond YouTube, especially if your videos all of a sudden show up on TV or show up on Hulu or something like that, then the music, then you face a different type of copyright. Because and this is what I use. I use a program. Let me call it up here really quick. It's called Epidemic. Yeah, there it is. Epidemic Sound. I had to think about that for a second. So this is basically some software that you can use and you can sign up as a YouTuber, and it'll give you music to put in your soundtracks. And a lot of the videos that I put up on YouTube, up on Facebook, will have Epidemic Sound in it. Because I just don't want to deal with it. And it's never going to get past YouTube. And if it did get past YouTube, I'm going to have to take those tracks out or relicense them. But, you know, it's like $15 a month, and I can, you know, if I need a country 2-step, or if I need a ballad, or if I need something rockin' and rollin', I've got all that music at my fingertips because I've done this. I've tried to get royalty-free music, and without a company like this behind it, it gets tougher. In fact, there is a video out there that I had music in that is commercial free. They're not they're not looking for money, but somebody on YouTube found a way to actually create the license for it. And so every time I'll get dinged, not a copyright strike from YouTube, but I'll get dinged. I'll get a message from YouTube saying I can't monetize the video because this music is not mine and I don't have permission to use it. Well, the person that put the copyright claim together also doesn't have the permission to use it. So I don't know. I'm working with YouTube on that, but this is a great way to make sure that I always have music at the ready and use it for. And once you put it into a YouTube video, let's say you cancel Epidemic Sound, and they're not going to come back after you because you used it. You bought it for that time period that you used it. Now, if you use that song after that and you don't have a license set up, yeah, you're going to get dinged for it. But anyway, that's one. There's several different other ones. Video Blocks also does that with Story Blocks and Audio Blocks, because then you add video and you add audio and you add pictures and stuff like that. So if you need something more than that, and of course, even on Wirecast, we have the ability to bring in the stock photo. With that is actually video blocks that they're using it from, they're licensing from. So you can bring in audio, you can bring in video. But once again, if you do something more than just your YouTube videos and your YouTube live streams, you might get some emails, you might get some issues and somebody asking for money. So with that said, let's talk about these 3 ways that I'm going to show you. And one's a hardware solution, 2 are software solutions. And the first one's super easy. If you've got a MacBook, this is the easiest way to do it. That's it, right here. Let me show you. This is it. This is GarageBand. It's a fairly straightforward program to use. And the cool thing about this is you can use your iPhone to create the music and then bring it over to the iPad, to the MacBook, or the iMac, or whatever you're using. You can mix it down to an MP3 file if you're using Wirecast or whatever streaming system on a PC or a different type of machine. But right now I have it to go 16 bars and then loop. So just playing the same 16 bars again and again. And with this, I can change it up a little bit. Like, for instance, I can take out the piano. I can take out the guitar. And some extra drums. And then house drums. Or I can bring them back all in. I can say, yeah, I just want the house drums. Or I want this, which is just basically accent drums. You get it, maybe some grand piano. I don't know how well you can hear that, but you get the idea. Is that you can bring it in. Let's just bring up the volume just a little bit. So now, like I said, let's just do the main line. Take out the metronome. A little bit of acoustic guitar. So, and with the acoustic guitar, like I said, this acoustic line is actually fairly easy to run on iPad and iPhone, because you don't have to figure out all the notes. You can figure out a strum pattern and then just hit chords as you're going. So if you have a basic understanding of music and you know how to do a C, F, G, you could create some stuff and have some fun with it. So if you're a little creative, that's one way to do that. So that is just GarageBand. And here, let me show you really quick. Let's just let's go over here. We'll go over here. There we go. So we're going to create a new file. And yeah, let's not save this. We'll bring in an empty project. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to say add a drummer, create. There, you've just created your first thing. There's Maurice. And what's cool about this is I can sit there, I can change how he plays. Louder, more complex. I want more of the hi-hat. I want shakers instead of a hi-hat. I want some percussion in there. Add some fills. Or I don't like this. Let's go to Boutique 808. There we go. Let's do some electro bump. And I can create. I have plugins that I can bring those in to add to this sound. Let's go back. Let's go to Big Room. Let's go to Dez. Let's change him up. Change up our drummer. Go back to Big Room. There we go. So you get the idea there. It's lots of different ways that you can bring in. You can bring in a drummer and you can bring in a sound. If you just want a drummer, that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is by going over to, let me bring it up here. Another program that I use is called Unbox. This is going to cost a little bit more, but it's got some great features to it. And right now I've got a song in here, and these are just the bass songs that you can load up, and you can use them. They're copyright free. And then I can change things a little bit if I wanted to. Like, for instance, we'll just go to the basic song here. Nice little slow classic rock. I got an echo. I shouldn't have an echo. That's weird. Hold on a second. there. Okay, there we go. I had a button on. So anyway, the idea, yeah, as you can see, now I can talk and I have this music playing behind me, and this is actually absolutely copyright free. And if I wanted to, I can say, okay, I want this to be an F instead of an G. So now, it's gonna sound a little weird, but because I didn't think about it too much, but that's not too bad. And then I can bring this to G, and then now I've got a different song if I wanted to. It is, as you can see, fairly straightforward. And to create the styles, you can go from the list, and you can use the base list, or you can buy whatever add-ons they have, because you can get tons of more songs if you need something a little bit more specific to what you're doing. But as you can see, it's there you are. You've now got a song. You've got music behind you that you're not going to get in trouble for using because of the fact that it's copyright free. And what's cool about this is you can use this for things like when you're planning to do a live stream and you have to go silent. Let's say you're doing overhead cameras just showing the crowd or something like that. You can have this music playing in the background. I've done this several times for events. So they have something audio-based to listen to while they're waiting for the stream to come back up. It's pretty cool. So we have that option. Let's bring that down. Let's stop that. And there's a third option. Now this is a pretty cool option, and what's really cool about this is you can also create your own beats and stuff like that. There's mostly drums, but you can actually put in other instruments if you put some thought into it. And it's this thing right here. And why didn't that switch over? Let's do that. Did it not? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Let's move it over then. Hold on a second. Oh, stop being difficult. There we are. This is the Beat Buddy. This is a product I got about a year ago, and I've done some stuff on this before. And this is really cool because with this, you can just put some straight up drum beats down. Now here's how it sounds. Let me switch over here. Is it ready? Okay. So now if I hit this button, it's doing a straight up hip hop beat. And I got that running in the background. So now I can talk. I got this hip hop beat going on, and I can alter it a little bit. Let's say I'm going to go from one segment to the other. I'll just hold it, press it down. Now I've got a little bit of skip in there, a little bit of feel like it's not just going to be a straight beat through the whole thing. I can do multiple fills, and then I can go to a different type of beat, and then when I'm done, I'll just double click on it, and I'll do an outro fill, and it's done. I can go in here. I can go down to hip hop 2, and I can change the volume. I can change the tempo. Oops. Oh, that's the drum set. I'm sorry. Tempo's over here. I can slow it down. And then when I'm done, I just stop it. And once again, this is also, you get some basic drum beats in here. You can add your own. There is an online community that does a lot of cool stuff. Like you can do funk and drum and bass. You can create your own. If you know MIDI, you can. They have a program that you load up, and you can change all the MIDI on there. But you can also bring in stuff that you're working on. Whoops. Like, let's see if I can find it. Maybe I don't have it on this one. Got metronomes, voice beatbox, voice world. Nope, I didn't bring it in, but there's some premium demos here. Let's see. Here's a Phil Collins demo. So you get the idea. So now I can control it with the drums and have a little bit of fun with that. and go from there, because I can control it, and it's a foot pedal, so I could actually have it at my feet, controlling it. Bring in Phil Collins sound. Bring it down a little bit. So now you got some background drums while we're talking here, and hey, that's pretty sweet, and it adds to the audio and video that you do. Now, for music, it's best to have what's called a ducker. So when you talk, it lowers the music down to a certain point. But Wirecast doesn't have a ducker type situation in there. A compressor works sometimes as a ducker, but it is not a ducker. Just so you know. So that of course a compressor is in there, and you can set it up as another track. So when you record, you can actually have this music on a separate track, on track 2, and your vocals on a track 1. So if it just doesn't work, you can just take it out and then set it up and mix it down and get rid of the track, or bring the track in separately, and then do what you need to do in a post editor or anything like that. Or when you're live streaming, you have no music in the background, but if you're recording, you can put the music in the background. So lots of different ways to do it, but as you can see, that is the easiest. Those are the 3 things that you can do to bring it in. One's free. If you've got a Mac, if you've got an iOS product, you've got GarageBand, so use it. One, and then the other 2 you do have to pay. I think this is this pedal is something like $200, $250. There are other pedals out there, just like the Beat Buddy, that also do drum and bass sounds. And they're meant, so when I'm playing guitar, I can put a drum beat behind it. And there's other ways to do it. There's other programs, MIDI programs that you can use to create music. And all of these ways, you just pay the fee, how much it costs for the program, and then the music that you create is what you use. And it doesn't have to be complex. In fact, you can also work with some of your buddies, and maybe your buddy's like, "Oh yeah, I got that program. I got 5 songs that I wrote here. I'll give them to you. You can use them on your show." And the next thing you know, you got music for your show, and you got it from your buddies. So I went a little bit long on that, but you get the idea. Is these are 3 great ways for you to create music and put it in as your back live stream, and have a little bit more as you're going from there. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and today I'm going to show you a really cool thing that you can do on Facebook. I've talked about 3D photos before, but now we're going to talk about how you can make yourself a custom Facebook 3D photo. You maybe don't have an iPhone or an Android phone that can do all that. Maybe you want to take some of your old photos before this whole depth and 3D photo thing happen, and make them into 3D photos. You can do that. I've even done it with this screenshot from here, and I'm going to show you how to do it. First of all, Jeffrey Powers with Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in the geek. You got me. I am here just for you. Thank you guys very much for coming to the show. I'm adding a little bit of more how-to stuff here, so if there's anything you want me to look at how-to wise in technology, let me know by tweeting me over at Geekazine. Well, this is where it all started. I decided, hey, I'm going to test this out. I knew that there was a way to actually make Facebook photos, but I want to have a little bit of fun with this. So I made my first one, and it just was not that great. But then I made this one right here, and I was really impressed with how this works. Now, this is the Facebook image. As you can see, I'm moving around a little bit. Let's zoom in a little bit. It says how do construction workers party? And if you can look closely, and it says they raise the roof. It's hard to see on here because of the fact that you can see it better on the phone. You can see it better when you're scrolling up and down, but that's the idea. Now, I made this 3D photo the other day. I used an image that I got back when I went to South Korea. That's actually in Seoul Square. They had an inflatable moon, which was really cool. And then I decided, well, what would happen if I made a 3D photo with that? And this was not in a 3D photo. I don't even think I took it on an iPhone. So I just took the picture and I brought it into Photoshop. Now, you don't have to use Photoshop, but I tried to do it in Paint and it doesn't work that well. In fact, I couldn't figure out how to do it in Paint. So maybe you do, maybe you're the Paint aficionado. If you are, let me know by tweeting me and commenting down below over on YouTube. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and the bell notification for the next video, of course. I tried to do it. So I ended up doing it in Photoshop, but I also downloaded GIMP and tried it in GIMP. Now, GIMP is an absolutely free software that you can get on the absolutely free interwebs. Well, not absolutely free interwebs, but you get the idea. You can put GIMP onto your computer and you can do this exact same thing. All you need is a program. And if you're on Mac, you have Mac programs, but all you need is a program that can invert image, basically create black and white photos and darken out certain areas and lighten out certain areas and all that stuff. I'm going to show you how to do it in a second here. So I'm going to do it in GIMP. I'm going to do it in Photoshop, and then I'm going to show you how it works. So let's first of all, let's go over to my first thing. We'll go back to the How to Construction Workers Party. This one was actually fairly straightforward. It took a couple times to actually get it to work, but the idea, it's actually really simple. All you have to do is create two files. One is the JPEG of the image, in this case the moon, with the text, How to Construction Workers Party, and they raise the roof. I'll show you how that all works. And then you have to create a second photo, and it kind of looks like a negative of the photo, and it's really not. And here it is right here. So you have the background, you have the mid-row, which is the moon, you have they raise the roof, and they were both they raise the roof right there. That's basically the secondary photo, the depth photo that you create when you create that. Now, I've kept it really simple from here, but it does work from the basic gamut of white to black and grays in between. In fact, if you look at the moon here, you'll notice that it's at a gradient. And the reason why the gradient is to create the depth. If it was all white, it would figure it like a flat object, like a quarter or something like that. And therefore, treat it like a quarter, like a flat object. This has a little bit of roundness to it. So yeah, as you can see, I put a little gradient in there. Now, when you get into shaping stuff like a head or something like that, that changes the gradients just a little bit, and you really got to work on that and play around with that. So your first photo or your first image is basically this one right here, where it shows everything. In fact, I have it right here. Let's bring it up. That's the first photo right there, and that's what you and you get that. You know, I called this construction1.jpg. You can do a JPEG or you can do a PNG. It does not matter. Those are the two main. I don't think you can do bitmaps. Just JPEG and PNG. So How to Construction Workers Party. As you notice, they'll have. You can see they raise the roof on there, and I probably should have made this using the texture of the moon in the text of Raise the Roof, but I decided just to color match it as best as possible so you can see it. Now, and the other thing about both of these with the text is I put a light gradient behind it, basically a drop shadow behind it, so you can kind of see it just as the picture right here. The second photo is right there. As you can see, it's got the moon, it's got they raise the roof, and that's it. And they raise the roof is in just straight up white, because that's going to be what's in the front of the picture. So if you think of it 3D, black is in the back, white is in the front, and gradients go all the way from back to front. So, and you know, as in darker objects to lighter objects to the front. So anyway, that's what we've created right here. Basically, just two images. Now, once again, you got to play with these depending on what you put in for your images. Like if you've got a very busy
type of picture, like let's say a skyline or something like that, you're going to probably do a lot of masking. You're probably going to do a lot of cutting and pasting, creating new layers. Like for instance, if I did a skyline of Madison, I would have the clouds, and that clouded area would probably be all black, and then we'd have the skyline, which would be probably a gray, and in this case, it wouldn't be gradients here and there. It'd just basically be a gray and a black, and that would be the two background and middle ground, creating the layer. And then let's say there's a little ship sailing, because Madison's on two lakes. And our skyline, we can get a really nice shot with a nice lake in front of it. And let's say there's a boat sailing by, and that boat I can cut out and make that object the foreground, the 3D object that moves, and then the lake even be a lighter gradient or a gradient of different grays to bring it forward to the front. So in this case, like I said, the moon, we're just doing a gradient going from the back to the front. And of course, they raise the roof is all in white, and then the background is all in black. Now, with that, those are just the two images. That's it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take those two images, and we're going to come into Facebook, and let's just close that. We're going to take both of the images at the same time, and we're just going to drag them over into the post. And what it's going to do is it's going to see this, and I did not tell you how to label these. The first one, it doesn't matter what you label them, as long as the second one, the depth picture, is labeled _depth. So let's say picture is your picture.jpg or picture.png is your file name. The second file, the one with the gradients, has to have picture_depth, picture_depth.jpg or .png. Those two files, and maybe I can show you this a little bit better here. If I do this, because I've already done these, and as you can see, we got construction1.jpg and construction1_depth.jpg. So hopefully you get the idea there. And what that does is it puts the two together to create this. And as you can see, it works really well. You might have some problems with it. You know, it doesn't happen the first time. It took me about 3 or 4 times to actually get this going, but it does work after a while. So, just put it up there. You can actually bring it up into the page, and without posting it, to actually see what it's going to look like when you're done. If you don't like it, you just hit that little X button in the corner and you start over, and you do a little bit of adjustments, and then you bring those back in and then test it out, and whatever. If you like it, then post away and make your post known and go from there. So that is that one. Let's go to the next one here. Next one is my cat, Scotty. I decided to take a nice little image of Scotty. Where? Oh, yeah, that's because I have like that. Okay, there's the image right now. And so basically, I took this image, and then I cut out Scotty. So there's basically, because we have a lot going on in this picture. There's what we call her kitty condo is around her. A lot of bars around, so got to deal with that, because this actually took about 8 or 9 times before I was actually 3 or 4 times before Facebook said, hey, well, okay, we can put these two together. And then a couple times because the cat and the bars were moving together and it looked weird, and still looks a little bit weird, but I think I got it pretty much matched out from here. So the cat, we got the cat. We're going to have this would be the first image right here that we would save. And then the second image would be this one right here. This kind of looks like a negative. And you basically can just do the Control I or Command I if you're on Mac to make the image negative looking to it. And then doing a lot of color dodge. And then, I changed these to black and white so it doesn't have any colors coming through it. So, and then of course a lot of adjustments, like the little hammock above her head, as you can see, is more of a gray, and it's one solid. We're not worried about the textures in this part of the image. We're just worried about where it's going to get placed, the Z index on the image itself. And of course, as you can see, I did a lot of color dodging, or color burning, excuse me, to bring out the back and then kind of bring a little bit of the bars into play here. So then I, of course, then brought in Scotty as full white. Scotty is going to be the front focus of this image. So that is the 3 layers of this image right here. And of course, once again, I saved the image as I saved it as Scotty JPEG, and then this image right here got saved as Scotty _ depth.jpg. Now, the end result is fairly straightforward. Let's go back here. We'll just take the 2 files and we'll bring them in. And it can take a little while for this to come together, because Facebook is taking both parts of the photo, stitching it, and then bringing it back to you in a 3D photo. So sometimes, this can take a minute to do, depending on your internet connection, depending on the speed of your computer. You might have to wait a little bit. But once it's done, you'll see what we've got right here. So let's and of course, this one, like I said, it's taking a little bit longer. And there have been times that this Facebook just said, no, we can't put it together. Try again. And they give you all these instructions on how to do it. And so this is the end result. As you can see, the bars are separating, moving around too much. So I would probably have to do a little bit more shading to get that going. But I wanted to definitely get a feeling that there were bars around, so you could see the different textures. So it's not going to be easy in some cases, and if you can get a picture that actually has all the layers put out, and you can make the shades from there, that helps out a lot. So once again, not the greatest photo, but this was not a live photo, one that captures depth, or that's portrait mode. That's it. So we could take the photo and turn it into something really cool. Now, like I said, you don't need to use Photoshop. I did bring in GIMP here, and you'll have to forgive me because I don't know. I haven't used GIMP in a very long time, so it took a little bit of learning curve for me, and I tried to keep it as basic as possible. So once again, what we have are the 3 layers. The first photo is a photo of me, and this is just basically a screenshot of me on my view of my video here. So I took a screenshot of me, and then I cut out my image, and then I basically made it white, and then the background I decided to make it black. So just simple 2 tones there. So this is the depth picture, and I named it jeffgimp.png and jeffgimp _ depth.png. So now we're going to go back into here, and we're going to take these and we're going to bring this in. As you can see, it's accepting the PNG files perfectly, and it's going to do a little bit of processing. Once again, as you can see, it took a little less time because a lot less detail to have to map out there. But the end result is not too bad for the 3D photo. And you can see me moving around. You can see my background. I'm moving the other way. You got a little bit of blur in between the head and the background because it doesn't know what's behind me. And so it can't assume there's the same behind, because that's not the case. So you'll see a little bit of blur, but that's basically with any type of photo like this. And I don't think there's anything you can do unless there's a 3rd layer that they put in that actually you can take a picture of the area and then match what is really behind me. But Facebook's not going to do that just for this simple idea. So that's basically it. We've got 3 photos, and we've got a Facebook 3D photo. And it's pretty cool, and I've been doing a lot of posting on there. And the one really cool, the even more really cool thing about that is I can now create some awesome stuff, like I showed you with the construction one. I was pretty impressed with that. Let me pull that back up here. I'll leave this page. So basically, we can have a little bit of fun with this and see what happens. So let's bring that back up. Here we are. So how do construction workers party? They raise the roof. And I'm going to play with this a little bit more with different images, trying to keep the background image as simple as possible. With this moon, it made it great because once again the gradients were there. If you noticed also, when I had the moon, it was never completely white in the middle. It was always a gradient to a slight gray. That way, it doesn't compete too much with the actual text that you are seeing move around when it says they raise the roof. And of course, the how do construction workers party, that worked very. Before this was my first one. My best friend Bob nominated me for the 10-day photo challenge. Day one, I unfriended Bob. Now, as you can see with this one, the front, this is what I'm telling you about the white, is it basically just sticks right to the front of the image and messes with the text and messes with the moon to the point where it just looks a little bit odd when you move around. But once I changed that with the moon, the text all came in line. And I already posted this, so I wasn't going to repost it, but it looks a lot better on the second time around. And then, of course, the third time around being this one. And I think this came out really well. And you can check it out over on my Facebook page. That would be facebook.com/Jeffrey Powers. But you get the idea. And I'll post a couple onto Geekazine, including this one right here that I'm going to be working on very soon. Let's bring this up. I'll show you this one really quick. This is an upcoming video that I had at CES. And it is for the Unreal mixed reality glasses. So I thought, hey, why not make a depth photo out of that, 3D photo out of that, and go from there. So it's going to create it, and there we are. So there is it's going to be the 3D photo that when I post the article, and then I post it on Facebook, you will see this image, which will be the 3D photo moving around. And I think it turned out pretty well. For what I had there. So, and of course, if you go over to geekazine.com, you'll actually see the flat image. They won't have the in-depth movement to it. But you get the idea. You can have a lot of fun with this in many different ways. So let me know what you guys do to create some really awesome content by simply going over to Geekazine. You can find me over at geekazine.com. Think Magazine, put in a geek, you got me. Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all these. Geekazine is where you're going to find me. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, hit that bell notification so you know when the next video comes out. And hey, you can also join the Patreon movement. You can also tip me. There's a lot of great ways. It'll show you in the show notes there. Thanks a lot for watching. Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. Until next time, you guys geek out and create more cool Facebook 3D photos. So take care. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here, and I am at a conference. Yes, I am. I'm here at this very generic conference, and I'm talking about different things that you can do in your teleconference and having fun with it. And welcome to another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. That is me. How you doing? So we're here at this conference, and we're having a lot of fun. And wait a minute. Let's do this. Boom. Hi, how's it going? Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in geek. There's the socials right there. And today we're going to be taking a look at a piece of software that lets you do this. Hi, I'm at a conference and I'm talking, and all of a sudden I'm floating this way. Wait, what? Something's wrong. Okay, I'm back. This is called Character Animator, and yeah,
what I have set up, what was my first ever puppet, and it's not perfect, but I'm going to show you some puppets that you can use. There's ways you can create your own puppets and do a lot more, and you can have a lot of fun with it. For those of you that are doing online conferences, teleconferencing calls and stuff like that through whatever software that you use, you could take this software and you can use this inside as long as it accepts the video in through Adobe. You can go and follow me. You don't need to do it, but if you want to check out when I have more, because I have a lot of cool stuff, you should check out the Lego builds that are over here on the Amazon Live channel. You should check out the technology that I review. And then, of course, all of these Adobe how-tos are definitely going to be part of this whole thing. Now, first of all, I want to let you know, I did get a product. Adobe did get me a copy of the software to review and use, but all opinions are of my own. You can go over to my review page to find out more. And I've played with this software for a few years now. And now that we're in this area of everybody's doing online meetings, they're doing weird things for these online meetings. I've heard of stories of people that are they're starting with the backgrounds. The backgrounds were super easy. They don't need the green screen, what's called chroma key, and they can put in a background as long as they're well lit. It does pretty good. You get a nice picture of San Francisco or Bridge of the Enterprise or whatnot. You get all these options. But what if you could take it one step further? What if you can take it to a cartoon level? And that's where this program comes in. It's called Character Animator by Adobe. It's part of the Adobe Creative Cloud, and which comes in. It's just amazing how many pieces you get with the Creative Cloud for around $52 a month or $600 a year. You get Photoshop, you get Premiere Pro, you get Rush, you get AI, you get 100 gigabytes of storage, you get all of it here, and just tons of programs. And I've showed you the programs. If you saw my previous videos, I showed you how I use Premiere Pro in creating my videos. I showed you how to use Photoshop in creating my thumbnails. And now I'm going to show you how to impress your friends on your online conferences with this piece of software that does come with the Adobe Creative Cloud. Now let's pull up my Creative Cloud here really quick. So this is the Creative Cloud right here, and it comes with all of these. These are the ones that are installed on my PC and Mac. You also have mobile devices, and you also have web devices. So if you go to the mobile device, you can do Photoshop on your mobile device. You can do Premiere Rush, you've got Fresco, you've got Illustrator Draw. So you can get Spark Video. You can create compelling videos in minutes. I should probably use Spark Video. I don't use Spark Video on my phone. And just a whole bunch of cool stuff. You have web enabled apps as well, like Mixamo, which is a 3D modeling software. Adobe Color, you got Spark, which creates graphics mobilely. So you can go up there and then create your graphics and then put it down. Because there's a lot of times where I'm not by my computer, and something like that would really, really help me, whether it be on mobile or desktop or web. So, but these are the programs that I have installed. These are the programs I don't have installed. So as you can see, Dreamweaver makes web pages. Dimension is 3D design. Lightroom does photo touch editing. Animate you can do something similar to Character Animator, and it's very possible the Character Animator and Animate will eventually merge together. I wouldn't be surprised on that, but for right now, these are two separate programs. Prelude is metadata ingest with Fuse, which is it's a beta. And you can get beta software and play with the beta software for 3D characters in Photoshop projects. So, and I'll have to show you how to do some Photoshop 3D creations, because I've made some logos already in 3D, and you can do a lot more with that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So, but anyway, we're talking about Character Animator. And let's just go to Character Animator's webpage here. Let's go back here. So this is basically it. This allows you to create characters, or what they call puppets, and what and you could actually create yourself as a puppet, like I did right there. That was a very crude version of me. I made a later version, but I just don't know what happened to it. And I had to reload my PC, so I probably wiped it out in that. But, you know, a lot of people have been using Character Animator. In fact, at the beginning, while I was still in beta mode, CBS was using this on Stephen Colbert's show to make President Trump. And that's the program that they used, this one right here, to make that character. And he was sitting on the chair, and it's easy to do. You can bring it in. I could actually have my character standing right here. I've got him in a background right now. It's a conference background, but you can do a whole bunch more with that. And I'll show you how that all works as we go. So, and if you have any questions, feel free. There's a comment section right over here. Go ahead and ask questions, then I'll try and answer them as best as possible. Let's see, we also have, if we go to the page, there's like puppets and puppets galore. And I know that you can also get puppets. If you just don't want to spend the time to figure out how the puppet's created, you can actually have people make puppets for you. And you could also go and get pre-made puppets if you want to do like a simple video on how to do something, you know, like a little professor with a little yardstick or something like that. And then you have all that going. And you can bring it in scenes. You can actually even make a whole 30-minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, 5 hour, 20-hour video using Character Animator. And so you bring your creations out. It depends on how you really want to use it. Like I said, I've been using it on and off for the last couple of years now. It's amazing. And now with all these conferences, I used it today in a social teleconference call, where, you know, everybody, they're checking up on your well-being. We got a VIP section that, you know, meets every now and then, and with the VIPs, we sit there and say hi. So I came in as a unicorn in that same conference room setting right there, and I just had some fun with it. And you can too. And you don't have to buy a llama to bring to future teleconference calls. You can make the llama and show it right there. So let's get into this. Let's take a look at Adobe Character Animator version 2020, and it's right here. And it basically is using my face movements. Now, if you see on the top right-hand corner, you're going to actually see my face, and I'm going to be talking. Now, with this face, you're going to see some red dots around my face. This is the mapping of my face, and this is what makes the Character Animator magic happen, because it uses my face and uses my movements to make movements. Now, this is a very stiff movement of me, and the mouth isn't moving as well as I really want it to, but newer Character Animators, they'll do that and do that a lot better. And all you have to do is go to the home, and you've got like a whole bunch of characters that you can start with. If you want to be this guy right here, Chad, you want to be a walking walkabot. This just basically walks and talks. That's kind of cool. You got the wizard. You got the Dr. Apple Smith. You got this blue guy. This was the unicorn Stardust that I used. Let's start with Stardust. And once it loads up, it'll be a lot sooner to switch between the two. So there we are. Here we are. We've got the unicorn. Or Stardust, and as you can see, I can move him around pretty good. I can move his hands, but I have to use my mouse to move the hands. And then there's a thing called triggers, which you can set things like you can do keystrokes basically to have the hoofs move up and down, maybe the legs move around. I don't think the legs move on this situation right here, but as you can see, when I'm turning my head, the Stardust turns its head. When I move my eyes, and the eye movement, because I got my glasses on, it's harder for it to see. Now if I take my glasses off, it'll see the movements a little bit better and work from there. but I need my glasses to see, so I'm going to put them on, and so it looks like Stardust is looking up into the distance. If I tip my head back a little bit, it might do that. So there's little nuances that you need to be aware of when you're creating your character. We gotta get up here. We get back to this screen, which is basically exactly what you see right here. It's the same camera I'm using to bring this in. I can choose from any type of camera. It could be a webcam, so I could have it completely separate than this camera right here. But I choose that this camera right now makes life easy. I can turn it off, and now Stardust is just going, "What's going on? Nothing's happening." Ah! I can turn it back on. And there I am. If these little red dots you see around my mouth and my face, if they're all out of whack, like let's say they're over here or something like that, then we have this little button right here that says do reset. So basically I got to put myself in the middle of the frame, not talk, and then hit that button. I'm going to do that right now. 3, 2, 1. There. Now let's just reset it. And so with that, you should see me talking, and the scene that you saw me before in the conference room, now you're seeing with the unicorn, with Stardust. And I can move around, I can dance a little bit, I can move my arms and wave my arms. I can do this and this and this. If you notice, they have a really cool option that in some characters it will allow you to elasticize the arms. So if I was to stretch it out like that, you could go all the way to the top right-hand side of the screen. But in this case, these have bones. And with these bones, it allows them to not stretch like that. Anyway, so you have your character right here. And bringing in a character, that was pretty straightforward. Bringing in a background is just as straightforward. You just have to import an image. I imported the image. Did I import the image? Yes, I did. It's called, what did I call it? I call it background. Simple as that. And then you bring it in that timeline. Now, if you've used Premiere Pro or any of these other programs, you've seen this timeline before. It works a little different than with Character Animator than it does through like Premiere Pro or something like that. But you need to get a little used to it, because right now it's a little weird to go back and forth. But once again, you figure it out. So the background, I have it pretty much set up the way I wanted it. It was a conference I took a picture of a couple years ago. And so I just went into Photoshop. I blurred it out a little bit so it looks so you could see me in the foreground and that in the background. And now I can bring in this guy right here and start him up. Now Stardust is not moving because I do not have Stardust in action. So if I click on Stardust, it's now going to prepare it, and now Stardust is available to talk and move, and just like I'm doing. If you're seeing me in the top corner, I'm going to wave like this. You got a unicorn right here. It's me. I'm a unicorn. I'm Stardust. Yep. You get it. Okay. So, and then of course, once again, I can move the hands and say hi. Now, of course, Stardust is not in a perspective frame with the photo. And I could actually split up this photo so Stardust could be actually on the other side of this table. But I want Stardust in the foreground. So with that, I go over to this right side. And the right side is the puppet trek behaviors. So they have different things. Let's see if you can see that from here. Yeah, you see that at the top, you'll see it says dragger, it says eye gaze, there's face, there's lip sync, and stuff like that. The whole idea is that these are where you can make the changes. And the big one we're going to look at right now is called transform, because I want to scale Stardust bigger. So I'm going to bring him into the foreground. Hello. Back up. Oh, he's upside down. Oh. So this is Stardust. We're going to make him a nice, about there. Now we got to reposition him because he's kind of up there. So let's reposition him. So that's the position Y. Bring him down a little bit, or her down. I don't know. It's up to you what you would call him or her. And then let's scale Stardust back a little bit so we can get the unicorn and the horn and the hands or hooves. So now I got the hooves. I got the hooves right here. And I got the horn up here. And I got the head here. And it's all good. So we got that position. We got that scaled. We can even do a rotate if we want. Now, all of this you can use to create the movie, because you can actually create the scenes inside here. That's what that timeline is for. So in the timeline, all you have to do is hit the record button and talk. So I could hit this record button, and now it's going to record in 3, 2, 1, and it says, "Hello, I'm Stardust. How you doing? I'm here. You're here. We're all here. Yada yada yada. Blah 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 blah. Thank you very much for coming to the show." I'm going to hit stop, so I don't confuse myself on this recording and that recording. But now Stardust has a little scene right here, and you can see that it just populated all here in the take. The camera input, the audio input. I didn't set the audio on here. I don't know what audio input I'm using, so it probably didn't do any audio to this. But if I did, then I hit the playback and I can actually hear what I just said. And go from there. So, but that's basically, you can, like I said, you can create scenes, you can make the background move, you can make the foreground move, and how you create your animations. Now, through the magic of third-party protocols, I can actually take this character and bring them to another area. And I do that by using a program called NDI by NewTek. And the idea of NDI tools is it allows you to capture the screen and take it to another computer. Let's say you're on one computer and you're doing a presentation. You use NDI tools that will send the presentation to another computer where you can watch that presentation. And you can send it to multiple computers, multiple sources, and all of them can watch that presentation. It's a pretty cool program, absolutely free. And just look for NDI tools and you're good to go. That is what we use because Adobe has adopted NDI tools for this use. So once you install NDI tools, we'll go back up here and we'll go to Edit and we'll go to Preferences. Inside of Preferences, we'll just zoom this over here. We got Live Output. Now, any external cameras options will be in this output. So I can send Stardust to my first monitor, my second monitor, my third monitor, my fourth monitor, or a capture card or anything like that, whatever's set up in there. NDI output is where I'm going, and I hit the setup here, and that's going to take me to the NDI page. That's not what I wanted to do. So let's just bring that back for a second here. So I have that box checked. And when I have that checked, now that can bring this over to the other program. In order to do that, I have to run one of the NDI tools, and the NDI tool is called the virtual input. It's on Mac and it's on PC. It's the virtual input, and you just basically have to say, "Hey, I wanted to use the Adobe Character Animator." Simple as that. And then it comes into other programs. And definitely, if your teleconference program allows you to do NDI video in, then you'll be able to do this. You can actually do this in other ways. Like I said, there are other ways to bring that in, and that's using different types of software and hardware. Like, for instance, if I'm using a video capture device like ATEM from Blackmagic, you basically set up a program that will send this video to the ATEM. Or if you got another, many different protocols, internet protocols or wired protocols that you can install. And then once you install the driver or the software, then it'll show up on that list that I showed you a little bit earlier. And with that, you'll be able to create something like Stardust here. Now, maybe you're not into Stardust. Maybe you want something. Maybe you want to do the walkabout. Let's do a walkabout. So now this is the walkabout character. As you can see, that loaded up a lot faster because it was already in my scene area. So I have the robot. If I raise my head and scrunch my head, I can move it around. I can do that. I can turn. I can go back and forward with this. He can't turn his head, but that's by design. It can't move the hands, it can't do the legs because it's already doing a motion. It's walking. And with that walk, that's all it's doing. It's walking and talking. So I could be a walking and talking encyclopedia. We also got, what else we got? I'm trying, Chloe is the default. You'll see the updated Chloe right there, which will have hand movement. And I don't think she'll have foot movement, but some of them do have the ability to move their feet. So you'll be able to, like for instance, the ninja right here, you'll be able to kick and you'll be able to thrust. Let's bring Ninja into the scene. It's going to take a couple seconds. But once I bring Ninja in, Ninja doesn't have a mouth, but he has mouth movement, or she has mouth movement. We don't know if it's a guy or a girl. But also has the ability to move the hands. Now, so I can move it with my mouse, and as you can see, it's not only moving it, but it's also giving me cartoon motion. So I got that. I got the foot where I can do that, and this has got the elastic, so I can do the. Let's bring that back. And it comes right back. And the same with the hand. I slap you. But there's also a thing called triggers. Oh, where is it? They moved this around a little bit. Here we go. Here's the super kick. Let's replay the super kick. Like that. And there it is. So they've made part of this. They obsolete things every now and then. That's Adobe will to improve things. So anyway, down here we have these replays where we have the side punch. I'm doing the sound effects for that, but you get the idea. The super kick, side punch, and you can record some of these. So if you want to do a hand gesture, you want to do a wave or something like that, then you can record that and create that as a replay. So you can just hit a key, and these are all, they can all be hotkeyed. So you can hit a button, and then all of a sudden I'm punching you. Ha ha ha. Now I can take that background and come put that background back in here. Let's put it in. There we go. Now I've got my conference room background and my ninja. Of course, my ninja needs to be rescaled, so I'm going to rescale him or her and bring him or her down. There we go. And now I am ready to kick this conference into high gear. And when I was back here, down here, you see a lot of red dots, and then some of them aren't red. They're kind of blurred out or something like that. So that basically, when the walk was grayed out, and so I couldn't walk. But when I made it happen, and now I start using the left arrow, Ninja starts walking left, right arrow, Ninja starts walking right. And I can change the speed, I can change the step phase. Let's change the step phase a little bit more so you can see it looks a little bit more jumpy. And you get the idea right there. So now I can go, there's one thing called the motion lines, and I can click on that for motion lines. And now I have that. That's the frontal motion lines. We got arm movements, we got head turns. Let's see if we can bring that in. Let's bring that down and see what we got. Okay, this just shows sensitivity for that, and we can change the sensitivity for the head move so it moves a little bit slower or it moves a little bit faster. What else we got? And some of this stuff is just putting together the input of the parts, the moving parts inside the character, the puppet as they called it. So as you can see, I can change the sensitivity on those eyebrow tilts and bring it back to where I need it to go. Same thing with lip sync is I can go in there and I can say I want the jaw movement. Oh, I think this is what I was playing with. The jaw movement to be a lot, or a little, I'll bring that back to there. And now it's just regular jaw movement as we go. So now we have our conference ninja ready to attack the men and win the battle. Hata! Hata! Now, it's all well and fun and to play with the ninja and play with some of these other characters, but how do you create your own puppets? Well, what you basically have to do is you have to take one of these puppets, and like I said, Chloe is the default puppet. There are two different types of Chloes. There is an Illustrator version, and then there's a Photoshop version. And depending on which version, which program you want to use, you'll want to load up that one. So if we go to, oh, this is still loading, but if we go to Chloe Photoshop, is it this one? Yeah, this one. We're in Chloe Photoshop 2. There's Chloe. Hi, Chloe. How's it going? Her lips aren't moving. Why aren't her lips? She might be. Okay. Chloe might be voice activated. So I got to make sure that I have the right audio. And we'll say, okay. And now look at that, because I'm using my voice, and you can see this up here. Now my voice is what's moving her mouth. And so as you can see, that's got that meter right here. If you're covering your mouth a lot, then this is perfect for, in fact, let me show you this. So, oh, you can't see it this way. I'll cover my mouth, and I can keep talking, and Chloe keeps talking too. Isn't that cool? So now with Chloe, what I can do is I can go in and I can send this to Photoshop, or in this case, Photoshop, or the Illustrator. I can send that version to Illustrator. Okay, so now we can export Puppet. We can edit the original. So we do that. That should open up Photoshop. There we go. And this is going to bring in a layered version of Chloe. Now, Photoshop, if you've got the Adobe Creative Cloud, you get Photoshop with the program. You get Adobe Illustrator as well with the program, so you'll be able to bring in these puppets easily. Hopefully, I'm not maxing my system. There we are. So this is Chloe in the Photoshop format. Now, if we go in, we can take the head and we can move it. See, that's her head. That's one sprite or layer of the character. We can do the same thing with the hand and the arm. Since Chloe's got a little bit of movement in her arms, she's also got the elastic movement, which means that there's a way to bring in what's called bones into your work. So if you wanted this arm to bend at the elbow joint, you can set up bones to make that happen. So, but she's just got basic movements, and I think her arm will bend in the middle as she moves around. It won't bend here because this is just the Photoshop thing. So I could do something like change the nose look a little bit, or change the eyes, or maybe change the color of the shirt. This is the shirt right here. And it's all in layers and set up ready for the character. So that's the first part, is actually going in and actually changing the character. So if you got a good idea, there are some more complex puppets out there. Just look on the internet and you'll be able to find some stuff there. I think there's some free characters, puppets that you can use to bring it in and create your own models. There's online communities out there with puppets that you can go and get. And then of course there are puppets that you'll have to pay for, but then you'll be able to use those puppets in your work, and however you do it. So let's get back here. So we got Chloe. We can, and once again, like I said, the Photoshop or Illustrator, we can make our edits, we can make our changes. When we're done, we simply just save it and close it out. And with that, now Chloe is ready. She's saying, hi, I'm Chloe, And as you can see, she doesn't have that elasticity as the Ninja does. She does have the ability to do a little bit of aerobic action. And I don't think her feet move. No, her feet don't move. It's just the hands. And in this case, wherever you leave the arm, it's going to stay there. In some other cases, if you move the arm around, it'll come back to an original position. But as for the Ninja, when I move his arm like this and I let go, it comes right back down to a side. Now, in here, you have your rig, you record, and your stream. With stream, you have, as you can see, this is more keystroke stuff. So if I hit F, as you can see, the fist just closed. If I hit D, they open up. If I go S, they flip to the side, and then of course A, they're open up. If I hit Q, I turn to the one side. W, E, R, N, T. So I can really control the body movements if I want to. But then I still have the hand movements. So if I want to create a fist, I'll go F, and then I'll go, why are you punching yourself? Why are you punching yourself? And then it comes back to the position. You can set, of course, in order to do this, you first have to create the hand. So it's not like everyone's going to have an open hand and a fist and a side hand, because some of these things are not even human; they're aliens, and these streams, these options, will do different things. Like maybe they'll spit a bubble out of their mouth, or maybe they'll make the brain bulge out, or something. Like, I don't know, whatever you want to make it do. On the layout side, you can change that. So if I want that to be a G, I'll go over here, and I think I just have to move it. So you can change all of this and set it up for the performance. Now, same thing with the background. Let's go over to the background. In this case, I don't have anything set up for the background, but I could set it up to maybe move around a little bit. We can kind of put them together. So when Ninja moves, the background moves too. But you have that. And you have the rig area. This is where you take your puppet and you make this puppet do what it needs to do. If you look, if you can see, I don't know if, let me see if I, no, it's back to the last frame. But if you can see, the hands are all of the hands here. And all of the faces with all the turns, they're just on layers. On this side, let's see if you can see it from this one. Yeah, on this side, you have all the ways that the ninja can move. So you have the left quarter with the head, and it's highlighting the area of the head when I click on that. And then I'll drop that down, and I can say frontal head, and I can say hair. There's the hair, highlights the hair. And I can make changes to the hair. On the right side here, you have the ability to move things. So we're moving the hair a little bit. Just put that back to where it was. We can change its opacity. So we can have kind of see-through hair. We can rotate the hair. We've got different options here. Down below, we'll collapse layer. We got the layer mesh, and then we have this thing right here, the tags. Now we can play with eyes, and as you can see, there are different types of mouth movements. There's different types of arm movements. All of these dots will allow you to do something. If I want to make the shoulder do something special, like maybe something like this, I can definitely make that happen. I can make the eyes blink a little bit different. I can make the mouth, as long as I have the layers that are meant for that to do that, and the ability for movement, I can do that. But as you get the idea, it's pretty much up to your imagination what you can do with the character animator to create your whatever. I have a niece that is in art school right now, and she's creating 3D objects. We could bring in one of those objects, set up the layers, and then have some fun with it. And these are the characters that you get with Character Animator. So you can use Chad, you can use Chloe, you can use the Walkabout, you can use Red Monster, you can use Tull. This guy right here, this is what's cool about Thorn, is they've now added a background to Thorn. So when he comes up, he's going to have really nice animated background that you can use in your videos if you want to. So you don't have to do any extra stuff. You just bring them in and boom, and there you go. And he's taking a little time to prepare, but he's coming in. There he is. You see, that's a really nice background. So if I go here, now I'm this big monster guy, but as you can see, his hands, he has jointed arms. So they joint at the elbow and they joint at the hand. So he can bring that like that, or bring this down and bring it down the ground and like be in like a knuckle dragger right there. Pairing scene. There we go. Now, as you can see, Heather's got, this is perfect for anybody that wants to do a vlog or something like that. I don't think her hands move. Let's see if she's got any stream options. There are no controls for Heather. So you just basically talk and do that. But I could probably figure out, there's probably a way. Let's go to the rig and see what Heather looks like. So her hands are just there. That's it. So it's basically Heather talking. None of this stuff in the background moves, so I can't move the crystal ball. I can't move anything like that. I'm trying to click on the screen. I don't see anything that's triggering. It would have been nice to have that candle move or something like that. But you could set that up. You could recreate this puppet and then have it so you hit G and all of a sudden the candle flickers. So that's Heather. Let's see what else we got. And once again, you can use these right out of the box. I've never tried this one. Oh, this is the new where you can create a new capture. We're going to capture the facial features. So we're going to start the capture. It asks for a neutral. Adobe Photoshop Lightroom. Woohoo! So there's my character. So we'll hit continue and saying it's now being created. Now it says pick a style, and then we have to adjust the settings. Oh wow. Ooh. Oh, that's freaky. Okay, so I can pick a style right here. So I could do like a little pencil look to me, or let's see that. Yeah, a little artsy stuff. I want a little. It looks like a statue-esque. We got that. We don't have to have a style, but we can do different styles. I could be a bear. Look at that. I'm like Chewbacca. We're going to do Chewbacca right now. And then we can change the stylization a little bit more and a little bit less. So, there's my glasses. I want that. And then feature exaggeration. A little more, a little less. Let's stick that in the middle. Cycles, we got resolution at 480 pics. We can go up to 720 if we want to. And now we're going to hit generate puppet. And in the meantime, these are all the programs that you can get on Adobe Creative Cloud. And let's just go back because we're getting close to the end here as we're waiting for this to finish up. And I think I just did. It's about $52.99 a month, but if you do the yearly subscription, billed yearly, it's all one lump payment of $598.88. And that's actually cheaper, but a monthly subscription is about $79.49. You can make different choices. Plus, you have the student teacher. If you've got a student or teacher credentials, it's about $239. So that helps with being able to learn this stuff. So it's amazing what you can do with all this. So now, ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Hi, I'm me. How you doing? It's not perfect. It's not perfect by any means, but as this program really starts to grow, I wouldn't be surprised if they add more features to it. I think this is, let's turn off the microphone. So now I can just move around. Yeah, you can use the microphone or you can use the camera setup. So, and then of course I can adjust the sensitivity so it doesn't look so jumpy as I speak. But here I am Jeff the Wookiee Bear. I don't know, what do you think? Is it me? Is it this or this? Let me know and I'll do whatever you want. So, all right, well that's gonna do it for this. Let's get back to this guy right here. And that's going to do it for this episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. My name is Jeffrey Powers. There we go. Now, so you've been watching another episode of Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Tell me what you think. Are you going to use Character Animator? You can bring it right into your teleconference program. I know the popular teleconference programs will allow you to use this to bring it in as your scene. So you can have a lot of fun with it. Like I said, I was playing with it a little bit earlier at a conference, and people were laughing, and it just made the mood a little bit cooler. So Let me know what you think. Of course, you can reach me on the socials. I'm everywhere. You can find a social. I'm there. Just think magazine, put in geek, and go from there. Thanks a lot for watching. This has been another episode of Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. So as we finish up this conference call, does anyone have any questions? Brad?
Can we get better coffee for next time?
Well, since you're at home, I suppose you can kind of get your own. Anyone else? Wizard?
I need more skin cream.
Okay, that's something that's on Amazon, I suppose. Yeah, Stardust, do you have a question?
I just want to say that everybody's beautiful.
Well, thank you. Fish, you had a question?
Bloop.
Yeah, we can do that. I think that's it for this call. See you guys next week.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay, we'll see you next
Goodbye.
time. Okay, see ya.
Bloop.
Bye.
What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and you are watching another Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. The HP Never Stop 1202W is a loaner model. I do have to send it back, but nobody's editing this video or this my posts on Geekazine. Of course, if you want to find out more about this, you can go over to Geekazine and our review area to find out all my policies and procedures. All opinions are of my own. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the printer in question here. This is the Never Stop HP Never Stop all-in-one laser printer 1202W wireless laser with cartridge-free monochrome toner tank. It is a black and white printer, laser style printer. Houses the toner in here, and we're going to talk about that as we go. In fact, the best part about this Never Stop 1202W is it's got 60% savings on toner for price. Prints 5,000 sheets right out of the box. It can do, when you reload it with toner, can do another 2,500 prints. It reloads the toner within 15 seconds. It's crazy. 7 times more pages than the inline printers. Does 21 pages per minute, 150 sheet input tray right there. And it scans at 600 dots per inch. We did an unbox of this, and I'm going to show you that right now. This is a new type of laser printer that's been out for about a year, and the first time it's hitting the United States here. This is a special loading ink printer. This is a black and white printer. It was not color, it's meant just for black and white prints. It can do 5,000 pages from the box, and it can do up to 7 times what your regular laser printer does. The reloadable toner ink is the key here because it's a cartridge that you put in and you let it load, and it loads in a few seconds and goes from there. So let's open this up and see what we got. We're gonna pop it open. What do we got here? So inside we get a couple plastic trays that will go into the printer.
Looks like we got a USB cable right there. We've got the power cord, which is a standard 3-prong plug cord. And we got cardboard, and then of course the printer. This is a lighter printer, but you definitely want to watch out how you unload the printer from the box so you don't hurt your back. We got some instructions here that show you all the places. They're usually marked with orange tape, so it's easy to determine what you need to pull out. So let's go ahead and do that. There's some styrofoam on the top. I think this is one unit here, so it can pull up right so. So you can try and pull it up. What I like to do is I like to set printers on their sides and then slide them out that way. It's usually the easiest thing to do when you're doing it all by yourself. There we go. And we'll just slide it to let the box kind of fall off the side of the table here. There we go. And we'll set the box right here. Now, we'll gently turn it back 90 degrees. There's our printer right here. We got some styrofoam on both sides, which we have to carefully remove. Throw it in the box. Throw it in the box. And here we got the printer right here. So let's go ahead, pull the plastic. It looks like it comes from the top down. But this is a review model, so it might be a little bit packaged differently than what you would get if you were to actually buy it outright. All right, there we go. Put the plastic in the box. All right. So the instruction manual, let's get that again. Like I said, tells us where all the tape is, but we have the orange tape that'll tell us as well. So we'll hit the orange tape right here and right here to begin with. And we'll cautiously set this on the box because we are going to be returning this model. We got a little plastic film, we'll leave that be. Okay, that flips open. So there's a little scanner right there, pretty cool. We will turn it to its side, and there's a lot of tape right here, which we will pull off. I think this comes up, so we can pull out the tape here and here. Put that on the box. We open up the printer. Oh, we got another piece of tape right there that holds this door open. We got the door open right there. Guess where this tape's going? On the box. All right, there we go. And let's see, we got another piece of tape that holds this orange piece right here. And there's a piece of white right there. And pull this up. And this looks like to be a lot of stuff here. There we go. Some plastic and some plastic. I'm guessing this is so the toner doesn't go everywhere. We got the tray over there. So we're just going to open up the instructions and make sure we've got all the tape because you don't want tape hiding anywhere. So it said to take the tape off, lift this up, take the tape off there and pull that piece out. Next up, what we're going to do is we got these two pieces over here. We'll set this down for a second. So we have these two pieces right here. We got the tray insert. And the USB cable can go back over there. We got another part of the tray insert. Slightly different than other HP printers. So we got this insert right here in the box. We got this insert right here. Right there. So this is the page insert. I'm not exactly sure how that goes, so we got to go to the instructions here. So it basically says, take this piece, this is the tray piece, and we insert it like so. the tray insert will actually clip right there. So now we put the paper into here, which I have to go get. I'll be right back. All right, so basically we're gonna set the paper setting, and then I guess we're gonna put it right in there. There we go. And then next is this cover tray, which goes right in like that. And there, we're good to go. So the first print takes around 20 to 25 seconds to warm up, and that's after the printer's turned on. But after that, I was making prints easily, pretty quick. Like I said, it does about 21 pages per minute. Let's take a look at the printer a little bit closer here. What we've got here, we've got the little LCD panel right here, and of course all the buttons from the power button to the, I can't see it from this angle, but they'll turn on when we activate it. We got a little scanner area, so if you need to scan some documents, you can do that. We got the scanner part. We can pull up the second area here, and that gives us where we're going to capture the prints at. We've got our feeder area right here, and then this is our level. This tells us how much toner we have here. So if we open this up, this is where we put the toner in. Now, they didn't give me a toner to use, it's basically, we got a screenshot of it right here. This is the toner cartridge, which inserts into the printer right here. It's a plunger system that allows you to put the toner into it. It's supposed to be mess free, and it takes about 15 seconds. Now, like I said, I don't have the plunger, so I can't tell you how that works. But once this comes down to almost nothing, you can then put it in and go from there. Out of the box, it does 5,000 pages. So straight up 5,000, you're done. It's all good. In the back, like I said in the unboxing, you have two cables. You have the plug, the power cable, and then you have the USB cable for the connection to your device. This prints, we got a tray here that does, I think 150 pages per tray, and of course you can go from letter to legal. I don't think you can go anything beyond 8.5 inches. So you can do 8.5 by 11, 8.5 by 14, and those types of sizes, and maybe even letters, but I'm not sure. There's no insert tray that I know of. You can't put paper on top to have it automatically feed. There's also no duplexer on this, so don't expect it to do any type of duplexing. And the only scanner, of course, is the single sheet scanner. So you'll have to take it out and put it back in, and of course it won't flip and duplex or anything like that. It is about 24.4 pounds. It's eco-label certified, and it runs off of the Smart app, which does a whole bunch. So this is the app right here, and as you can see, you have the HP Smart app allows you to hook up to all your printers. I have it set up for this one, but if I hit the plus button, I could probably find my PageWide Pro easily. These are all tiled, so you can change out the tiles. So if you don't need to the camera scan, you can take that out. If you don't need the help and support, you can take that out. And then of course the instant ink get supplies. They have the monthly plans, which you can get your supplies. It takes you right to the web page, and you can find your ink toner cartridges, including the replacement plunger system here. What we're going to do is we're going to do a quick print. So we're going to do just basically a camera scan. We're going to bring up a picture. We'll full screen size it, and we'll hit next. It's going to crop. It's going to say, is this the picture you want to print? And it's going to say, yes, it is. I'll hit the print button there, and it says you need to install the print services, which I will do right now. And so now it's going to show me the print in black and white. It's going to say the default. It's going to ask me how I want all the options. It looks good. I think we hit over here, and it's going to send the printer to the printer. Let's go back over here. And this first one, this time it took about 15, 16 seconds. And then, of course, here we have the print. It's not my best print, of course, because
This came from, I took pictures from another device to show off that device. So, but as you can see, it printed well. It's got a small little border on the sides. I don't know if we can get rid of that at all, but we can, we definitely have that right there. So that prints the page. Once again, 150 pages through the Smart App. There's also a fax option, which is really cool. I don't have it set up yet because you have to kind of leave the app to do that. But and I think this is going to be with all the printers out there, so that use the HP Smart App option. It's going to be able to do a mobile fax. You'll hit that, and then it'll take you to another page where you have to sign up. It doesn't do incoming faxes, just outgoing faxes. And it's taking a small while to do that. So we'll just come back here. So the Smart App has a lot of awesome features to it, including the printer scan and that. And once again, we can personalize those tiles to whatever we need, whatever we don't need, which is pretty amazing. Some other things about this printer, like I said, it's under 25 pounds, so it's easy to lift on my own, as you saw in the unbox. We've got the page here. This is all the details of the Never Stop Laser MFP 1202W printer. Duty cycle of monthly letter up to 20,000 pages. Memory inside 64 megabytes, so you can you basically have a lot of prints ready to go. And it'll queue that up that way. It does do Wi-Fi direct. It does do high-speed USB. There is no Ethernet jack to this. It's not meant for hooking up via a cable like that. You can hook it up to a PC though, and then print from there if you wanted to set up a print server, I guess you could. Maximum number of copies can do up to 99. The scanner does 600 DPI. And the bit depth is at, I think it was 24-bit, 256 grayscale. That's pretty much all the other stats you can see right here on the page. That is pretty much it. I've had this for about a week now, and I've done some scanning into this. I've done some printing into this, and it's done a great job. Once again, I haven't printed 5,000 pages to warrant having to reload this at any time soon. And it's perfect for an SMB, like a small medium business, to print out something that doesn't do anything high volume, or maybe if you need to have that personal printer on your desktop, because there are some roles where you need to have a printer in a closed area so nobody can see what you print. This replaces any type of inkjet printer and prints a little bit better. I have not smelled any laser printer smell, nor have I seen any laser printer dust come from in here. Inside there is a drum that you pop here and you open here. Let's go back to this one. Inside there's a drum right here, and which pops out like that, and the toner is encased in the drum. And we asked if the drum, if that needs to be replaced. And one of the things they basically said is a lot of these drums will last pretty much the lifespan of the printer. So you can get replacement drums if that is needed, but chances are you probably won't hit that drum life cycle. So that is the HP Never Stop 1202W. What do you think? Do you need a printer for your needs? Once I get the plunger in, I will test that plunger. I will let you guys know how that works. It is supposed to be a clean process. Of course, with the app, you've got a lot of extra functions, including that new fax out function. That is pretty sweet, because nowadays we don't even have phone landlines to run a fax machine. So I know things like when you prepare your taxes, you do have to send some of the forms in via fax. So this will help you do that. All right, well, that does it for this episode. My name is Jeffrey Powers. Thanks a lot for watching. Let me know if you get this printer, what you think about this printer by going over to the socials and talking about it. Think Magazine, Put in a Geek, and you got me. You've been watching another episode of Geek Tech Talk Live. Thanks a lot for watching. Until next time, you guys geek out and take care. In the feed there, if you're on Facebook.com/groups/Wirecast Pros, and PROS, not PROSE, because that's pros, not pros. Anyway,
let's talk about this. The Wise Cams, awesome stuff. These things are the main one's under $20, 25 bucks or something like that. This one was about $40, and you got to put in your own SD card, and it does SD card recording, and it does live streaming. But it has one other functionality, and that's called RTSP, the ability to stream it. And the idea is to stream it to a box, which is your security box, your computer, that runs and basically just collects all the video data. So you have one unit to research from rather than all your units to going into the app and going, okay, what does this camera do? What does this camera do? And I've been using this for going through different security cams, because of course Geekazine does do review security cameras. And the Wise, I'm actually ditching one of my older security cameras because they keep disconnecting. And it's really sad. And I've talked to them about it, and they say, oh, there's nothing you can do. And of course, technology gets old, you got to replace it. And, replacing with one of these systems, if they're under $100 a camera, that's pretty cool. And bringing it into a security box, which that can record it, or you can look at it on the app, one of two ways. But once again, you can set up a router for all your security cameras going straight to the box, so that has the least amount of a resistance, and then you have everything recorded in one area. And I have, like I said, I have different brands of security cameras around here. Like Homemate is right over here. I've got the EasyViz over there. I got the Arlo's up there. I've got I got like 3 other brands of cameras. I can't think of them offhand. But anyway, the idea is that, having them to go to one area to record out so you can go, it's just perfect. So anyway, that's what this camera is. And the cool thing about this is I can sit here and now I can use the PTZ options, maybe. How's it going? Oh, there we go. And bring this camera to me so I can see what's going on around the area. The Homemate actually has a PTZ option as well, which is really cool. And I have it pointed outside so it can see what's going on outside. But this is the camera itself. Pretty easy for, and of course we got the little app right here that allows me to control it. But it has another functionality, and that's the RTSP, the ability to hook it up into Wirecast. And I'm going to show you how to do that here in a second here. And in fact, let's switch over to this one. There we go. And I've got Wirecast set up on this machine right here, of course. And I've got all my RTSP cameras. Like for instance, this is the web stream right here, the one I just showed you. This is my PTZ Optics, which is the PTZ camera, which I normally use NDI for. And then, of course, I got a shot of my outside, another Wise Cam showing you the front door. So as you can see, you can do a lot of different things with that. And as you can see, it's also not perfect because of connections. Now, in all fairness, right now I have this camera that this machine's pulling it. My main machine's pulling it, and the phone is pulling the video feed right now. So it's gonna probably not be perfect. In fact, if I go like this, look at that, it'll have a little bit of delay. It's running 15 frames a second. So the best solution for these cameras is, let's say you're at a live conference and you just want a simple overall shot. An overall shot of the crowd. Maybe you're going on break or something like that, and you have this camera sitting in the corner there with a good line of sight between your router and that device, and you just want to capture people walking around. It doesn't have to be 30 frames a second. It can be 15. And if it hiccups, it hiccups. It's not a big deal. And you can set up one over there and one over there. So if this is hiccuping, you can go over here, and that's not hiccuping as much. But you get the idea, and then you don't have to wire it here. And I can use this on stage, the backstage camera, or you get the idea. There's many different uses for this one little camera right here. So how do we do it? It's actually very, very straightforward. It doesn't come natively on the Wyze camera. What you have to do is you have to go to their website here, and let's show you the website. It's and just type in Wyze, WYZE space RTSP, and that will allow you to come to this page. They say that it's in beta, although I've read some things that it's not in beta, but I'm not 100% sure. It's not fully supported. So if you have problems, they might tell you reset your Wyze camera and start from scratch over here. So they have two different types of firmware. One is for the static cameras, and then one's for the PTZ camera here. The Wyze Cam Pan is what they call it. You basically put it onto your SD card, and then you insert the SD card into the camera like they're showing you here. You hold down the setup button while you turn the camera on, which basically plug it in, and then wait about 4 minutes. It installs the additional firmware, and then you're good. You're good to go. You come back, you go to the app, and we'll go here. So we go to the app, and then you'll go into your settings, and you'll go to your advanced settings, and down on the bottom, you'll see, and it won't be here if you're if you don't have it set up, but once you have it set up, you'll see RTSP. So you set it up, and so you basically give it a username and password. The only problem I have with this, you can't use special characters. So capitals, lowercase, and numbers. It's okay, but when you're talking a security camera and you're enabling RTSP, you want to have a secure password. 12 characters, uppercase, lowercase, and symbols. Makes it harder for people to get in here. So that's the only issue I have with this thing, is it will not accept special characters. And that is not cool. But anyway, once it does that, you get the IP address, and it creates the RTSP file. And then you go in, and we'll go back over to here. There we are. So we hit the plus button. We say network. We want new web stream. And we'll say add. And I can put the RTSP here, username, password. And in this case, it gives me the whole line. RTSP : / usernames dot password at IP address / live. But you can put in RTSP IP address / live right here in where it says URI. Username is the username and the password is the password. We got a buffer here, and of course we can use the video delay and audio delay. Now keep in mind that depending on what camera you use, there's going to be a delay on this. And sometimes the first time I hooked up this camera, or the other camera actually, it was about a 6-second delay. And then I brought it closer and it became a 2-second delay. You get the difference. You get the idea. So it's not going to be perfect. That's why I say that this is perfect for doing an overall shot. If you don't need, you just want something to fill the screen and show movement, show that you're there, then this is a perfect. But there's other cameras out there that also do RTSP, and of course their protocol is tweaked a little bit different. That they're going to make updates to this as they go, which might even improve the RTSP here. And if it can do RTSP, can it also do NDI? Let's think about that. A lot of your cameras, any camera that has some sort of wireless to it, might be able to also do other protocols like the WebRC and RTSP and NDI and whatever new protocol comes out in the years to come. It's very possible that with a firmware update that could change that whole thing for a lot of different cameras. So it's awesome, and like I said, the best part about this is I can put this in a place. I could put this on the ceiling. It's so lightweight. I could put this on the ceiling and then have product views coming from overhead. And if it skips out or anything like that, it's fine. But I don't know. I think it's a great camera to have, and especially if you're doing a whole bunch of stuff and it's all of a sudden it's like, hey, can you do this type of camera? It's like, I think I can. And you can pull these out of your bag and go from there. What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine, and our friends at Munch Packs have decided to send me a Munch Pack. Interesting. What is Munch Pack? They're just basically you can discover new snacks from many different countries and stuff like that. You know, when I've traveled overseas, I've tried a whole bunch of different foods and snacks, and this is going to be no different. Now, I'm not getting paid for this. They just sent me a pack to munch on, and so I thought I'd unbox it and show it to you really quick. So let's do that really quick. So this is the Munch Pack. Let's open it up. It's a simple box. Of course, you can send it as a gift, and you can send it as a, send it to yourself if you're really hungry. You got the Munch Pack right here. Canada, Spain, Philippines, a lot more. Let's see, we've got, this looks like from South Korea. We've got something from Canada. Oh, it says on the bottom, Costa Rica, Spain, many different areas. Did you know that South Korea's national dish is kimchi? And hopefully they don't have well, maybe they will have some kimchi in here. I don't know. So you get the whole Munch Pack, family packs and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. We got a little piece of wax paper here, and this is going to be now showing us everything that we have in our Munch Pack. And we'll start on the top here. Let's take a look here. Chick Chack, everything flavored snacks. We got the guide right here. Oh, that's cool. So let's see, Chick Chack. Chick Chack, there we go. That's from Israel. I've been to Israel before, so I've never had a Chick Chack. So pretty cool. Delicious, crunchy, salty, everything bagel-inspired snacks. So if you're into bagels, the Chick Chack. All right, next up, let's set this over here. We got some Zapp's potato chips. I know I've seen Zapp's before. They are from the United States, so you can get some Zapp's potato chips. Going to South Korea, these are the Crown Shinsang. These look like a honey type potato snack, wheat snacks as they call them. We'll put it right here. And oh, wow, they even send drinks. Here's a nice little Fanta. This looks like it's coming from Japan. This is Fanta Yokin Orange Yogurt. And yes, this is from Japan. Orange yogurt. Crazy. So let's set that over here. What else we got? Watermelon slices from Vidal. Vidal is, let's see, this is from Spain. Spain's always, I've been to Spain a few times, great place. So these are the watermelon slices from Spain. We got some Pepro from Latte. This is Pepro Nude Chocolate. And this is from South Korea. Oh, this is from South Korea. Okay, another South Korean delight right here. Let's set that right there. We got some yummy gummy silly straws, and I think that was right next to it. This is from Turkey, and that looks pretty yummy right there. Lots of sugar here. We got a Nusita Galeta, and the booklet says this is from from Costa Rica. So awesome here. Got a couple more in here. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. This is called My Chew. It's from South Korea. I know exactly. My Chew. Whenever I'm in South Korea, I get My Chew. They gave me the apple flavor. I don't think I've ever had the apple flavor. So, and I have never had it in this format. So I'm wondering if this is more gum than anything. Grape is my favorite when it comes to the My Chew. I love the grape, and apple. We'll see how the apple tastes here. Next up, this looks like some sort of candy tape of somewhere. This is the Extreme Fruit Sea Extreme. This comes from Thailand. So pretty cool food from Thailand. And then the last, but certainly not least, is the Double Dutch. It's a stroopwafel. And I'm guessing I know where this is coming from, but let's just double check because you never know. Double Dutch honey vanilla stroopwafel. Oh, no, I didn't know it's from Canada. It's coming from Canada. So, I thought it would be Switzerland or something like that. But this is from Canada. It's honey vanilla. So that is it. That's the Munch Pack. Let's take the box out and let's set up this candy really quick. So this is all the candy in the Munch Pack. In the Munch Pack. I forgot the Fanta. Got a Fanta. Love the Fanta. That's yogurt. That's crazy. Yogurt. And I know I think I've tasted yogurt drink before, but I can't wait to try this, of course. And this is part 2 where we're going to try. We're going to eat, we're going to have fun, we're going to be yummy and everything. So anyway, Jennifer's right here. So you might see her hand, but she wants to be off camera, and that's fine. So what do you want to try first?
Savory.
Something savory. I'm going to give you the munch pack so you can read that up. We will start with the Zaps. These are the Zaps right here. They are Evil Eye New Orleans kettle style already. So let's open it up. These might be a little bit spicy.
I'm waiting for you to go.
Okay. All right, here you go. There they are right there. That's the chip. Ready? Cheers. Crunchy. There's no vitamin D, or no, there's 2% of vitamin D in here. 22 milligrams of calcium and a little bit of iron. 320 milligrams of sodium and 2 grams of sugar with 32 grams of carbohydrates. And that was Zapp's potato chips. And there is a post kick coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty back of the throat.
Yeah, very much so.
And really not until just now for me.
Yeah. All right, next up, let's do this. This is the Chick Shack, is the name of it, by Oppenheimer. Let's open it up. Little swirly looking items right here. Cheers. That has an interesting taste to it. What do you think?
I like it.
Okay.
It's kind of reminiscent of, they're the big wavy square chips.
Oh, like sun chips? Well, you're pretty close to spot on because this is made with wheat flour and maltodextrin and palm oil and natural cooking spices flavor enhancement. And that's Chick Shack. Where is this Chick Shack from?
It's from Israel.
Israel, that's right.
And it's a bagel and everything bagel inspired snack.
Mm.
So there's probably a bit of rye to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll have the Chick Shacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sit back there. Take a small sip of water.
That'll be good with some yogurt.
Oh.
I like when we were in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, if we're going to do yogurt, then we're going to do the Fanta.
Yogurt flavored Fanta.
Yes. Can you guess where this is from?
Is it Korean?
No.
No. Is that Japan?
Yeah. All right, so this is from Japan. Ooh! A little pop. I'll let you have for a sip.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. It's like a cream flavored soda, maybe?
Like with a hint of grapefruit. There's something tangy and a little citrusy that goes beyond a cream soda.
Water, high fructose starch syrup, sugar, dextrohyslagalogen, lactic acid, carbonated acid, potassium, sucralose, and ascorbic acid. Lyokin, orange, is like orange, not orange.
I don't know if it's Iokin or Lyokin because it's written both ways.
Oh, okay. It's probably a very loose translation, though. We could do watermelon slices from Vidal. Let's do that. There we go.
Yours makes. Oh, I see it. Okay,
Yeah, looks more like it looks like a watermelon right there. So
kind of.
cheers. Kind of a reverse watermelon now I'm
Yeah.
thinking about it. Wow, that's very chewy. It's like I'm chewing into rubber because you can't really bite into it that much, but it's got a sour flavor coming out of it.
Watermelon sours are the one candy I used to love to get when we would go to the candy store.
Oh, really?
When I was little.
Okay, well, this one's yours too. 20 milligrams of sodium, 22 grams of sugar, and 30 grams of carbohydrates. So, no vitamin A, no vitamin C, no calcium, no iron. Yeah, very
Which some
firm.
people like.
Firm, yeah, yeah. Well, this is from, where did it say it's from?
Oh,
It says it's from New York, New York. Oh, there it is. I'll let you look it up.
no, you can
Spain.
from Spain.
Yes. I don't know what part of Spain, though. I don't remember seeing this while I was in Spain.
These marvelous sugar-coated gummy watermelon slices look and taste surprisingly just like the real thing. These sweet gummies will be sure to satisfy your sweet tooth. Spain.
Spain.
I definitely think there's a sourness to them.
Yeah,
which
definitely.
It doesn't really say on here.
Yes.
And again, I like watermelon sours. I prefer that to just straight watermelon. But
Okay.
It's just really firm.
Yeah, very firm. Yeah, absolutely. All right. What shall we try next?
Something salty.
Salty. So we're going to go back to South Korea. And I don't know if I had these while I was in South Korea. Can you read this?
Mm.
Jennifer's been working on her Korean.
I'm just looking to see if it's written in a better font anywhere.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, that's the problem with some of the Korean food is they create this really outrageous looking font, and so sometimes it kind of looks odd. All right, well, it looks like a little guy right there, and then another dude right there, and I know that this works as in consonant, vowel, consonant.
Mos Mar Le Noon,
Okay,
which doesn't make sense to me.
yeah, that's okay. You did a good
Yeah.
job. You tried it. You can do better than I
tried.
can. So.
That's debatable.
And on the top here, I can tell you that this in small print right here is called Crown because it's the name of the company who makes these. You can definitely smell it. There it is right there. Interesting. It's very barrelish. So here we go. Ready? Pretty good.
Light, airy, crispy.
Yeah.
It's Korean. I'm guessing it's rice based.
Yeah.
Sweet and peppery. Black pepper.
Do you taste black pepper?
I don't know what I'm getting at the end.
I'm
Something
not-
that's not sweet.
I'm not getting black pepper. Interesting.
Oh, these crunchy wheat snacks with sesame seed specks are a sweet dream.
Okay.
With their rich sweet flavor and delicious crunch in every bite, they remind us of churros.
Yes, they do remind me of a churro. Now that you said that,
Okay.
I was trying to think. Did it taste like a cereal? Did it taste like a? What did it taste like? But yeah, churro. That's spot on. I think that's spot on. All right.
So much of their stuff.
You want to go back to sweet, or you want to stay on the salty side? Let's go sweet. Yummy gummy. Yummy, yummy gummy in my tummy, tummy, tummy. We got multiple colors, blue, green, red, blue, yellow. So it's multi-fruit here. So let's open it up. Do you prefer a color?
As a general rule, red.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting. It's a package within a package. Just do that. There is one red in here. Here it is right here. So they look like those pool noodles. Yeah. So I'll let you pick the red.
We can split it.
I don't
if you
care.
like.
Yeah, okay, let's split it. This is interesting. This is like a part red, part purple. I wonder if it's, well, I don't know what country it's from. No, I'll do the blue. And it looks like there's like a white core in the middle of that. So, you ready? Oh, you okay, so here we go. Wow, that's tough to bite into as well.
Mm. I thought that was a lot easier than the other gummy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but
The nuts gummy almost I wouldn't be surprised if the white core were marshmallow texture-wise.
that's probably true. It's either strawberry or raspberry.
Okay.
Those are the two reds on here. Is
I
my
guess it's
guess.
strawberry because raspberry would be traditionally blue.
Yeah. No vitamin A, no vitamin C, no calcium, no iron. But 21 grams of sugars and 27 grams of carbohydrates, 3 milligrams of sodium. It is egg-free and fish-free
It's from Turkey.
from Turkey. It's peanut-free, totally not allergy-free, shellfish-free, sesame-free. So, and they had just like a little label on the back here with all of the what it's free of. So that might be a label that they have to put on their bags there. So not too bad. That was yummy gummy. All right, let's go to Pepero chocolate sticks, and I'll give you a clue. I've had these before.
So was Lottie British?
Do you want me to tell you?
Sure.
South Korean.
Oh. Okay.
But I think there is a Lottie in. No, Lottie is the grocery stores in South Korea.
That's where I know the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we've visited the well, they're not really grocery stores. They're like a full service department, grocery and stuff like that. So
Thank you.
these are the Pepero choco filled chocolate. I see we're having fun. Oh. You don't like these. And there's a reason why.
Why?
Because the outer shell is the outer shell is pretzel.
Yeah. Thank God it's not salted, but
Yeah.
it's still pretzel.
All right. Let's have a little bit of yogurt. You want some yogurt?
Mm.
No? 4 more items here. Let's go back. Let's go to this one. Musita Galetta. They look like some sort of cookie. And it looks like they're going to have a fruit or a chocolate flavor. If I can open them. There we go. Ooh, okay. So do you want the fruit one or are these these are like Neapolitan. So they're the cookie with some sort of red filling in the middle.
With a face.
The little face. It looks like at first it looks like a Ninja Turtle face.
Is it a dinosaur?
I don't know. There we go. Right there. And there's on the vanilla side. There's one too. So, cheers. Need some milk, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Tastes like a cookie with vanilla and chocolate. Can't taste the center, can you? Wow. There's not much in there. Just like a light smattering.
Half stuff instead of double stuff.
Yeah. Not bad.
Very dry. Crumbly.
I'm wondering if this is not flour based.
Very dunkable.
Yeah. Wheat flour, yeah.
Oh, from Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Nice.
Vanilla and chocolate cookie sandwich. A delicious strawberry cream.
All right. That leaves 3 items. One we've had already.
Is that our favorite?
That's yeah. So let's go with this. This is like a blue tape. It's called Fruit C Extreme Z. So this is perfect for Sesame Street because it's got 2 letters in it. No numbers though. There we go. I got it. She's smiling over here. There we go. It's a fruit tape.
Can I blue?
They'll probably make your tongue blue. What?
Do you think it will?
Probably. Well, not this small amount, but if you eat the whole thing, I bet you it'll be blue. Once again, a tougher texture.
Still softer than that.
Yeah, still softer than the watermelons, yeah. I'm guessing it's a blue raspberry.
Sour.
Yeah, with a post-sour taste to it. You're getting more sour than I am, apparently. Okay, we'll try a little bit more. Yeah, I'm seeing blue on your tongue.
Okay. Great. Oh.
Oh yeah, there's a sour. So not your favorite? No? Okay.
It's from Thailand.
Thailand. Nice.
It's kosher. Blue raspberry. Give your taste buds a delicious sweet and sour kick.
12 grams of sugar, 18 grams of carbs, 10 milligrams of sodium, 1 gram of fat. And yeah, it does say on this label, it says kosher parv, special production. So
I learned something new today. I didn't realize that there was a kosher need in Thailand.
I guess, yeah. All right, let's go to the stroopwafel. Where do you guess that's from?
I'm sorry, what?
Where are you guessing this is from?
I don't know where stroopwafel is from.
Okay.
I just know that I like them over my tea.
There we go. Double Dutch, honey vanilla. You want a whole one or a part one?
Can we just split one?
Yeah, sure.
Or just...
Okay. There is only one. I thought there were 2. There we go.
I like stroopwafel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I definitely noticed the honey tones.
Yeah.
So I think if you like stroopwafel if you like your coffee or tea with honey, you're gonna prefer it to a caramel flavor.
Yeah, that's true. We're just enjoying the stroop. When was the first time you had a stroopwafel?
You brought one home for me. Probably the first time you traveled internationally.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was going through Amsterdam, and they had stroopwafels there.
Was that your first Barcelona trip?
Yes. So many years ago. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the first year that I don't travel outside the country.
You don't know that yet.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. So, all right. Double Dutch. Where are you guessing that this is from? I know the answer already.
Does it say on the side?
Yeah. No. I read it before.
Canada.
Yeah.
Do they do a lot of honey in Canada?
Well, yeah. I would. Oh, honey. Yeah, I suppose they do a lot of syrup. I don't know. I would guess so. That's probably not natural honey. It's probably
No, it's...
real honey.
I don't know. It doesn't say real honey, but
I'm guessing that's not real honey. What do we got? 10 grams of sugar, 23 grams of carbohydrates, 75 milligrams of sodium, and 6 grams of total fat, including 3 grams of saturated. All right, that leaves one item left, and this is my chew.
Mm-hmm.
I can recognize that. My chew. It's like Pikachu, except mine. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to be. Usually, I've gotten these we've had them in chiclet form, and then individual wrappers. So I don't know if this is going to be like a stick form or if this is just going to be like a Pez dispenser looking thing or whatnot. So we'll open it up like I would some gum or something like that.
Right now you look like Charlie.
Charlie. Oh, I get the golden ticket. Oh, okay. There's a little. It looked like I technically did it right. There looks like. There we go. A little foil rip open cord thing. So individually wrapper in a wrapper. This is the apple version. And like I said before, I love the grape version. They also have the cherry version. And maybe I have had apple. So I remember the yellow. So there's. Apple's your favorite? Oh, sweet. Well, this is yours. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
That's yours.
It's like Laffy Taffy,
Mm-hmm.
but with the texture of a Fannie Mae caramel. Like
Really?
there's just something lighter, and once it warms up to mouth feel or mouth temperature, the mouth feels amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like any of the flavors, the apple's my favorite. But
Yeah.
I just love the chewiness of it, the firmness, but
Can't tell you the ingredients on this, but there's a lot of sugar and a lot of carbohydrates. Munch Pack is all about. Boom, and that's the Munch Pack box. And those are all the foods right there. Let's go right here, minus the two that Jennifer's got over there. So interesting. If you've gotten a Munch Pack, let me know, and let's compare our munches and go from there. So thanks a lot for watching. Thank you, Jennifer, for being here and tasting it with me. Thanks a lot for watching. You guys geek out. Check everything out. I know this is not a normal video that I do. You do lots of tech stuff, but you know, we're having a little geekiness here, and I do want to thank the folks over at Munch Pack for making the Munch Pack. I'll put a little smiley face on me.
it's a nicely curated collection.
Very, very much so. And there's more than one pack, so they can get another
Is that
pack.
why this brochure's so darn big?
I think so. No, I think you'll get a different brochure with your other Munch Packs.
Okay.
I'm not sure though. I'll have to check it out as we go. But anyway, thanks a lot for watching. If you have any questions on this, feel free to ask me. I don't know how to answer them, but we're gonna munch some more. So you guys geek out on whatever you're doing geek-wise, and take care.
Welcome to Geekazine's Virtual Conference Coverage 2020.
Today we have Stephen Tellamy. He's from EditShare, and we're going to be talking about, you know, these times, these unprecedented times, as the commercials say. And he's got some great information with his company, EditShare. So let's bring you in. How you doing, Stephen?
I'm doing very well. Well, as you say, within these weird times that we're in, yeah, doing good.
All right, and of course, you're with EditShare. Why don't you tell people about what EditShare is all about?
Yeah, so EditShare, we kind of do, I guess, 2.5 things. Our predominant business is around video production storage, so high-speed scale-out storage that you can do all of your video editing, your post-production needs on it. We also have media asset management in our Flow product, and the half a thing is also what we would say is APIs. So we're very much about being an open ecosystem that allow people to plug in to our systems, to extend our storage platform, to extend our media asset management platform, and sort of glue those things together. So those are all of our kind of main points, and I think we can talk a bit about how those we're using each of those things within this kind of time where people are working from home and trying to produce their content from, you know, weird remote production environments that they've not had to work in before.
Absolutely. Like the production that's going on behind you. Are those shoes and a microphone? What's that?
Yes, this is my home studio. So I actually also, as well as being CTO here at EditShare, I'm also a media composer. So I write music for film and stuff. The shoes are actually our swag. So we should get you some actually. The little ones. Normally we'd walk around the trade shows with them. So NAB we would have had them out then. But of course we're all a bit virtual on that kind of sense. So
yeah, absolutely. So, all right. Well, let's get into a little bit about EditShare and what you want to talk about today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think something that's very exciting that we've just launched is our EFSV product. And this is an entire cloud-based product that allows you to get, working remotely, or actually as your mainline work very, very quickly. So we've been working on cloud environments for quite some time to extend beyond what we've been providing on-prem. So on-prem, you can buy our physical storage, our media asset management, and the EFSV product allows you to extend that into a cloud environment. And we've done that to allow people to very quickly spin up an instance in the cloud. We've been partnering with a number of people in the ecosystem, so people like Adobe, AWS, and we've built up our whole ecosystem so you can do all of your editing in a cloud environment.
Okay. And what type of requirements do you need for one of these systems?
So the requirements are you basically would access the system using a technology called Teradigi. So they're a remote desktop technology. It gives you very high bandwidth, low latency editing experience. And so when you're using that experience, it just feels like it's a local environment. You're connecting to a remote desktop, a Windows workstation that's running in that cloud environment. It's got all the GPU power. So all of those requirements are taken care for. You can actually be running on a very low specification machine locally because you're connecting to something very powerful in the cloud with GPU, CPU, memory, and that's where you'd run your editing software like Adobe Premiere, or you could be running DaVinci Resolve, or you could be running Avid Media Composer. You can be running those on that remote desktop, and so locally your resources are not too bad actually. You do need some bandwidth, of course, to run that. Connection into the cloud, so you need the back and forth to have that really nice responsive thing. But other than that, it's pretty lightweight, and that's I think is a really good value because it means that wherever you are, if you've just had to sort of you've had to leave your current production facilities, you're working from home, you don't have the specs of laptops or environments locally, you can very easily unlock that power in the cloud.
Yeah, and you mentioned the bandwidth, and that's probably the key, because something like that I would use while I'm on the road, and in something like a Las Vegas setting, I'm getting video done. I want to get it up there so I can get it edited by a crew or by myself for that matter. And would something like a Las Vegas hotel setting be a good situation for that?
Potentially, yeah. I think it really depends on the kind of workflow that you want to do, and that's why we've got some really good flexibility in the end-to-end system. Getting your material first into the cloud is one part of it. So you can use some technologies such as Expedat or Aspira, these types of technologies, and so we've pre-integrated some of those solutions. It means that you've just been walking around the strip in Vegas, you've got some footage, you need to get it into the cloud very quickly, then you can just use those technologies to maximize whatever bandwidth you actually have in your hotel room, right? So if you've got a large amount of bandwidth, great, it's going to get up there very, very quickly. So using those types of tools gets your media into the cloud very quick. Once it's up in the cloud, we can scan it with our asset manager, and that will then generate it will generate the proxy resolution versions of those. So then there'll be a lower resolution proxy that's actually very accessible and very easy. So actually, if you didn't have the connection to run a Teradigi, I think Teradigi's sweet spot is around 20 megabits per second. Okay. That gives you a very good, very responsive feeling like, you're editing locally. If you don't have that kind of bandwidth, instead you could switch to using our Flow Story product, and that seamlessly switches to using the proxy version of the media, which is much lower resolution, but still very usable. You can still edit with it. And then once you've got some availability to get back to the higher bandwidth, you can then switch back to the high resolution material to do your finishing up and your, conforming, those kind of things. So those are, in terms of those requirements, we've got some good flexibility between whether you're going to run something at a low resolution and then finish it in high resolution, or you do the whole thing in the higher resolution.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've heard that if your hotel room doesn't work in Las Vegas, you can jump on a bus and be able to work from there in high speed. So,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Absolutely. Now you have a few companies working on that. You have a map here that you're going to be showing me, right? What's this?
Yeah. Let me talk about this. So this is a scenario that we put together with Amazon Prime Video. So they're one of our customers who helped us put together this end-to-end solution along with AWS. So in this scenario, we had the Monte Carlo ATP tournament, and that was being sent back to London to a production facility where Amazon Prime Video were streaming it out live to their customers. But at the same time, we were capturing that live feed and uplinking it to the data centers in Virginia. So that's the AWS data centers. That's where we hosted our EFS, so our edit share file system, all virtualized in that cloud. And you had remote editors who were in LA in this case, using that Teradicci technology we talked about to access that content in the cloud. So they were using virtual workstations. They were editing using Adobe Premiere on a Windows desktop that actually was in the cloud. It was connected to our high-speed storage. And then when they were done with their editing in LA, they could use our Airflow tool. So Airflow is a web-based review and approve tool. It uses some of those proxy files we were talking about earlier. Okay. So when they finish their edit, they can upload it to that Airflow environment, and then somebody back in the London production center can say, yep, that looks good, or please change this shot or tighten that sequence or use something else. So they can put commentary into that Airflow tool and review it. And so all of these pieces actually are bits that people can use. So you might need the accelerated transfer that we talked about, uploading your content with Expedite. You have the remote desktops and those types of technologies. And I think the other really important part to emphasize here is you need a very high performance storage layer. So we sit on top of Amazon's own storage layer, which is called EBS. We put our virtualized file system on top of that. And what it does is it allows that to span many virtual machines and scale out to, many terabytes, even up to petabytes of storage, but all of that being at very, very high throughput, because when you're doing a video edit, it's not just the quality of the remote desktop experience that's going to be valuable. It's also going to be the speed to which you can stream that video from the storage layer. And so we've optimized that to work really, really very well in a cloud environment.
Yeah, because there's many different factors that you have to worry about from one end to the other. So it's called the EFSV. Was that correct?
That's right, EFSV. Yep, it's up there on our website now. We've just relaunched our website. We're very excited about it. And so in the product section there's an EFSV page that talks all about the solution. I've also got a little bit of it running locally on my machine. If you'd like to take a little look at the experience.
Absolutely. Let's do that really quick. We'll flip over to this page while you switch around screens.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is the page that he's talking about where the EFSV lives. And you can experience that, check that out from there. So, all right, let's see. So we go over here.
So what I'm going to show you, this is going to be proof that because it's quite difficult to show you that we're in remote desktop environments because it looks like local. I'm using a Mac here. I'm connecting to this NLE instance here, a virtual instance that's running here in the AWS cloud. So that's what I'm going to be connecting to. So when I switch screens here, now I'm looking at a desktop. It's a Windows desktop, right? So this is the remote desktop experience that's running in a cloud environment. So this is actually running in an AWS data center. I'm connecting to it with Teradicci, and I've got Adobe Premiere here up and running. You can see I've got something and I'm midway through editing, and I've got the full editing experience here. So I've got the ability to stream this, and the quality is really good in terms of, I'm not sure how well it comes across on Skype.
You're seeing this. So go ahead and run that video again. Think about this. It's not only going to the AWS server and coming back to him and wherever the server is for that, whether it be United States or London or whatnot, then it's coming through to me, which I'm then recording it, and it looks
cloud environment is I can put the same solution in Virginia, in Ireland. I can put it, around the globe in different data centers. We've stood this up in Sydney. We've stood this up in Japan. So wherever in the world people are working, we can deploy this same solution so they get that really low latency response. But also, as you say, I'm able to share a screen with you. You're able to see these things, and we can also stream things to each other using NDI and some of those other plugins. So the responsiveness of this product is quite astonishing, and that was really the experience that we've got when we've been putting this into people's hands. We've made it very easy for people to get on board and spin up. I said it's like in his production suite. In fact, he had multiple monitors. Really amazing, that you can do all of that from a cloud-powered system.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about. I'm assuming this is all going to be scalable, so there's probably no one set price, one introductory type situation here.
Sure, yeah. So we can the price can go from $1 per month plus then the AWS cost. If you combine the two, it comes to about $750 per month, and that gives you a starting system. But you can then obviously scale that up. So, depending on how much footage you want to be putting. So if you've just got an editor who needs to start working on a system, and they just need to do 2 hours of editing and then they're done, you can just spin up the workstation for that period of time and then shut it down, and you stop paying for it, which is a really good, powerful way of cost saving. So there's a lot of cost savings things you can do in terms of the overall system to give you a real flexibility of tailoring the system to the way you would like it to work. Wouldn't mind talking to you a little bit about our Flow product as well, because our Flow product is our media asset manager, and that media asset manager is of what I was talking about, our Airflow, but I'll also talk a little bit about some integration we did with Zoom, which is really cool. So this is our web browser. So this was what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about Amazon Prime. They were using this online review and approve. And what I've got here is various clips that I've got imported into our asset manager, and I can see a whole bunch of information, metadata about it. I can preview this media in that proxy format, so it's not in the high resolution format, but in a lower resolution. So this is me now accessing this locally on my workstation, using this tool. So it's very easy for remote production types of scenarios. I can be doing an edit in high resolution somewhere somebody else where can be accessing the proxy versions of those and viewing all the clips and editing them and putting in markers. So you can see I can put in range markers, I can select stuff. So helping that editor out, choosing the sequences from all of the rushes that have come in, they can use this tool very, very quickly, and then they can then switch to either continue to use our edit share products, or they could switch to bringing that into Adobe Premiere or into DaVinci Resolve or into Media Composer. They can switch between those kind of environments. And something that I was playing around with, because a lot of us are using these virtual desktop and virtual sharing things, was, what ways could we actually ingest media from those? So we use Zoom a lot. Here at Edit Share, we're doing lots of conferences, calls, lots of meetings, lots of knowledge sharing, been loads of great stuff that we've been doing. And we've been doing these external webinars also using Zoom features. And so I was kind of curious, well, could we make it seamless and easy for people just to go and select the content from Zoom and import it? So actually what I was showing on the screen there actually was all content that I've imported from Zoom using this ingest tool. So you can come in, you can pick all of the recordings that you've got in your account, pick which ones you want to ingest into our Flow tool, and then in the background it ingests all the media, it tags it up, and then it's all available for you to tag up, to use, and you can see all of that data here from Zoom. And then I can switch to an editing tool. So I've got this Flow Story, which is using the proxy-based workflows, and I can take all these things. So these are intro clips, and then switching into showing the Amazon console, and then other footage. So I can edit together all of these webinars into something that's a shorter version. And we're finding a lot of our partners are wanting to do this. They want a version of it, but they only want 10 minutes from the middle of the webinar where we were talking about these tools. And what I'm doing, this was this proxy workflow I talked about earlier, where I'm pulling all of this directly from the cloud. So all this material is still in the cloud, but I'm working with it locally through those two people. We've made the Flow product free of charge until July 1st. So for people who want to be, working from